Section 0 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. To Master Frederick Longham. This year our book for Christmas varies, deals not with history nor fairies. I can't help thinking, children, you prefer a book which is not true. We leave these intellectual feasts to talk of fishes, birds, and beasts. These, though his aim is hardly steady, these are, I think, a theme for Freddy. Trout, though he is not up to fly, he soon will catch as well as I. So, Freddy, take this artless rhyme, and be a sportsman in your time. Preface. Children who have read our fairy books may have noticed that there are not so very many fairies in the stories after all. The most common characters are birds, beasts, and fishes who talk and act like Christians. The reason of this is that the first people who told the stories were not very clever, or if they were clever, they had never been taught to read or write, or to distinguish between vegetable, animal, and mineral. They took it that all things were much of a muchness. They were not proud, and held that beast and bird could talk like themselves, only, of course, in a different language. After offering, then, so many fairy books, though the stories are not all told yet, we now present you, in return for a coin or two, with a book about the friends of children and of fairies, the beasts. The stories are all true, more or less, but it is possible that Monsieur Dumas or Monsieur Théophile Gautier rather improved upon their tales. I own that I have my doubts about the bears and serpents in the tales by the Baron Wogan. This gentleman's ancestors were famous Irish people. One of them held Cromwell's soldiers back when they were pursuing Charles II after Worcester fight. He had led a troop of horse from Dover to the Highlands, where he died of a wound after fighting for the king. The next Wogan was a friend of Pope and Swift. He escaped from prison after Preston fight in 1715, and later rescued Prince Charlie's mother from confinement in Austria and took her to marry King James. He next became governor of Don Quixote's province, La Mancha, in Spain, and was still alive and merry in 1752. Baron Wogan, descended from these heroes, saw no longer any king to fight for, so he went to America and fought bears. No doubt he was as brave as his ancestors, but whether all his stories of serpents are absolutely correct, I am not so certain. People have also been heard to express doubts about Mr. Waterton and the Cayman. The terrible tale of Mr. Gully and his deeds of war I know to be accurate, and the story of Oscar, the sentimental tyke, is believed and firmly by the lady who wrote it. As for the stories about Greek and Roman beasts, Pliny, who tells them, is a most respectable author. On the whole, then, this is more or less of a true storybook. There ought to be a moral. If so, it probably is that we should be kind to all sorts of animals, and above all, knock trout on the head when they are caught, and don't let the poor things jump about till they die. A chapter of a very learned sort was written about the cleverness of beasts, proving that there must have been great inventive geniuses among beasts long ago, and that now they have rather got into a habit, which I think a very good one, of being content with the discoveries of their ancestors. This led naturally to some observations on instinct and reason, but there may be children who are glad that there was no room for this chapter. The longer stories from Monsieur Dumas were translated from the French by Miss Cheap. A rat tale is by Miss Evelyn Grieve, who knew the rats. Mr. Gully is by Miss Elspeth Campbell, to whom Mr. Gully belonged. The Dog of Montagus, More Faithful Than Favored, and Androcles are by Miss Eleanor Seller. Snakes, bears, ants, wolves, monkeys, and some lions are by Miss Lang. Two Highland Dogs is by Miss Goodrick Fryer. Fido and Oscar and Patch are all by Miss A. M. Alien. Digijam is by his master. The Starling of Segrigen and Grateful Dogs are by Mr. Bartels. Tom the Bear, the Frog, Jacko the Monkey, and Gazelle are from Dumas by Miss Blackley. All the rest are by Mrs. Lang. End of Section 0. Recording by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 1 of the Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bishop. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Tom, An Adventure in the Life of a Bear in Paris, from Alexandre Dumas. Some 60 years ago and more, a well-known artist named Camps lived in Paris. He was the intimate friend of some of the first authors, artists, and scientific men of the day, and was devotedly fond of animals of all sorts. He loved to paint them, and he kept quite a small menagerie in his studio where a bear, a monkey, a tortoise, and a frog lived, more or less, in peace and harmony together. The bear's name was Tom. The monkey's name was Jacko the First. Side note, to distinguish him from Jacko the Second, a monkey belonging to Tony Johano, the painter. The frog was Mademoiselle Camargo, and the tortoise Gazelle. Here follows the story of Tom, the bear. It was the night of Shrove Tuesday in the year 1832. Tom had as of yet only spent 6 months in Paris, but he was really one of the most attractive bears you could wish to meet. He ran to open the door when the bell rang. He mounted guard for hours together, halberd in hand, standing on his hind legs, and he danced a minuet with infinite grace, holding a broomstick behind his head. He had spent the whole day in exercise of these varied accomplishments, to the great delight of the frequenters of his master's studio, and had just retired to the press which did duty as his hutch, to seek a little repose, when there was a knock at the front door. Jacko instantly showed such signs of joy that the Camps made a shrewd guess that the visitor could be no other than Fan, the self-elected tutor-in-chief to the two animals. Nor was he mistaken. The door opened, Fan appeared, dressed as a clown, and Jacko flung himself in rapture into his arms. Very good, said Fan, placing the monkey on the table and handing him a cane. You're a real charming creature. Carry arms. Present arms. Make ready. Fire. Capital. I'll have a complete uniform made for you, and you shall mount guard instead of me. But I haven't come for you tonight. It's your friend Tom I want. Where may he be? Why, in his hutch, I suppose, said the Camps. Tom. Here. Tom, cried Fan. Tom gave a low growl, just to show that he knew very well who they were talking of, but that he was in no hurry to show himself. Well, exclaimed Fan, is this how my orders are obeyed? Tom, my friend, don't force me to resort to extreme measures. Tom stretched one great paw beyond the cupboard without allowing any more of his person to be seen, and began to yawn plaintively, like a child just wakened from its first sleep. Where is the broomstick? Inquired Fan in threatening tones, and rattling the collection of Indian bows, arrows, and spears which stood behind the door. Ready? Cried the Camps, pointing to Tom, who, on hearing these well-known sounds, had roused himself with more ado, and advanced towards his tutor with a perfectly innocent and unconscious air. That's right, said Fan. Now be a good fellow, particularly as one has come all this way on purpose to fetch you. Tom waved his head up and down. So now, shake hands with your friends. First rate. Do you mean to take him with you? Asked the Camps. Rather, replied Fan, and give him a good time into the bargain. And where are you going? To the carnival masked ball, nothing less. Now then, Tom, my friend, come along. We've got a cab outside waiting by the hour. As though fully appreciating the force of this argument, Tom trundled down the stairs 4 steps at a time, followed by his friend. The driver opened the cab door, and Tom, under Fan's guidance, stepped in as if he had done nothing else all his life. My eye, that's a queer sort of fancy dress, said cabby. Anyone might take him for a real bear. Where to, gentlemen? Odeon Theatre, said Fan. Ron, observed Tom. All right, said the cabman. Keep your temper. It's a good step from here. but we shall get there all in good time." Half an hour later the cab drew up at the door of the theatre. Fan got down first, paid the driver, handed out Tom, took 2 tickets, and passed in without exciting any special attention. At the second turn they made round the crush room. People began to follow Fan. The perfection with which the newcomer imitated the walk and movements of the animal whose skin he wore attracted the notice of some lovers of natural history. They pressed closer and closer, and anxious to find out whether he was equally clever in imitating the bear's voice. They began to pull his hairs and prick his ears. "Run," said Tom. A murmur of admiration ran through the crowd. Nothing could be more lifelike. Fan led Tom to the buffet, and offered him some little cakes, to which he was very partial, and which he proceeded to swallow with so admirable a pretense of voracity that the bystanders burst out laughing. Then the mentor poured out a tumbler full of water, which Tom took gingerly between his paws, as he was accustomed to do whenever De Camps did him the honor of permitting him to appear at the table, and gulped down the contents at one draught. Enthusiasm knew no bounds. Indeed, such was the delight and interest shown that when at length Fan wished to leave the buffet, he found they were hemmed in so dense a crowd that he felt nervous lest Tom should think of clearing the road with claws and teeth. So he promptly led his bear to a corner, placed him with his back against the wall, and told him to stay there till further orders. As has been already mentioned, this drill was quite familiar to Tom, and he was well suited to his natural indolence, and when a harlequin offered his hat to complete the picture, he settled himself comfortably, gravely laying one great paw on his wooden gun. "Do you happen to know," said Fan to the obliging harlequin, "who you have lent your hat to?" "No," replied Harlequin. "You mean to say you don't guess?" "Not in the least. Come, take a good look at him. From the grace of all his movements, from the manner in which he carries his head slightly on one side, like Alexandre the Great, from the admirable imitations of the bear's voice, you don't mean to say you don't recognize him?" "Upon my word, I don't." "Audrey. Side note, a well-known actor of the time," whispered Fan mysteriously. "Audrey in his costume from The Bear and the Pacha." "Oh, but he acts a white bear, you know?" "Just so. That's why he has chosen a brown bear skin as a disguise." "Ho, ho! You're a good one," cried Harlequin. "Gran," observed Tom. "Well, now you mention it, I do recognize his voice. Really, I wonder it had not struck me before. Do ask him to disguise it better." "Yes, yes," said Fran, moving towards the ballroom. "But it will never do to worry him. However, I'll try to persuade him to dance a minuet presently." "Oh, could you really?" "He promised to do so. Just give a hint to your friends and try to prevent their teasing him." "All right." Tom made his way through the crowd, whilst the disguised harlequin moved from one mask to another, telling his news with warnings to be discreet, which were well received. Just then, too, the sounds of lively gallop were heard, and a general rush to the ballroom took place, Harlequin only pausing to murmur in Tom's ear, "I know you, my fine mask." "Run," replied Tom. "Ah, it's all very well to growl, but you'll dance a minuet, won't you, old fellow?" Tom waved his head up and down as his way was when anyone asked him a question, and Harlequin, satisfied with a silent consent, ran off to find Columbine and to dance the gallop. Meanwhile, Tom remained alone with the waiters, motionless at his post, but with longing eyes turned towards the counter on which the most tempting piles of cake were heaped on numerous dishes. The waiters, remarking that his rapt attention, and pleased to tempt a customer, stretched out a dish. Tom extended his paw and gingerly took a cake, then a second, then a third. The waiters seemed never tired of offering, or Tom of accepting these delicacies, and so, when the gallop ended and the dancers returned to the crush room, he had made short work of some dozens of little cakes. Harlequin had recruited a columbine and a shepherdess, and he introduced these ladies as partners of the promised minuet. With all the air of an old friend he whispered a few words to Tom, who, in the best humours after so many cakes, replied with the most gracious growl. The Harlequin, turning towards the gallery, announced that his lordship had much pleasure in complying with the universal request, and amidst loud applause the shepherdess took one of Tom's paws, and the columbine the other. Tom, for his part, like an accomplished cavalier, walked between his two partners, glancing at them by turns with looks of some surprise, and soon found himself with them in the middle of the pit of the theatre, which was used as a ballroom. All took their places, some in the boxes, others in the galleries, the greater number forming a circle round the dancers. The band struck up. The minuet was Tom's greatest triumph and Fan's masterpiece, and with the very first steps success was assured, and went on increasing with each movement, till at the last figure the applause became delirious. Tom was swept off in triumph to the stage, with where the shepherdess, removing her wreath of roses, crowned him with it, whilst the whole theatre resounded with the applause of the spectators. Tom leant over the front of the box with a grace all his own. At the same time the strains of a fresh dance were heard, and everyone hurried to secure partners except a few courtiers of the new star, who hovered round in hope of extracting an order for the play from him. But Tom only replied to their broadest hints with his perpetual "G'ron." By degrees this became rather monotonous, and gradually Tom's court dwindled away, people murmuring that, though his dancing prowess were certainly unrivalled, his conversation was trifle and insipid, and an hour later Tom was alone. So fleeting is public favour. And now the hour of departure drew near. The pit was thinning and the boxes empty, and pale rays of morning light were glinting into the hall when the box opener, who was going her rounds, heard sounds of snoring proceeding from one of the stage boxes. She opened the door, and there was Tom, who, tired out after his eventful night, had fallen fast asleep on the floor. The box opener stepped in and politely hinted that it was 6 o'clock and time to go home. "Ron," said Tom. "I hear you," said the box opener. "You're asleep, my good man, but you'll sleep better still in your own bed. Come, come, your wife must be getting quite anxious. Upon my word, I don't believe he hears a word I say. How heavily he sleeps!" And she shook him by the shoulder. "Ron! All right, all right. This isn't a time to make believe. Besides, we all know you. There now, they're putting out the lights. Shall I send a cab for you? Ron! Come, come. The Odeon Theatre isn't an inn. Come, be off. Oh, that's what you're after, is it? Fie, Monsieur Audrey, fie. I shall call the guard. The inspector hasn't gone to bed yet. Ah, indeed. You won't obey the rules? You are trying to beat me, are you? You would beat a woman, and a former artiste to M. Audrey, would you? For shame. But we shall see. Here, help, police inspector, help! What's the matter? Cried the fireman on duty. Help! Screamed the box opener. Help! What's the matter? Asked the sergeant commanding the patrol. Oh, it's old Mother What's-her-name, shrieking for help in one of the stage boxes. Coming! Shouted the sergeant. This way, Mr. Sergeant, this way, cried the box opener. All right, my dear, here I am. But where are you? Don't be afraid. There are no steps. Straight on this way. He's in the corner. Oh, the rascal! He's as strong as a Turk. G'ron, said Tom. There, do you hear him? Is that to be called a Christian language? Come, come, my friend, said the sergeant, who had at last managed to distinguish Tom in the faint twilight. We all know what it is to be young. No one likes a joke better than I do. But rules are rules, and the hour for going home has struck. So right about face. March, and quick step 2. Run. Very pretty, a first-rate imitation. But suppose we try something else now for a change. Come, old fellow, step out with good will. Ah, you won't. You're going to cut up rough, are you? Here, my man, lay hold and turn him out. He won't walk, Sergeant. Well, what are the butt-ends of your muskets for? Come, a tap or two will do no harm. Run, run, run. Go on, give it to him well. I say, Sergeant, said one of the men, it strikes me he's a real bear. I caught hold of him by the collar just now, and the skin seems to grow on the flesh. Oh, if he's a real bear, treat him with every consideration. His owner might claim damages. Go and fetch the fireman's lantern. Run. Here's the lantern, said a man. Now then, throw some light on the prisoner. The soldiers obeyed. It is certainly a real snout, declared the sergeant. Goodness gracious me, shrieked the box opener as she took to her heels. A real live bear! Well, yes, a real live bear. Let's see if he has any name or address on him and take him home. I expect he has strayed, and being of a social disposition came into the masked ball. Run. There, you see, he agrees. Hollo, explained one of the soldiers. What's the matter? He has a little bag hung round his neck. Open the bag. A card. Read the card. The soldier took it and read, My name is Tom. I live at number 109 Rue Faubourg, Saint Denis. I have 5 francs in my purse, 2 for a cab, and 3 for whoever takes me home. True enough, there are 5 francs, cried the sergeant. Now then, 2 volunteers for escort duty. Here, cried the guard in chorus. Don't all speak at once. Let the 2 seniors have the benefit of the job. Off with you, my lads. 2 of the municipal guards advanced towards Tom, slipped a rope round his neck, and, for precaution's sake, gave it a twist or 2 round his snout. Tom offered no resistance. The butt-ends of the muskets had made him as supple as a glove. When they were 50 yards from the theatre, Bah! said one of the soldiers. 'Tis a fine morning. Suppose we don't take a cab. The walk will do him good. Besides, remarked the other, we should each have 2.5 francs instead of only 1.5. Agreed. Half an hour later they stood at the door of 109. After some knocking, a very sleepy portress looked out. Look here, Mother Wideawake, said one of the guard. Here's one of your lodgers. Do you recognize him? Why, I should rather think so. It's Monsieur de Camp's bear. The same day, Audrey the actor received a bill for little cakes, amounting to 7 francs and a half. End of section 1 of the Animal Storybook. Section 2, The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bishop. Cy the Panther, from Loudon's Magazine of Natural History. About 70 or 80 years ago, 2 little panthers were deserted by their mother in one of the forests of Ashanti. They were too young to get food for themselves, and would probably have died had they not been found by a passing traveler, and by him taken to the palace as a present to the king. Here they lived and played happily for several weeks, when one day the elder and larger, whose name was Cy, gave his brother, in fun, such a dreadful squeeze that, without meaning it, he suffocated him. This frightened the king, who did not care to keep such a powerful pet about him, and he gave him away to Mr. Hutchinson, an English gentleman, who was a sort of governor for the English traders settled in that part of Africa. Mr. Hutchinson and Cy took a great fancy to each other, and spent a great deal of time together, and when, a few months later, Mr. Hutchinson returned to Cape Coast, he brought Cy with him. The 2 friends always had dinner at the same time, Sai sitting at his master's side and eating quietly whatever was given him. In general he was quite content with his portion, but once or twice when he was hungrier than usual, he managed to steal a fowl out of the dish. For the sake of his manners the fowl was always taken from him, although he was invariably given some other food to satisfy his hunger. At first the inhabitants of the castle and the children were much afraid of him, but he soon became very tame, and his teeth and claws were filed so that he could not hurt anyone, even in play. When he got a little accustomed to the place, he was allowed to go where he liked within the castle grounds, and a boy was told off to look after him. Sometimes the boy would go to sleep when he ought to have been watching his charge, and then Sai, who knew perfectly well that this was not at all right, would steal quietly away and amuse himself till he thought his keeper would be awake again. One day, when he returned from his wanderings, he found the boy, as usual, comfortably curled up in a cool corner of the doorstep, sound asleep. Sai looked at him for a moment, and then, thinking that it was full time for him to be taught his duty, he gave him one pat on his head, which sent the boy over like a 9-pin, and gave him good fright, though it did not harm him any. Sai was very popular with everybody, but he had his own favourites, whom he could not bear to let out of his sight. When his master went out, he would station himself at the drawing-room window, where he could watch all that was going on, and catch the first sight of his returning friend. Being by this time nearly grown up, Sai's great body took up all the space, to the great disgust of the children, who could see nothing. They tried to make him move, first by coaxing and then by threats, but as Sai did not pay the smallest attention to either one or the other, they at last all took hold of his tail and pulled so hard that he was forced to move. Strange to say, the black people were a great deal more afraid of Sai than any of the white ones, and one of his pranks nearly caused the death of an old woman who was the object of it. It was her business to sweep out and keep clean the great hall of the castle, and one morning she was crouching down on all fours with a short broom in her hand, thinking of nothing but how to get the dust out of the floor, when Sai, who had hidden himself under a sofa and was biding his time, suddenly sprang on to her back. When he stood triumphantly, the old woman believed her last hour had come, and the other servants all ran away shrieking, lest it should be their turn next. Sai would not budge from his position till the governor, who had been alarmed by the terrible noise, came to see what was the matter, and soon made Master Sai behave himself. At this time it was settled that Sai was to travel to England under the care of one of his Cape Coast friends, and to be presented to the Duchess of York, who was very fond of animals. In those days, of course, journeys took much longer than they do now, and there were other dangers than any which might arise from storms and tempests. While the strong cage of wood and iron was being built which was to form Sai's house on the way to England, his lady keeper thought it would be a good opportunity to make friends with him, and used to spend part of every day talking to him and playing with him, for this, as everyone knows, is the only way to gain affection of bird or beast. It was very easy to love Sai, he was so gentle and caressing, especially with children, and he was very handsome besides his silky yellow coat with black spots, which, as the French say, does not spoil anything. Many creatures and many men might have made a great fuss at being shut into a cage instead of being allowed to walk about their own house and grounds, but everyone has always been kind to Sai, so he took for granted it was all right, and made himself as comfortable as he could, and was quite prepared to submit to anything disagreeable that he thought reasonable. But it very nearly happened that poor Sai had no voyage at all, for while he was being hauled from the canoe which had brought him from the shore into the ship, the men were so afraid to come near him that they had let his cage fall into the sea, and if the sailors from the vessel had not been very quick in lowering the boat, it would have been too late to save him. As it was, for many days he would not look up or eat or speak, and his friend was quite unhappy about him, although the same symptoms have sometimes been shown by human beings who have only been on the sea instead of in it. At last he was roused from his sad condition by hearing the lady's voice. He raised his head and cocked his ears, first a little, then more, and when she came up to the cage he rolled over and over with delight, and howled and cried and tried to reach her. When he got a little calmer, she told him to put his paws through the bars and shake hands, and from that moment Cy was himself again. Now it was a very strange taste on the part of a panther whose fathers and grandfathers had lived and died in the heart of African forests. But Cy loved nothing so much as lavender water, which white people use a great deal in hot countries. If anyone took out a handkerchief which had been sprinkled with lavender water, Cy would instantly snatch it away, and in his delight would handle it so roughly that it was soon torn to atoms. His friend in charge knew of this odd fancy, and on the voyage she amused herself regularly twice a week with making a little cup of paper, which she filled with the scent and passed through the bars, taking care never to give to him till he had drawn back his claws into their sheaths. Directly he got hold of the cup, Cy would roll over and over it, and would pay no attention to anyone as long as the smell lasted. It almost seemed as if he liked it better than his food. For some reason or other, the vessel lay at anchor for nearly 2 months in the river Gaboon, and Cy might have been allowed to leave his cage if he had not been an animal of such very strong prejudices. Black people he could not endure, and, of course, they came daily in swarms with food for the ship. Pigs, too, he hated, and they ran constantly past his cage, while as for an orangutan monkey about 3 foot high, which a black trader once tried to sell to the sailors, Cy showed such mad symptoms at the very sight of it that the poor beast rushed in terror to the other end of the vessel, knocking down everything that came in its way. If the monkey took some time to recover from his fright, it was very long before Cy could forget the shock he had received. Day and night he watched and listened, and sometimes when he fancied his enemy was near, he would give a low growl and arch his back and set up his tail. Yet, as far as we know, he had never from his babyhood killed anything. But when at last the winds were favorable, and the ship set sail for the open sea, other adventures were in store for the passengers. Pirates infested the coasts of Africa in those days, and they came on board and carried off everything of value, including the stores of provisions. The only things they did not think worth removing were the parrots, of which 300 have been brought by the sailors, and as these birds could not stand the cold and died off fast as the ship steered north, Cy was allowed one a day, which just managed to keep him alive. Still, there is very little nourishment to be got out of a parrot, especially when you eat it with the feathers on, and Cy soon became very ill, and did not care even for parrots. His keeper felt his nose and found it dry and feverish, so she begged that she might take him out of his cage and doctor him herself. A little while before, Cy would have been enchanted to be free, but now he was too ill to enjoy anything, and he just stretched himself out on the deck, with his head on his mistress's feet. Luckily she had some fever medicine with her, good for panthers as well as men and women, and she made up 3 large pills which she hoped might cure Cy. Of course it was not to be expected that he would take them of his own free will, so she got the boy who looked after him to hold open his mouth while she pushed down the pills. Then he was put back into his cage, the boy insisting on going with him, and both slept comfortably together. In a few days, with the help of better food than he had been having, he had got quite well, and on his arrival in England won the admiration of the Duchess of York, his new mistress, by his beauty and gentle ways, and his country house was not quite ready for him. He was left for a few weeks with a man who understood animals and seemed content and happy, and was allowed to walk about as he liked. Here the Duchess of York used constantly to visit him and play with him, even going to see him the very day before he and she were to move into the country. He was in excellent spirits and appeared perfectly well, but he must somehow have taken a chill, for when on the following day the Duchess's coachman came to fetch him, He found poor Cy had died after a few hours' illness from inflammation of the lungs. After all, he is not so much to be pitied. He had a very happy life, with plenty of fun and plenty of kindness, and he had a very rapid and painless death. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 3. The Buzzard and the Priest, by William Bingley. Bingley's Animal Biography. About 140 years ago, a French priest received a present of a large brown and grey bird, which had been taken in a snare intended for some other creature, and was very wild and savage. The man who brought it was quite ignorant what kind of bird it was, but the priest knew it to be the common buzzard, and made up his mind to try to tame it. He began by keeping it shut up and allowing it to take no food except out of his hand, and after about 6 weeks of this treatment it grew much quieter and had learnt to know its master. The priest then thought it would be safe to give the buzzard a little more freedom, and after carefully trying its wings so that it could not fly away, he turned it out into the garden. Of course, it was highly delighted to find itself in the sun once more, and hopped about with joy, and the time passed quickly till it began to get hungry, when it was glad to hear its master calling it to come in to dinner. Indeed, the bird always seemed so fond of the priest that in a few days he thought he might leave it quite free. So he unfastened its wings and left him loose, merely hanging a label with his own name round its neck, and putting a little bell round its leg. But what was the poor man's disgust to see the buzzard instantly spread out its great wings and make for the neighbouring forest, deaf to all his calls. He naturally expected that, in spite of his trouble and precautions, the bird had flown away for ever, and sat sadly down to prepare his next day's sermon. Now sermons are things that take up a great deal of attention, and he had almost forgotten his lost favourite when he was startled by a tremendous noise in the hall outside his study, and on opening the door to see what was the matter, he saw his buzzard rushing about, followed by 5 others, who were so jealous of its copper plate and bell that they had tried to peck them off, and the poor thing had flown as fast as it could to its master's house, where it knew it was safe. After this it took care not to wander too far from home, and came back every night to sleep on the priest's window sill. Soon it grew bolder still, and would sit on the corner of the table when he was at dinner, and now and then would rub his head against his shoulder, uttering a low cry of affection and pleasure. Sometimes it would even do more, and follow him for several miles when he happened to be riding. But the buzzard was not the only pet the priest had to look after. There were ducks and chickens and dogs and 4 large cats. The ducks and chickens it did not mind, at least those that belonged to the house, and it would even take its bath at the same time with the ducklings, and never trod upon them when they got in its way, or got cross and pecked them. And if hawks or any such birds tried to snap up the little ones who had left their mother's wings to take a peep at the world, the buzzard would instantly fly to their help, and never once was beaten in the battle. Curiously enough, however, it seemed to think it might do as it liked with the fowls and ducks that belonged to other people, and so many were the complaints of cocks and hens lamed and killed, that the priest was obliged to let it be known that he would pay for all such damage, in order to save his favourite's life. As to dogs and cats, it always got the better of them in any experiment which it amused the priest to make. One day he threw a piece of raw meat into the garden where the cats were collected to be scrambled for. A young and active puss instantly seized it and ran away with her prize, with all the other cats after her. But quick as she was, the Buzzard, who had been watching her movements from the bough of a tree, was quicker still. Down it pounced on her back, squeezed her sides with its claws, and bit her ear so sharply that she was forced to let go. In one moment another cat had picked the morsel up in its teeth, but it did not hold it long. The process that had answered for one cat would answer for a second, as the Buzzard very well knew. Down he swooped again, and even when the whole 4 cats, who saw in him a common enemy, attacked the bird at once, they proved no match for him, and in the end they were clever enough to find that out. It is not easy to know what Buzzards in general think about things, but this one hated Scarlet as much as any bull. Whenever he saw a red cap on any of the pheasants' heads, he would hide himself among the thick boughs overhanging the road where the man had to pass, and would nip it off so softly that the peasant never felt his loss. He would even manage to take off the wigs, which every one wore then, and that was cleverer still, and off he would carry both wigs and caps to a tall tree in a park near by, and hang them all over it like a new kind of fruit. As may be imagined, a bird so bold made many enemies, and was often shot at by the keepers, but for a long time it appeared to bear a charmed life, and nothing did it any harm. However, one unlucky day, a keeper who was going his rounds in the forest, and who did not know what a strange and clever bird this Buzzard was, saw him on the back of a fox which he had attacked for want of something better to do, and fired 2 shots at them. One shot killed the fox, the other broke the wing of the Buzzard, but he managed to fly out of reach of the keeper and hid himself. Meanwhile, the tinkling of the bell made the keeper guess that it must be the priest's pet, of which he had so often heard, and being anxious to do what he could to repair the damage he had done, he at once told the priest what had happened. The priest went out directly to the forest and gave his usual whistle, but neither on that evening nor on several others was there any reply. At last, on the 7th night, he heard a low answer, and on searching narrowly all through the wood, the priest found the poor Buzzard, which had hopped nearly 2 miles towards its old home, dragging its broken wing after it. The bird was very thin, but was enchanted to see his old master, who carried him home and nursed him for 6 weeks, when he got quite well, and was able to fly about as boldly as ever. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Cowper and His Hares, by William Bingley. No one was fonder of animals, or kinder to them, than Cowper the poet, who lived towards the end of the last century. But of all creatures, he loved hares best, perhaps because he, like them, was timid and easily frightened. He has left a very interesting account of 3 hares that were given to him when he was living in the country in the year 1774, and as far as possible, the poet shall tell his own story of the friendship between himself and his pets, Puss, Tiny, and Bess, as he called them. Cowper was not at all a strong man, and suffered terribly from fits of low spirits, and at these times he could not read, and disliked the company of people, who teased him by giving him advice or asking him questions. It was during one of these seasons of solitude and melancholy that he noticed a poor little hare belonging to the children of one of his neighbors, who, without meaning really to be unkind, had worried the little thing almost to death. Soon they got tired even of playing with it, and the poor hare was in danger of being starved to death, when their father, whose heart was more tender than theirs, proposed that it should be given to their neighbor Mr. Cowper. Now Cowper, besides feeling pity for the poor little creature, felt that he should like to teach and train it, and as just then he was too unhappy to care for his usual occupations, he gladly accepted the present. In a very short time Puss was given 2 companions, Tiny and Bess, and could have dozens more if Cowper had wanted them, for the villagers offered to catch him enough to have filled the whole countryside, if he would only give the order. However, Cowper decided that 3 would be ample for his purposes, and as he wished them to learn nice clean habits, he began with his own hands to build them a house. The house contained a large hall and 3 bedrooms, each with a separate bed, and it was astonishing how soon every hare knew its own bedroom, and how careful he was, for in spite of their names they were all males, never to go into those of his friends. Very soon all 3 made themselves much at home in their comfortable quarters, and Puss, the first comer, would jump on his master's lap and standing up on his hind legs would bite the hair on his temples. He enjoyed being carried about like a baby, and would even go to sleep in Cowper's arms, which is a very strange thing for a hare to do. Once Puss got ill, and then the poet took care to keep him apart from the other 2, for animals have a horror of their sick companions, and are generally very unkind to them. So he nursed Puss himself, and gave him all sorts of herbs and grasses as medicine, and at last Puss began to get better, and took notice of what was going on around him. When he was strong enough to take his first little walk, his pleasure knew no bounds, and in token of his gratitude he licked his master's hand, first back, then front, and then between every finger. As soon as he felt himself quite strong again, he went every now and then eating a leaf or 2 by way of luncheon. If the poet was ever later than usual in leaving the house, Puss would down on his knees and look up into his eyes with a pleading expression, or, if these means failed, he would seize his master's coat between his teeth and pull as hard as he could towards the window. Puss was, perhaps, the pleasantest of all the hares, but Bess, who died young, was the cleverest and most amusing. He had his little tempers. Not feeling very well, he was glad to be petted and made much of, but no sooner had he recovered than he resented any little attentions, and would growl and run away, or even bite if you attempted to touch him. It was impossible really to tame Tiny, but there was something so serious and solemn in all he did that it made you laugh even to watch him. Bess, the 3rd, was very different from the other 2. He did not need taming, for he was tamed from the beginning, as it never entered into his head that anyone could be unkind to him. In many things he had the same tastes as his friends. All 3 loved lettuces, dandelions, and oats, and every night little dishes were placed in their bedrooms in case they might feel hungry. One day their master was clearing out a birdcage while his 3 hares were sitting by, and he placed on the floor a pot containing some white sand, such as birds use instead of a carpet. The moment they saw the sand, they made a rush for it and ate it up greedily. Cowper took the hint, and always saw after that sand was placed where the hares could get at it. After supper they all spent the evenings in the parlour, and would tumble over together and jump over each other's backs and see which could spring the furthest, just like a set of kittens. But the cleverest of them all was Bess, and he was also the strongest. Poor Bess! He was the first to die, soon after he was grown up, and Tiny and Puss had to get on as best they could without him, which was not half as much as fun. There was no one now to invent queer games, or to keep the cat in order when it tried to take liberties, and no one, too, to prevent Tiny from bullying Puss, as he was rather fond of doing. Tiny lived to be 9, quite a respectable age for a hare, and died at last from the effects of a fall. Puss went on for another 3 years, and showed no signs of decay, except that he was a little less playful, which was only to be expected. His last act was to make friends with a dog, called mlcui, to whom he was introduced by his master. And though the spaniel could not take the place of Puss's early companions, he was better than nobody, and the 2 got on quite happily together, till the sad day, March 9, 1796, when Puss stretched himself at his master's feet and died peacefully and without pain, aged 11 years and 11 months. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 5, A Rat Tale, by Miss Evelyn Grieve. Huggy was an old rat when he died. Very old indeed. He was born in the middle of a corn rick, and there he might have lived his little life, had not the farmer who owned the rick caused it to be pulled down. That was Huggy's first experience of flitting, and it was done in such a hurry that he hardly had time to be sorry. It was pitch dark when his mother shook him up roughly and told him that he had to come along or else he would be killed by the farmer. And poor Huggy, blinking his sleepy eyes, struggled out of his snug little bed into the cold, black night. Several old rats met him at the entrance and sternly bade him stay where he was and make no noise, for the leader was about to speak. Huggy was wide awake by this time. The rat spirit of adventure was roused within him by the scent of coming danger, and eagerly he listened to the shrill, clear voice of the leader. "Friends, old and young, this is not a time for many words, but I want you all to know the cause of this sudden disturbance. Last night I was scavenging round the farmer's kitchen, seeking what I might devour, when in came the stable boy tapping an empty corn sieve which he had in his hand. He said a few words to the farmer, who rose hastily, and together they left the kitchen, I following at a convenient distance. They went straight to the stable and talked for some time with their backs to the corn bin, which was standing open in the window. After a while I managed to scramble up and peer into it, only to confirm what I dreaded most. The corn bin was empty. Tomorrow they will pull down this rick, thresh the corn, and replenish the empty bin. So, my friends, unless we mean to die by dog, stick, or fork, we had better be off as soon as it is daylight." There was a shuffle of feet all around, and a general rush of anxious mothers into the rick to fetch out their young. Huggy was waiting at the entrance, so as soon as he caught sight of his mother, he raced off with her to join the fast-assembling crowd at the back of the rick. The leader ranged them in lines of 10 abreast, and after walking up and down to see that all were in their places, he gave a shrill squeak, and the column started. They marched steadily for about 2 miles. Slowly, of course, because of the young ones. Nothing proved to be an obstacle to them. Sometimes a high wall crossed their path, but they merely ran up one side and down the other, as if it were a level road. Sometimes it was a broad river which confronted them, but they swam without hesitation. Rats will not stop at such trifles. At length they came to a field where a man with a pair of horses was plowing. His coat, in which his dinner was wrapped, lay on the wall some distance from him. Seeing such a number of rats, he left his horses and ran for his life, and hid behind a knoll, whence he could view the proceedings without himself being seen. To his great disgust, he saw the creatures first crowd round his coat, then run over it, and finally eat out of his pocket the bread and cheese his wife had provided for his dinner. That was a stroke of luck for the rats. They had not counted on so early a breakfast. So it was with lightsome hearts that they performed the rest of their journey. Huggy was very glad when it was over. He had never been so far in his life. He was only 3 weeks old. Their new home proved to be a cellar, which communicated on one side with sundry pipes running straight to the kitchen, and on the other with a large ventilator opening to the outside air. A paradise for rats. And as to the inhabitants of the house, we shall see. It was early in the afternoon when they arrived, so they had plenty of time to settle down before night. Huggy, having selected his corner, left his mother to make it comfortable for him, and scampered off for a poke around, as he called it. First he went to the kitchen, peeped up through a hole in the floor, and seeing no one about, cautiously crept out and sniffed into all the cupboards. As he was emerging from the last, he beheld a sight which made his little heart turn sick. There, in a corner which Huggy had not noticed before, lay a huge dog half asleep, and so great was Huggy's fright that he squeaked. Very faint indeed, yet loud enough to set Master Dog upon his feet. Next minute they were both tearing across the kitchen. Huggy was a wee bit in front, but so little he could feel the dog's hot breath behind him. There was the hole. Bump, scrabble, scrabble. Huggy was safe. Safe, yes, but oh so frightened. And what made him smart so dreadfully? Why, his tail was gone, bitten off by the dog. Ah, Huggy, my poor little rat. If it had not been for that foolish little squeak of fright, you might have been as other rats are. But now, Huggy almost squeaked again. It was so very sad and painful. Slowly he crept back to the cellar, where he had to endure the jeers of his young companions and the good advice of his elders. It was some weeks before Huggy fully recovered himself, and more weeks still before he could screw up his courage to appear among his companions as the tailless rat. But at last, he did crawl out, and because he looked so shy and frightened, the other rats were merciful and let him alone. The old rat, too, the leader, took a great fancy to him, and used to allow Huggy to accompany him on his various exploits, which was considered a great privilege among the older rats, and Huggy was very proud of it. One night he and the leader were out together, when their walk happened to take them, as it generally did, round by the pantry. As a matter of course they went in, and had a good meal off a loaf which the careless table-maid had left standing on the shelf. Besides the loaf was a box of matches, and Huggy could not be happy till he found out what was inside. First he gnawed the box a little, then he dragged it up and down, then he gnawed it a little more, and finding it was not very good to eat, he began to play with it. Suddenly, without any warning, there was a splutter and a flare. Huggy and the leader were outside in a twinkling, leaving the pantry in a blaze. Luckily, no great damage was done, for the flames were seen and put out in time. So, little by little, Huggy was led on. In vain did his mother plead with him to be careful. He was a big rat now and could look after himself, he said. The following week the leader organized a party to invade the henhouse. Of course Huggy was among the number chosen. It required no little skill to creep noiselessly up the broken ladder, visiting the various nests ranged along each side of the walls, for laying hens are very nervous ladies, and if startled make enough noise to waken a town. But the leader had selected his party well, and not a sound was made till the proper time came. Once up the ladder, each rat took it in turn to slip in behind the hen, and gently roll one egg at a time from under her. The poor birds rarely resisted. Experience had taught them long since the futility of such conduct. It was the young and ignorant fowls who gave all the trouble. They fluttered about in a fright and disturbed the whole house. But the rats knew pretty well which to go to, so they worked on without interruption. When they had collected about a dozen eggs, the next move was to take them safely down the ladder into the cellar. This was very soon done. Huggy lay down on his back, nestled an egg cozily between himself and his two front paws. A feather was put through his mouth, by which means a rat on either side dragged him along. Huggy found it rather rough on his back going down the ladder, but with a good supper in view, he could bear most things. The eggs having been brought thus to the level of the ground, the rats dragged them in the same way, slowly and carefully, down to the cellar. So time went on. Night after night, parties of rats went out, and each morning they returned with tales of adventure and cunning, all more or less daring. But the leader was getting old. Huggy had noticed for some time how gray and feeble he was becoming, nor was he much surprised when one day the leader told him that he, Huggy, would have to take his place as leader of the rats. 2 days after this the old rat died, leaving Huggy to succeed him, and a fine lot of scrapes did that rat and his followers get into. The larder was their favorite haunt, where joints of meat were hung on hooks, quite out of reach of them old rats, as the cook said. But Huggy thought differently, and in a trice 10 large rats had run up the wall and down the hook, and were gobbling the meat as fast as they could. But there was one hook, in the center of the ceiling, which Huggy could not reach. From this hook a nice fat duck was suspended by a string. "If only I could get on that hook, I should gnaw the string, and the duck would fall, and—" Huggy got no further. An idea had come to him which he communicated quickly with the others. The plan seemed to be appreciated, for they all ran to an old chair, which was standing just under this difficult center hook. The strongest rat went first, climbed up the back of the chair, and balanced himself on the top. Number 2 followed, and carefully balanced on number 1. Number 1 then squeaked, which meant he could bear no more. It was a pity he could not stand one more, for as they were, the topmost rat could just reach the prize. And though he nibbled all round as far as he could, it was not what might be called a square meal. The cook was indeed amazed when next morning she found only 3/4 of her precious duck remaining. "Ah!" she said. "I'll be even with you yet, you cunning beasts." And that night she sliced up a part of duck, with some cheese, and put it in a plate on the larder floor. At his usual hour, when all was dark and quiet, Huggy and his followers arrived, and seeing their much-coveted prize under their very noses, were cautious. But Huggy was up to the trick. "Tonight and tomorrow night you may eat it," he said, "but beware of the third." So they partook of the duck, and enjoyed it that night and the next, but the third the dish was left untouched. The cook was up betimes that morning, so that she might bury the corpses before breakfast. Her dog, the same dog who had robbed Huggy of his tail, according to his custom, followed her into the larder. On seeing the plate just as she had left it the night before, the cook, in her astonishment, forgot the dog, who, finding no one gainsay him, licked the dish with infinite relish. Poor dog! In spite of all efforts to save him, he died 10 minutes afterward, and the cook learnt her lesson also, for she never tried poisoning rats again. Here end the chief events of Huggy's life, at least all those that are worth recording. Some years after the death of the dog, I was sitting in the gloaming close to a steep path which led from the cellar down to the river, when what should I see but 3 large rats coming slowly toward me. The middle one was the largest, and evidently blind, for he had in his mouth a long straw, by which the other 2 led him carefully down the path. As the trio passed, I recognized the center one to be Huggy the Tailless. The next morning my little Irish terrier, Jick, brought him to me in his mouth, dead, and I buried him under a gloire de jaune in a sunny corner of the garden. Fantastic as some of the incidents may sound, they are nevertheless true, having been collected mainly from an old rat catcher living in the town of Hawick. End of Section 5. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. Section 6 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. The Animal Storybook. Edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 6. Snake Stories by Mrs. Lang. In 1850, Baron de Voguen, a French gentleman, left his native land and set sail for North America, to seek his fortune and adventures. He was descended from 2 noble adventurers, the Vaugan who led a cavalry troop from Dover to the Highlands to fight for Charles II, and the Vaugan who rescued Queen Clementina, wife of James III, from prison in Innsbruck. In 1850, adventurers, wild beasts, and red Indians were more plentiful than now, and Vaugan had some narrow escapes from snakes and bears. Soon after coming to North America, he had his first adventure with a rattlesnake. He was then camping at the gold fields of California, seeking for gold in order to have money enough to start on his voyages of discovery. His house was a log hut, built by himself, and his bed a sack filled with dry oak leaves. One day, finding that his mattress needed renewing, he went out with the sack and his gun. Having filled the sack with leaves, he went off with his gun in search of game for his larder, and only came home at nightfall. After having cooked and eaten his supper, he threw himself on his new mattress and was soon asleep. He awoke about 3, and would soon have fallen asleep again, but he felt something moving in the sack. His first thought was that it was a rat, but he soon felt by the way it moved that it was no quadruped, but a reptile. No rat, but a snake. He must have put it in the sack with the leaves, as might easily happen in winter when these creatures are torpid from the cold and sleep all curled up. With one leap the Baron was out of its reach, but wishing to examine it more closely, he took his gun to protect him in case of danger, and came near the bed again. But the ungrateful beast, forgetting that they had been bedfellows, threw itself on the gun and began to bite the muzzle. Fearing that it might turn and bite him next, the Baron pulled the trigger, and hitting the serpent, literally cut it in 2. It measured 2 feet long, and when the Baron cut off its tail, he found a quantity of scales which made the rattling sound, from which the serpent gets its name. As soon as the Baron had found enough gold, He bought a mule, whom he called Caddy, and whom he became very fond of, and set off into the backwoods in search of sport and adventure. Poor Caddy eventually met a terrible end, but that is a bear story. He soon added another companion, a young Indian girl, Kaluna by name. She was the daughter of a chief of the Utah tribe, and had been taken prisoner, with several other women, by a tribe of hostile Indians, whom the Baron fell in with. She would have been tortured and then burnt with the other prisoners, had the Baron not saved her life by buying her for a silk handkerchief, a knife and fork, and some colored pictures. She wandered with him and shared all his adventures, till she was found again by her tribe and taken back to them. One hot day they had been marching together about 30 miles through a country infested with panthers and pumas. The Baron was heading the procession, when suddenly a cry from Kaluna that she only used in moments of danger made him turn around. Then he saw that what he had taken to be a huge rotten branch of a tree, and had even thought of taking with him for their campfire that evening, was in reality an enormous serpent. It lay across the path asleep, its head resting on the trunk of a tree. The Baron raised his gun to his shoulder and came nearer the monster to get a good aim. He fired, but missed. The horrid creature reared itself nearly on end and looked at him with that fixed stare by which the serpent fascinates and paralyzes its victim. The Baron felt all the fascination, but conquering it, he fired a second time, and this time wounded the creature without killing it outright. Though mortally wounded, the snake's dying struggles were so violent that the young trees all round were leveled as if they had been cut with a scythe. As soon as they were sure that life was extinct, Kaluna and the Baron came nearer to examine the snake's dead body. Though part of his tail was missing, he measured, nevertheless, 5 yards long and 18 inches round. Thinking that it seemed of unusual girth, the Baron cut it open with an axe, and found inside the body a young prairie wolf, probably about a week old. The peculiarity of this snake was that it gave out a strong odor of musk, like the sea serpent in Mr. Kipling's book. The most horrible serpent that the Baron encountered and slew was the horned snake. He learned afterwards from the Indians that it is the most deadly of all the snakes of North America, for not only is its bite venomous, but its tail has a sting which contains the same poison. It crawls like other snakes, but when it attacks it forms itself into a circle, and then suddenly unbending itself flings itself like a lion on its victim, head forward and tail raised, thus attacking with both ends at once. If by chance it misses its aim and its tail strikes a young tree and penetrates the bark, the tree immediately begins to droop, and before long withers and dies. On the occasion when the Baron encountered it, Kaluna and he had been fleeing all night, fearing an attack of hostile Indians. About daylight they ventured to stop and take rest and food. While Kaluna lit the fire, the Baron took his gun and went in search of game. In about half an hour he returned with a wild turkey. When they had cooked and eaten it, he lay down and fell asleep, but had only slept for 2 hours when he awoke, feeling his hand touched. It was Kaluna, who woke him with a terror-stricken face. Looking in the direction she pointed, he saw about 50 yards away an enormous horned snake wound round a branch of sassafras. It was lying in wait for a poor little squirrel that cowered in the hollow of an oak. As soon as the squirrel dared to show even the tip of its nose, the serpent flung itself at it, but in vain, as its great head could not get into the hole. "Fortunately," the Baron says, "my gun was by my side. I rose and went to the rescue of the defenseless little creature. When the serpent saw me, he knew he had another sort of enemy to deal with, and hissing furiously hurled himself in my direction, though without quitting his branch. I stopped and took aim. The serpent eventually understood my attitude perfectly, for unwinding himself he began to crawl with all his speed toward me. Between us there was fortunately an obstacle, a fallen chestnut tree. To reach me he must either climb over it or go round, and he was too furious to put up with any delay. 10 paces from the tree I waited for him to appear, one knee on the ground, my gun at my shoulder, and the other elbow resting on my knee to steady my aim. At last I saw his hard head appear above the fallen tree. At the same moment I fired, and the ball pierced his head through and through, though without instantly killing him. Quick as lightning he wound himself round a branch, lashing out with his tail in all directions. It was his dying struggle. Slowly his fury subsided, and uncoiling himself, he fell dead alongside the tree. I measured him and found he was 8 feet long and 7 or 8 inches round. He was dark brown, and his head had 2 horns, or rather horned knobs. Wishing to carry away some souvenir to remember him by, when I should be at home again in France, I tried to cut off his horns, but found it impossible. Out of curiosity, I then took an axe and cut him open, when I found inside a little bird, dazed but living. Presently it revived and began to flutter about, and soon flew away among the bushes and was lost to sight. I did not know then that this is a common occurrence, and that when the Indians find a serpent asleep, as is generally the case after the creature has gorged itself, they hit it on the head with a stick, which makes it throw up what it has swallowed whole, and its victims are often still living. Kalua on one occasion had a narrow escape. She had put her hand in a hollow in a branch of a cherry tree where there was a blue jay's nest to take eggs, as she thought. Hardly had she put in her hand when she screamed with pain. A rattlesnake that had taken possession of the nest had stung her. The Baron, much alarmed, expected to see Kalua die before his eyes. He did not know of the remedy the Indians use for snake bites. Kalua herself was quite undisturbed, and hunted out among the bushes till she found the plant she knew of. Then, crushing some of the leaves between 2 stones, she applied them to the bite, and in a couple hours was completely cured. Besides these snakes, the Baron learned from the Indians that there is another even more dangerous, though not from its sting, which is not poisonous, but because it winds itself round its victim and strangles him to death. Fortunately, the Baron never met one, or he would probably not have lived to tell his snake stories. End of Section 6. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman.
Section 7 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Elephants Can Do by Mrs. Lang. Long, long ago, the earth was very different from what it is now, and was covered with huge forests made up of enormous trees. And in these forests there roamed immense beasts, whose skeletons may sometimes be seen in our museums. Of all these beasts there is only one remaining, and that is the elephant. Now the elephant is so big and shapeless that he makes one think he has been turned out by a child who did not know how to finish his work properly. He seems to need some feet badly, and to want pinching about his body. He would also be the better for a more imposing tail. But such as he is, the elephant is more useful and interesting than many creatures of 10 times his beauty. Large and clumsy though he may be, he alone of all animals has between his eyes a serpent for a hand, and he turns his trunk to better account than most men do their 2 hands. Ever since we first read about elephants in history, they were just the same as they are now. They have not learnt from associating with men fresh habits which they hand down from father to son. Each elephant, quick though he is to learn, has to be taught everything over again. Yet there is no beast who has lived in such unbroken contact with man for so many thousands of years. We do not know when he first began to be distinguished for his qualities from the other wild animals, but as far back as we can trace the sculptures which adorn the Indian temples, the elephant has a place. Several hundred years before Christ, the Greek traveler Herodotus was passing through Babylon and found a large number of elephants employed in the daily life of the city, and from time to time we catch glimpses of them in Eastern warfare, though it was not till the 3rd century B.C. that they were introduced into Europe by Alexandre the Great. The Mediterranean nations were quick to see the immense profit to which the elephant could be put, both in respect to the great weights he could carry, and also for his extraordinary teachableness. In India at the present day he performs all kinds of varied duties, and many are the stories told about his cleverness, for he is the only animal that can be taught to push as well as pull. Most of us have seen elephants trained to perform in a circus, and there is something rather sad in watching their great clumsy bodies gambolling about in a way that is unnatural as well as ungraceful. But there is no question as to the amount that elephants can be taught, particularly by kindness, or how skillfully they will revenge themselves for any ill treatment. In the early part of this century, an elephant was sent by a lady in India as a present to the Duke of Devonshire, who had a large villa at Chiswick. This lucky captive had a roomy house of its own, built expressly for it in the park, a field to walk in, and a keeper to look after it, and to do a little light gardening besides. This man treated the elephant, a female, with great kindness, and they soon became the best of friends. The moment he called out, she stopped, and at his bidding she would take a broom in her trunk and sweep the dead leaves off the grass, after which she would carefully carry after him a large pail of water for him to refill his watering pot. For in those days the garden hose was not invented. When the tidying up was all done, the elephant was given a carrot and some of the water, but very often the keeper would amuse himself with handing her a soda water bottle, tightly corked, and telling her to empty it. This she did by placing the bottle in an inclined position on the ground, and holding it at the proper angle with her foot, while she twisted the cork out with her trunk. This accomplished, she would empty the water into her trunk without spilling a drop, and then hand the bottle back to her keeper. In India, small children are often given into the charge of an elephant, and it is wonderful to see what care the animals take of them. One elephant took such a fancy to a small baby that it used to stand over its cradle and drive away the flies that teased it while it slept. When it grew restless, the elephant would rock the cradle or gently lift it to the floor and let it crawl about between its legs, till the child at last declined to take any food unless her friend was by to watch her eat it. Amazing tales have been told of what elephants can be trained to do. None is stranger than a story related to a missionary named Panther about some wild elephants in Ceylon. Some native soldiers who had been set to guard a large storehouse containing rice were suddenly ordered off to put down a rising in a village a little distance away. Hardly were their backs turned when a wild elephant was seen advancing to the storehouse, which was situated in a lonely place, and after walking carefully round it, he returned whence he came. In a short time he was noticed advancing for the second time, accompanied by a whole herd of elephants, all marching in an orderly and military manner. Now, in order to secure a granary as much as possible, the only entrance had been made in the roof, and had to be reached by a ladder. This was soon found out by the elephants, who examined the whole building attentively, and being baffled in their designs, retired to consult as to what they should do next. Finally, one of the largest among them began to attack one of the corners with his tusk, and some of the others followed his example. When the first relay was tired out, another set took its place, but all their efforts seemed useless. The building was too strong for them. At length a third elephant came forward and attacked the place at which the others had labored with such ill success, and by a prodigious effort he managed to loosen one brick. After this he did not take long to dig a hole big enough to let the whole herd pass through, and soon the two spectators, hidden in a banyan tree, saw little companies of 3 or 4 enter the granary and take their fill of rice, until they all were satisfied. The last batch were still eating busily when a shrill noise from the sentinel they had set on guard caused them to rush out. From afar they could perceive the white dress of the soldiers, who had subdued the unruly villagers and were returning to their post, and the elephants, trunks in air, took refuge in the jungle, and only wagged their tails mockingly at the bullets sent after them by the discomforted soldiers. End of section 7.
Chapter 8 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 8 The Dog of Montargis by Miss Eleanor Sellar. For 3 days Aubrey de Montdidier had not been seen by his friends and comrades in arms. On Sunday morning he had not attended Mass in the Church of Our Lady, but it was noticed that in the afternoon he was absent from the great tournament which was held at St. Catherine's. This astonished his friend, the young Sieur de Narsac, who had appointed to meet him there, that they might watch together the encounter between a Burgundian knight and a gentleman from Provence, both renowned in tilting, who were to meet together for the first time that day in Paris. It was unlike Aubrey to fail to be present on such an occasion, and when for 3 successive days he did not appear at his accustomed haunts, his friends grew anxious and began to question among themselves whether some accident might not have befallen him. Early on the morning of the 4th day de Narsac was awakened by continuous sound, as of something scratching against his door. Starting up to listen, he heard, in the intervals of the scratching, a low whine, as of a dog in pain. Thoroughly aroused, he got up and opened the door. Stretched before it, apparently too weak to stand, was a great gaunt grey hound, spent with exhaustion and hunger. His ribs stood out like the bars of a gridiron beneath his smooth coat. His tongue hung down between his jaws, parched and stiff. His eyes were bloodshot, and he trembled in every limb. On seeing de Narsac, the poor creature struggled to his feet, feebly wagged his tail, and thrust his nose into the young man's hands. Then only did de Narsac recognize in the half-starved skeleton before him the favourite dog and constant companion of his friend Aubrey de Montdidier. It was clear from the poor animal's emaciated appearance that it was in the last stage of exhaustion. Summoning his servant, de Narsac ordered food and water to be brought at once, and the dog devoured the huge meal set before it. From his starved appearance and from the voracity of which he devoured the food set before him, it was evident that he had had nothing to eat for some days. No sooner was his hunger appeased than he began to move uneasily about the room. Uttering low howls of distress from time to time, he approached the door. Then, returning to de Narsac's side, he looked up in his face and gently tugged at his mantle, as if to attract attention. There was something at once so appealing and peculiar in the dog's behaviour that de Narsac's curiosity was aroused, and he became convinced that there was some connection between the dog's starved appearance and strange manner and the unaccountable disappearance of his master. Perhaps the dog might supply the clue to Aubrey's place of concealment. Watching the dog's behaviour closely, de Narsac became aware that the dumb beast was inviting him to accompany him. Accordingly, he yielded to the dog's apparent wish, and leaving the house, followed him out into the streets of Paris. Looking round from time to time to see that de Narsac was coming after him, the greyhound pursued its way through the narrow, tortuous streets of the ancient city, over the bridge, and out by the Porte de Saint-Martin, into the open country outside the gates of the town. Then, continuing on its track, the dog headed for the forest of Bondy, a place of evil fame in those far off days, as its solitudes were known to be infested by bands of robbers. Stopping suddenly in a deep and densely wooded glade of the wood, the dog uttered a succession of low, angry growls. Then, tugging at de Narsac's mantle, it led him to some freshly turned up earth, beneath a wide spreading oak tree. With a piteous whine the dog stretched himself on the spot, and could not be induced by de Narsac to follow him back to Paris, where he straightway betook himself, as he at once suspected foul play. A few hours later a party of men, guided to the spot by the young Sieur de Narsac, removed the earth and dead leaves and ferns from the hole into which they had been hastily flung, and discovered the murdered body of Aubry de Montdidier. Hurriedly a litter was constructed of boughs of trees, and followed by the dog, the body was borne into Paris, where it was soon afterwards buried. From that hour the greyhound attached himself to the Sieur de Narsac. It slept in his room, ate from his table, and followed close at his heels when he went out of doors. One morning, as the two were threading their way through the crowded Rue Saint-Martin, de Narsac was startled by hearing a low, fierce growl from the greyhound. Looking down, he saw that the creature was shaking in every limb. His smooth coat was bristling, his tail was straight and stiff, and he was showing his teeth. In another moment he had made a dart from de Narsac's side, and had sprung on a young gentleman named Macaire, in the uniform of the king's bodyguard, who, with several comrades in arms, was sauntering along on the opposite side of the street. There was something so sudden in the attack that the Chevalier Macaire was almost thrown on the ground. With their walking canes he and his friends beat off the dog, and on de Narsac coming up, it was called away, and still trembling and growling followed its master down the street. A few days later the same thing occurred. De Narsac and the Chevalier Macaire chanced to encounter each other walking in the Royal Park. In a moment the dog had rushed at Macaire, and with a fierce spring at his throat had tried to pull him to the ground. De Narsac and some officers of the king's bodyguard came to Macaire's assistance, and the dog was called off. The rumour of this attack reached the ears of the king, and mixed with the rumour were whisperings of a long-standing quarrel between Macaire and Aubry de Montdidier. Might not the dog's strange and unaccountable hatred for the young officer be a clue to the mysterious murder of his late master? Determined to sift the matter to the bottom, the king summoned de Narsac and the dog to his presence at the Hôtel de Pont. Following close on his master's heels, the greyhound entered the audience room, where the king was seated, surrounded by his courtiers. As de Narsac bowed low before his sovereign, a short, fierce bark was heard from the dog, and before he could be held back, he had darted in among the startled courtiers, and had sprung at the throat of the Chevalier Macaire, who, with several other knights, formed a little group behind the king's chair. It was impossible longer to doubt that there was some ground for the surmises that had rapidly grown to suspicion, and that had received sudden confirmation from the fresh evidence of the dog's hatred. The king decided that it should be a trial by the judgment of God, and that a combat should take place between man, the accused, and dog, the accuser. The place chosen for the combat was a waste, uninhabited plot of ground, frequently selected as a duelling ground by the young gallants of Paris. In the presence of the king and his courtiers, the strange unnatural combat took place that afternoon. The knight was armed with a short, thick stick. The dog was provided with an empty barrel, as a retreating ground from the attacks of his adversary. At a given signal the combatants entered the lists. The dog seemed quite to understand the strange duel on which it was engaged. Barking savagely, and darting round his opponent, he made attempts to leap at his throat. Now on this side, now on that, he sprang, jumping into the air, and then bounding back out of reach of the stick. There was such swiftness and determination about his movements, and something so unnatural in the combat, that mlcui's nerve failed him. His blows beat the air without hitting the dog. His breath came in quick, short gasps. There was a look of terror on his face, and for a moment, overcome by the horror of the situation, his eye quailed and sought the ground. At that instant the dog sprang at his throat and pinned him to the earth. In his terror he called out and acknowledged his crime, and implored the king's mercy. But the judgment of God had decided. The dog was called off before it had strangled its victim, but the man was hurried away to the place of execution, and atoned that evening for the murder of the faithful greyhound's master. End of chapter 8.
Section 9 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. How a Beaver Builds His House, from Bingley's Animal Biography. If we could look back and see England and Wales as they were about 1,000 years ago, we should most likely think that the best houses and most prosperous villages were the work not of the Saxon or British natives, but of the little beavers, which were then to be found in some of the rivers, though they have long ceased to exist there. Those who want to see what beavers can do must look to America, and there, either in Canada or even as far south as Louisiana, they will find the little creatures as busy as ever, and as clever at house building as when they taught our forefathers a lesson in the time of Ethelstan or Canute. A beaver is a small animal measuring about 3 feet, and has fine glossy dark brown hair. Its tail, which is its trough and caubel, and many other things besides, is nearly a foot long, and has no hair at all, and is divided into little scales, something like a fish. Beavers cannot bear to live by themselves, and are never happy unless they have 200 or 300 friends close at hand, whom they can visit every day and all day, and they are the best and most kindly neighbors in the world, always ready to help each other, either in building new villages or in repairing old ones. Of course, the first thing to be done when you wish to erect a house or a village is to fix on a suitable site, and the spot which every beaver of sense thinks most desirable is either a large pond, or, if no pond is to be had, a flat low plain with a stream running through, out of which a pond can be made. It must be a very, very long while since beavers first found out the way to make a pond out of a stream was to build a dam across it so strong that the water could not break through. To begin with, they have to know which way the stream runs, and in this they never make a mistake. Then they gather together stakes about 5 feet long and fix them in rows tight into the ground on each side of the stream. And while the older and more experienced beavers are doing this, for the safety of the village depends on the strength of the foundation, the younger and more active ones are fetching and heaping up green branches of trees. These branches are plaited in and out of the rows of stake, which by this time stretch right across the river and form a dam often as much as 100 feet from end to end. When the best workmen among them declare the foundation solid, the rest form a large wall over the whole, of stones, clay, and sand, which gradually tapers up from 10 or 12 feet at the bottom, where it has to resist the pressure of the stream, to 2 or 3 at the top, so that the beavers can, if necessary, pass each other in comfort. And when the dam is pronounced finished, the overseer, or head beaver, goes carefully over every part, to see that it is the proper shape and exactly smooth and even, for beavers cannot bear bad work, and would punish any of their tribe who were lazy or careless. The dam being ready and the pond made, they can now begin to think about their houses, and as all beavers have a great dislike to damp floors and wet beds, they have to raise their dwellings quite 6 or 8 feet above the level of the stream, so that no sudden swelling of the river during the rainy season shall make them cold and uncomfortable. Beavers are always quite clear in their minds as to what they want and how to get it, and they like to keep things distinct. When they are in the water they are perfectly happy, but when they are out of it they like to be dry. In order to keep their houses warm and snug, they wait till the water is low during the summer, and then they can drive piles into the bed of the stream with more safety and less trouble than if the river is running hard. It generally takes 2 or 3 months before the village is finished, and the bark and shoots of young trees, which is their favorite food, collected and stored up. But the little round huts, not unlike beehives, are only intended for winter homes, as no beaver would think of sleeping indoors during the summer, or indeed of staying 2 days in the same place. So every 3 or 4 years they spend the long days in making their village of earth, stones, and sticks, plastered together with some kind of mortar which they carry about on their tails, to spread neatly over the inside of their houses. All that a beaver does is beautifully finished as well as substantial. The walls of his house are usually about 2 feet thick, and sometimes he has as many as 3 stories to his house, when he has a large family or a number of friends to live with him. One thing is quite certain: no beaver will ever set up housekeeping alone, but sometimes he will be content with 1 companion, and sometimes he will have as many as 30. But however full the hut may be, there is never any confusion. Each beaver has his fixed place on the floor, which is covered with dried leaves and moss, and as they manage to keep open a door right below the surface of the stream, where their food is carefully stored up, there is no fear that they will ever be starved out, and there they lie all the winter, and get very fat. Once a French gentleman who was traveling through Louisiana was very anxious to see the little beaver colony at work, so he hid himself with some other men close to a dam, and in the night they cut a channel about a foot wide through, and very hard labor they found it. The men had made no noise in breaking the dam, but the rush of the water aroused one beaver who slept more lightly than the rest, and he instantly left his hut and swam to the dam to examine what was wrong. He then struck 4 loud blows with his tail, and at the sound of his call every beaver left his bed and came rushing to see what was the matter. No sooner did they reach the dam and see the large hole made in it than they took counsel, and then the one in whom they put the most trust gave orders to the rest, and they all went to the bank to make mortar. When they had collected as much as they could carry, they formed a procession, 2 and 2, each pair loading each other's tails, and so traveling they arrived at the dam, where a relay of fresh laborers were ready to load. The mortar was then placed in the hole and bound tight by repeated blows from the beavers' tails. So hard did they work, and so much sense did they show, that in a short time all was as firm as ever. Then one of the leading spirits clapped his tail twice, and in a moment all were in bed and asleep again. Beavers are very hard working, but they know how to make themselves comfortable too, and if they are content with bark and twigs at home, they appreciate nicer food if they can get it. A gentleman once took a beaver with him to New York, and it used to wander about the house like a dog, feeding chiefly upon bread, with fish now and then for a treat. Not being able to find any moss or leaves for a bed, it used to seize upon all the soft bits of stuff that came in its way, and carry them off to its sleeping corner. One day a cat discovered its hiding place, and thought it would be a nice comfortable place for her kittens to sleep, and when the beaver came back from his walk he found, like the 3 bears, that someone was sleeping in his bed. He had never seen things of that kind before, but they were small and he was big, so he said nothing and lay down somewhere else. Only, if ever their mother was away, he would go and hold one of them to his breast to warm it, and keep it there until its mother came back. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The War Horse of Alexander, from Plutarch. There are not so many stories about horses as there are about dogs and cats. Yet almost every great general has had his favorite horse, who has gone with him through many campaigns and borne him safe in many battlefields. At a town in Sicily called Agrigentum, they set such store by their horses that pyramids were raised over their burial places, and the Emperor Augustus built a splendid monument over the grave of an old favorite. The most famous horse, perhaps, who ever lived was one belonging to Alexander the Great, and was called Bucephalus. When the king was a boy, Bucephalus was brought before Philip, king of Macedon, Alexander's father, by Philonicus, the Thessalian, and offered for sale for a large sum of 13 talents. Beautiful though he was, Philip wisely declined to buy him before knowing what manner of horse he was, and ordered him to be led into a neighboring field, and a groom to mount him. But it was in vain that the best and most experienced riders approached the horse. He reared up on his hind legs and would suffer none to come near him. So Philonicus, the Thessalian, was told to take his horse back whence he came, for the king would have none of him. Now the boy Alexander stood by, and his heart went out to the beautiful creature, and he cried out, "What a good horse do we lose for lack of skill to mount him!" Philip the king heard these words, and his soul was vexed to see the horse depart, but yet he knew not what else to do. Then he turned to Alexander and said, "Do you think that you, young and untried, can ride this horse better than those who have grown old in the stables?" To which Alexander made answer, "This horse I know I could ride better than they." "And if you fail," asked Philip, "what price will you pay for your good conceit of yourself?" And Alexander laughed out loud and said gaily, "I will pay the price of the horse." And thus it was settled. So Alexander drew near to the horse and took him by the bridle, turning his face to the sun so that he might not be frightened at the movements of his own shadow, for the prince had noticed that it scared him greatly. Then Alexander stroked his head and led him forwards, feeling his temper all the while. And when the horse began to get uneasy, the prince suddenly leapt on his back and gradually curbed him with the bridle. Suddenly, as Bucephalus gave up trying to throw his rider, and only pawed the ground impatient to be off, Alexander shook the reins, and bidding him go, they flew like lightning round the course. This was Alexander's first conquest, and as he jumped down from the horse, his father exclaimed, "Go, my son, and seek for a kingdom that is worthy, for Macedon is too small for such as thee." Henceforth Bucephalus made it clear that he served Alexander and no one else. He would submit quietly to having the gay trappings of a king's steed fastened on his head, and the royal saddle put on. But if any groom tried to mount him, back would go his ears, and up would go his heels, and none dared come near him. For 10 years after Alexander succeeded his father on the throne of Macedon, B.C. 336, Bucephalus bore him through all his battles, and was, says Pliny, of a passing good and memorable service in the wars, and even when wounded, as he once was at the taking of Thebes, would not suffer his master to mount another horse. Together these two swam rivers, crossed mountains, penetrated into the dominions of the great king, and farther still into the heart of Asia, beyond the Caspian and the river Oxus, where never European army had gone before. Then turning south, he crossed the range of the Hindu Kush, and entering the country of the 5 rivers, he prepared to attack Porus, king of India. But age and the wanderings of 10 years had worn Bucephalus out. One last victory near the Hydaspes, or Jhelum, and the old horse sank down and died, full of years and honors. B.C. 326. Bitter were the lamentations of the king for the friend of his childhood, but his grief did not show itself only in weeping. The most splendid funeral Alexander could devise was given to Bucephalus, and a gorgeous tomb erected over his body. And more than that, Alexander resolved that the memory of his old horse should be kept green in these burning Indian deserts, thousands of miles from the Thessalian plains where he was born. So round his tomb the king built a city, and it was called Bucephalia. End of section 10.
Chapter 11 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 11. Stories about Bears. Baron de Vaugan, a French gentleman whose adventures with snakes are also curious, was the hero of some encounters with a grizzly bear of North America. First, I would have you understand what sort of a creature he had for an opponent. Imagine a monster measuring, when standing upright, 8 or 9 feet, weighing 900 pounds, of a most terrifying appearance, and agility and strength surpassing all other animals, and cruel in proportion. Like his cousin the brown bear, whom he resembles in shape, he is a hermit, and lives alone in the immense trackless forests which covered the Rocky Mountains, and indeed, at least in olden times, the greater part of North America. During the day he sleeps in the depths of some mountain cavern, and wakes up at dusk to go out in search of prey. All the beasts of the forest live in terror of him. Even the white bear flies before him. He would go down to the valleys and attack the immense herds of buffaloes which grazed there, and which were powerless against him, in spite of their numbers and their great horns. They join themselves closely together and form one compact rank, but the grizzly bear hurls himself at them, breaks their ranks, scatters them, and then, pursuing them till he catches them up, flings himself on the back of one, hugs it in his iron embrace, breaks its skull with his teeth, and so goes slaying right and left before he eats one. Before the Baron's first, so to say, hand-to-hand encounter with a grizzly, he had been long enough in the country to know something of their ways, and how worse than useless a shot is unless in a fatal spot. After the return to her tribe of Kahlua, a young Indian girl who had been his one human companion in many days of wandering, the Baron was left with only his mule Caddy for friend and companion, and naturally felt very lonely. He set his heart on getting to the top of the Rocky Mountains, at the foot of which he then happened to be. Their glittering summits had so irresistible an attraction for him, that he did not stay to consider the difficulties which soon beset him at every step. No sooner did he conquer one than another arose, added to which the cold of these high regions was immense, and it constantly snowed. After 3 days he had to declare himself not only beaten, but so worn out that he must take a week's rest if he did not want to fall ill. First, it was necessary to have some sort of a shelter, and by great good luck he found just at hand a cavern in the rock, which, without being exactly a palace, seemed as if it would answer his purpose. Upon closer examination he found that it had more drawbacks than he cared about. All round were scattered gnawed bones of animals, and the prints of bears' claws on the ground left no doubt as to who the last inmate had been. The Baron, however, preferred to risk an invasion rather than seek another abode, and prepared for probable inroads by making across the entrance to the cave a barricade of branches of oak tied together with a flax, a quantity of which grew near. He then lit a good fire inside the cave, but as the last tenant had not considered a chimney necessary, the dense smoke soon obliged him to beat a hasty retreat. Besides, he had to go out to get supplies for his larder, at present as bare as Mother Hubbard's. With his usual good luck, the Baron found, first, a large salmon flapping wildly in its effort to get out of a pool where the fallen river had left it. This he killed, and next he shot a young deer about a mile away and carried it to camp on his back. In order to preserve these eatables, he salted some of them with salt that he had previously found in a lake near, and had carefully preserved for future use. He then dug a hole in a corner of the cave, putting a thick layer of dry hay at the bottom, and buried his provisions, Indian fashion, in order to preserve them. As it was still only 12 o'clock, the Baron thought he would spend the rest of the day in exploring the neighbourhood. First he examined the cave, which he found to be formed of big blocks of rock firmly joined together. Above the cave rose the cliff, and in front of it grew a fir tree, which served at the same time to defend the entrance and as a ladder to enable him to mount the cliff. As he could not take Caddy with him, he fastened him to the fir tree by his halter and girth joined together, so as to leave him plenty of room to graze. Then he put some eatables in his game bag and set off on a tour of discovery. When he had walked about 3 hours, and had reached a rocky point from which he had a fine view of the surrounding country, he sat down to rest under an oak tree. He knew nothing more till the cold awoke him. It was now 6 o'clock, and he had slept 3 hours. He started with all the haste he could to get back to his cave and Caddy before dark, but so tired and footsore was he that he was obliged to give in and camp where he was, for night was coming on fast. It was bitterly cold, and snow fell constantly, so he lit a large fire, which at the same time warmed him and kept away the bears, whom he heard wandering around the camp most of the night. As soon as the sun was up in the morning, he set off with all his speed to see what had become of Caddy. But though 15 miles is not much to bears' sport of their prey, it is much to a weary and footsore man, and when he had hobbled to within half a mile of the camp, he saw that it was too late. The bears, whom he had driven away from his camp in the night with firebrands, had scented poor Caddy, and 4 of them were now devouring him, father, mother, and 2 cubs. Imagine his rage and grief at seeing his only friend and companion devoured piecemeal before his very eyes. His first impulse was to fire, but he reflected in time that there were 4 to 1, and that, instead of avenging Caddy, he would only share his fate. He decided to wait on a high rock till the meal was ended. It lasted an hour, and then he saw the whole family set off to climb the mountain, from the top of which he had been watching them. They seemed to be making straight for him, and as it would be certain death to sit and wait for them, he slipped into a cranny in the rock, hoping that he might not be perceived. Even if he was, he would only be attacked by 1 at a time. He had not long to wait. Soon all 4 bears passed in single file, without smelling him or being aware of him. For this he had to thank poor Caddy. Their horrid snouts and jaws, being smeared with his blood, prevented their scenting fresh prey. When he had seen them at a safe distance, he ventured to go down to the cave he could no longer call his own. Of Caddy nothing remained but his head, still fastened to the tree by his halter. The barricade was gone, too, and from the cave came low but unmistakable growls. With one bound the Baron was up the tree, and from the tree on to the cliff. From there he threw stones down before the entrance to the cave, to induce the present inmate to come out, in order that he might take possession again. The bear soon came out, and, perceiving him, made for the fir tree. By its slow and languid movements, the Baron saw that it was curiosity more than anger that prompted it, and moreover it was evidently a very old bear, probably a grandfather, whose children and grandchildren had been to pay a visit. Curiosity or not, the Baron had no wish to make a closer acquaintance, and fired a shot at the brute, by way of a hint to that effect. This immediately turned his curiosity into wrath. Seizing the fir tree, which he was going to use as a ladder, he began to climb up. A second shot hit him in the shoulder. He fell, mortally wounded, but even after a third shot, which took him in the flank, his dying struggles lasted 20 minutes, during which he tore at the roots of the fir trees with his terrific claws. The Baron did not care to waste any of his bullets, now getting scarce, in putting out of his pain one of Caddy's murderers. When finally the bear was dead, the Baron came down to take possession of his cave, and at the same time of the bear's skin. On penetrated into the cave, he found that the rascal had paid him out in his own coin, and in revenge for the Baron taking his cave, had eaten his provisions. The Baron was quits in the end, however, as the bear's carcass furnished him meat enough for several days. The Baron cut off pounds of steak, which he salted and dried over the fire. The useless remains he threw over the nearest precipice, so that they should not attract wild beasts, to keep him awake all night with their cries. Then, having made a huge fire in front of the entrance, which moreover he barricaded with branches, he threw himself on his bed of dry leaves to sleep the sleep of exhaustion. Some time passed before the Baron's next encounter with a bear. He was camping one night in a dense forest, sleeping as usual, with one eye and one ear open, and his weapon at hand, already loaded. His rest was broken by the usual nightly sounds of the forest, of leaves crunched and branches broken, showing that many of the inmates of the woods were astir. But he did not let these usual sounds disturb him, till he heard in the distance the hoarse and unmistakable cry of the bear. Then he thought it time to change the shot in his gun for something more worthy of such a foe. This preparation made, he set off at dawn on his day's march, which up to midday led him along the bank of a large river. He thought no more of the blood-curdling howls of the night, till suddenly he heard from a distance terror-stricken cries. He put his ear to the ground, Indian fashion, to listen better, and as the danger, whatever it was, seemed to be coming nearer, he jumped into a thicket of wild cherry and willow trees, and waited there in ambush, gun in hand. In a few minutes a band of Indians, with their squaws, appeared on the opposite bank of the river, and straightway leaped into the water, like so many frogs jumping into an undisturbed swamp. At first he thought he was being attacked, but soon saw it was the Indians who were being pursued, and that they all, men and women, were swimming for dear life. Moreover, the women were laden with their children, one, and sometimes two, being strapped to their backs in a sort of cradle of birch bark. This additional weight made them swim slower than the men, who soon reached the opposite shore, and then took to their heels, helter-skelter, except three, who remained behind to encourage the women. The Baron at first thought it was an attack of other Indians, and that it would be prudent to beat a retreat, when suddenly the same terrible cry that had kept him awake in the latter part of the night resounded through the forest, and at the same time there appeared on a high bank on the other shore a huge mass of a dirty grey colour, which hurled itself downhill, plunged into the river, and began to swim across at a terrific speed. It was a grizzly bear of tremendous size. So fast did it swim that in no time it had nearly caught up with the last of the squaws, a young woman with twin babies at her back, whose cries, often interrupted by the water getting into their mouths, would have melted the heart of a stone. The three Indians who had remained on the bank did their utmost to stop the bear by shooting their poisoned arrows at it, but the distance was too great, and the huge animal came on so fast that in another minute mother and child would be lost. The Baron could not remain a spectator of so terrible a scene. He came out of the thicket where he was hidden, and frightened the Indians almost as much as if he had been another bear. Resting his gun on the trunk of a tree, he fired at the distance of 125 yards, and hit the animal right on the head. It dived several times, and the water all round was dyed red with blood, but the wound was not mortal, and it continued on its way, only more slowly. After urging the Indian, who seemed to be the unhappy woman's husband, to go into the water to help her, for through terror and fatigue she could no longer swim, the Baron took deliberate aim again and fired. The second shot, like the first, hit the bear on the head, but again without killing it. It stopped the brute, however, long enough to let the poor woman get to shore, where she fainted and was carried away by the men to the forest, leaving the Baron and the bear to fight out their duel alone. The Baron had barely time to reload and climb to the top of one of the trees when the bear was already at the foot of it. So near was he when he stood upright that the Baron could feel his horrid breath. Up to then the Baron thought that all bears could climb like squirrels. Fortunately for him, he was mistaken. Expecting to be taken by storm, he fired straight in the creature's face. The two balls took a different course. One went through the jaw and came out by the neck. The other went into the chest. The bear uttered a terrific roar, stiffened itself in a last effort to reach him, and fell heavily on its back at the foot of the tree. The Baron might have thought him dead, had he not already seen such wonderful resurrections on the part of bears. But the 4 shots, though at first they dazed and troubled the beast, seemed afterwards to act as spurs, and he rose furious and returned to the charge. The Baron tried to use his revolver, but finding it impossible, he drew out his axe from his belt and dealt a violent blow at the bear's head, which nearly split it in two and sent the blood splashing in all directions. The bear again fell to the ground, this time to rise no more. The Baron, being now convinced that the grizzly bear is no tree climber, took his time to draw out his revolver, to take aim and fire. The shot put out one of the bear's eyes. The axe had already taken out the other. This finished him, but his death struggles lasted 20 minutes, during which the tree was nearly uprooted. When all was at an end, the Baron came down. He cut off the formidable claws and broke off the teeth with an axe to take a trophy in imitation of the Indians, and then proceeded to skin him and cut him up. The Indians, who had been watching the combat at a safe distance, now came back, enthusiastic. They surrounded them, the victor and the vanquished, and danced a war dance, singing impromptu words. The Baron, seated on the bear's carcass, joined in the chorus, but the Indians, not content with that, insisted on his joining in the dance as well. The rejoicing over, the Baron divided among the 20 Indians the flesh of the bear, about 15 pound or 20 pound fell to each. The skin he kept to himself, and the claws, of which the Indians made him a warrior's necklace, hanging it round his neck like an order of knighthood. End of chapter 11. Section 12 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 12. Stories about Ants, by Mrs. Lang. If anyone will watch an ant-hill on a fine day in April, he will see the little inhabitants begin to rouse themselves from their winter sleep, which lasts from the month of October, with the red ant at all events. Groups of them come out to the top of the ant-hill to warm and thaw themselves in the rays of the sun. Some, more active and robust, run in and out, waking up the lazy, hurrying the laggards, and rousing all the little community to begin their summer habits. But this activity does not last long. They are as yet only half awake, and still numb and torpid from the winter's cold, and the little throng increases or diminishes as the sun shines or disappears behind a cloud. As 2, 2:30, and 3 o'clock arrive, they have nearly all disappeared inside the ant heap, leaving only a few warriors of a larger make and tried courage to watch over the well-being of the little republic, and to close up all openings with tiny chips of wood, dry leaves, and shreds of moss, so as to hide the entrances from human eye. 2 or 3 sentinels wander round to see that all is secure, and then they enter, and all is still. If we come back again in about a week, we shall find the ants in the middle of their regular migration to the summer quarters, not far from their winter ones. This takes place with the red ant, at all events, with great regularity every April and October. The red ant is beyond doubt a slave owner, The slaves may be easily recognized from their masters by being of a smaller make and light yellow color. As soon as the masters have fixed the day of their flitting, they begin probably to ensure the consent of the slaves by violently seeking them and rolling them into a ball, and then grasping them firmly, they set off towards the summer quarters at full gallop, if an ant can be said to gallop. The master ant is in a great hurry to get rid of his living burden. He goes straight ahead in spite of all obstacles, avoiding all interruptions and delays, and as soon as he arrives at the summer ant heap, plunges in, deposits the slave all breathless and terrified from his forced journey, and sets off back for another. Darwin, who closely studied the migrations of the ant, says that they differ in their means of transport. One sort is carried by the slaves, the other, our friend the red ant, scientifically called Formica sanguinea, carries his property carefully in his mouth. It seems strange to us that the master should carry the slave, but no stranger than it would appear to the ants, if they should begin to study our habits, that some of us should sit in a carriage and be driven by the coachman. The slave, once installed in his summer quarters, seldom appears again before the autumn exodus, unless in the event of some disturbance in the camp, or its invasion by some ants of a hostile tribe, when the slaves take part in the defence, and especially watch over the young ones. The slaves seem to be carpenters and miners, and warriors when necessary. They build the dwelling, repair it, of which it has constant need, and defend it in case of attack with dauntless courage, but their principal duties seem to be to take charge of the development of the young, and to feed the masters, no small task, as there seem to be 10 masters to 1 slave, and they seem incapable of eating unless fed. Experiments have been tried of removing the slaves from them, and though sugar and every sort of tempting food is put down beside them, they will starve rather than help themselves. In fact, one wonders what the masters can be left for but to drive the slaves, which they do with great ardour. A French gentleman who spent years studying the habits of the ants tried one day, by way of experiment, to take a slave away from its master. He had great difficulty in removing it from its bearer, who struggled furiously and clung to its burden. When at last the slave was set free, instead of profiting from its liberty, it turned round and round in a circle as if dazed, then hid itself under a dead leaf. A master ant presently came along, an animated conversation took place, and the slave ant was seized upon and borne off again to bondage. The same gentleman another day observed a slave ant venture out to the entrance to the ant hill to enjoy the warmth of the sun. A great master ant spied it and set to with blows of its horns (antennae they are called) to persuade it that that was not its place. Finding the slave persisted in not understanding, the master resorted to force, and seizing it by its head, without taking the trouble to roll it up, as they are generally carried, he hurled it into the ant hill, where no doubt it received the punishment it deserved. If we came back to the ant heap a week after our last visit, we should find the migration finished if the weather has been fine. But ants, especially after their first awaking, are extremely sensitive to wind and rain, and only work well in fine weather. They are equally affected by weather before a storm. Even though the sun may be shining, they will remain in the ant heap with closed doors. If it is shut before midday, the storm will burst before evening. If it is shut before 8 or 9 in the morning, the rain will fall before noon. All this time we have been speaking only of the red ant, but there are any number of different kinds in Europe, not to mention the enormous ants of the tropics, who march in such armies that the people fly before them, deserting their villages. Different species differ totally in their habits and ways of building and living. The greater number of species live apart and not in a community with an elaborately constructed house like the red ant. The little black ant is the commonest in this country, and the busiest, and most active. She is the first to awake in March, sometimes in February, and the last to sleep, sometimes not till November. Their instincts and habits of activity, however, are apt to deceive them, and they get up too soon. The French gentleman already mentioned observed an instance of the kind. On February the 24th, after an unusually mild winter, the sun shone as if it were already summer, and it was difficult to persuade oneself that it was not, except that there were no leaves on the trees, no birds singing in the branches, and no insects humming in the air. First our friend went to examine the red ant heap, which was closed as usual, all the inhabitants being still plunged in their winter sleep. The black ants, on the contrary, were all awake and lively, and seemed persuaded that the fine weather had come to stay. Their instincts deceived them, for that night it froze. Rain, snow, and fog succeeded each other in turn, and when next he visited the ant heap, he found them lying in masses, stiff and dead, before the entrance to their dwelling. Between the red and black ants there is great enmity, and terrible combats take place. When they fight, they grasp each other like men wrestling, and each tries to throw the other down and break his back. The conquered remain on the battlefield, nearly broken in two, and feebly waving their paws, till they slowly expire in agonies. The conqueror, on the other hand, carries away his dead to burial, and his wounded to the camp, and then, entering triumphantly himself, closes the doors after him. The gentleman already quoted witnessed the funeral of an ant. He had passed the ant heap about a quarter of an hour and left, as he thought, all the inhabitants behind him, when he saw what appeared to be an enormous red ant making for home. On stooping to look more closely, he saw that it was one ant carrying another. He succeeded in separating them from each other, and then saw that the burden was neither a slave nor a prisoner, but a dead comrade being carried back to the ant heap for a decent burial. For if ants fall into the hands of the enemy, they are subjected, if alive, to the most cruel tortures, and if dead, to mutilations. Usually, when an ant is relieved of anything it is carrying, whether it be a slave, a wounded ant, or some eatable, it will set off at full speed, and let the burden be picked up by the next passing ant. But this one made no attempt to run away, and only turned round and round in a perplexed and irresolute way, till its dead friend was put down beside it. Then it seized its precious burden and set off homewards with it. Travellers even tell that in Algeria there are ant cemeteries near the ant heaps. No lover of animals doubts that they have a language of their own, which we are too stupid or deaf to understand. Anyone who studies the ways of the ants sees, beyond a doubt, that they too have a way of communicating with each other. For instance, an ant was one day seen at some distance from the ant hill, and evidently in no hurry to go back to it. In the middle of the path she perceived a large dead snail. She began by going round and round it, then climbed on its back and walked all over it. Having satisfied herself that it was a choice morsel, but too large for her to carry home alone, she set off at once to seek help. On the way she met one of her companions. She ran at once to her. They rubbed their antennae together, and evidently an animated conversation took place, for the second ant set off immediately in the direction of the snail. The first one continued on her way home, communicating with every ant she met in the same way. By the time she disappeared inside the ant heap, an endless file of busy little ants were on their way to take their share of the spoil. In 10 minutes the snail was completely covered by the little throng, and by the evening every trace of it had vanished. Recent observations have proved that the time-honoured idea of the ants storing up provision for the winter is a delusion which La Fontaine's famous fable, Le Fourmi et la Cigale, has done much to spread and confirm. It is now known, as we have already seen, that ants sleep all winter, and that the food which we constantly see them laden with is for immediate consumption in the camp. They eat all kinds of insects. Hornets and cockchafers are favourite dishes, but the choicest morsel is a fine, fat, green caterpillar, caught alive. They seize it, some by its head, some by its tail. It struggles, it writhes, and sometimes succeeds in freeing itself from its enemies, but they do not consider themselves beaten, and attack it again. Little by little it becomes stupefied from the discharges of formic acid the ants throw out from their bodies, and presently it succumbs to their renewed forces. Finally, though the struggle may last an hour or more, it is borne to the ant-heap and disappears, to be devoured by the inmates. Perhaps these short stories about ants may induce some of you to follow the advice of the preacher and go to the ant yourselves for more. End of chapter 12.
Section 13 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Taming of an Otter, from Bingley's British Quadrupeds. Otters used once to be very common in England, in the neighbourhood of rivers and even in some instances of the sea, but in many places where they once lived in great numbers, they have now ceased to exist. They destroy large quantities of fish, though they are so dainty that they only care for the upper parts of the body. If the rivers are frozen and no fish are to be had, they will eat poultry or even lambs, and if these are not to be found, they can get on quite well for a long time on the bark of trees or in young branches. Fierce though otters are when brought to bay, they can easily be tamed if they are caught young enough. More than 100 years ago, the monks of Autun in France found a baby otter only a few weeks old, and took it back to the convent and fed it upon milk for nearly 2 months, when it was promoted to soup and fish and vegetables, the food of the good monks. It was not very sociable with strange animals, but it made great friends with a dog and cat who it had known from a baby, and they would play together half the day. At night it had a bed in one of the rooms, but in the day it always preferred a heap of straw when it was tired of running about. Curious to say, this otter was not at all fond of the water, and it was very seldom that it would go near a basin of water that was always carefully left near its bed. When it did, it was only to wash its face and front paws, after which it would go for a run in the courtyard or curl itself to sleep in the sun. Indeed, it seemed to have such an objection to water of all kinds that the monks wondered whether it knew how to swim. So one day, when they were not so busy as usual, some of the brothers took it off to a good-sized pond and waited to see what it would do. The otter smelt about cautiously for a little, and then, recognizing that here was something it had seen before, it ducked its head and wetted its feet as it did in the mornings. This did not satisfy the monks, who threw it right in, upon which it instantly swam to the other shore and came round again to its friends. All tame otters are not, however, as forgetful of the habits and manners of their race as this one was, and in some parts they have even been taught to fish for their masters instead of themselves. Careful directions are given for their proper teaching, and a great deal of patience is needful, because if an animal is once frightened or made angry, there is not much hope of training it afterwards. To begin with, it must be fed while it is very young on milk or soup, and when it gets older on bread and the heads of fishes, and it must get its food from one person only, to whom it will soon get accustomed and attached. The next step is to have a sort of leather bag made, stuffed with wool and shaped like a fish, large enough for the animal to take in its mouth. Finally, he must wear a collar formed on the principle of a slip noose, which can tighten when a long string that is fastened to it is pulled. This is, of course, to teach the otter to drop the fish after he has caught it. The master then leads the otter slowly behind him, till by this means he has learned how to follow, and then he has to be made to understand the meanings of certain words and tones. So the man says to him, "Come here," and pulls the cord. After this has been repeated several times, the otter gradually begins to connect the words with the action. Then the string is dropped, and the otter trots up obediently without it. After that, the sham fish is placed on the ground, and the collar, which seems rather like a horse's bit, is pulled so as to force the mouth open, while the master exclaims, "Take it!" And when the otter is quite perfect in this, which most likely will not happen for a long time, the collar is loosened, and he is told to drop it. Last of all, he is led down to a river with a clear, shallow water, where a small dead fish is thrown in. This he catches at once, and then the cord which has been fastened to his neck is gently pulled, and he gives up his prize to his master. Then live fish are put in instead of the dead one, and when they are killed, the otter is given the heads as a reward. Of course, some masters have a special talent for teaching these things, and some otters are specially apt pupils. This must have been the case with the otter belonging to a Mr. Campbell, who lived near Inverness. It would sometimes catch 8 or 10 salmon in a day, and never attempted to eat them, while a man in Sweden called Nissen and his family lived entirely on the fish that was caught for them by their otter. When he is in his wild state, the otter lives in holes in the rocks or among the roots of trees, though occasionally he has been known to burrow underground, having his door in the water and only a very tiny window opening landwards, so that he may not die of suffocation. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 14, The Story of Androcles and the Lion, by Miss Eleanor Seller. Many 100 years ago, there lived in the north of Africa a poor Roman slave called Androcles. His master held great power and authority in the country, but he was a hard, cruel man, and his slaves led a very unhappy life. They had little to eat, had to work hard, and were often punished and tortured if they failed to satisfy their master's caprices. For long, Androcles had borne with the hardships of his life. But, at last, he could bear it no longer, and he made up his mind to run away. He knew that it was a great risk, for he had no friends in that foreign country with whom he could seek safety and protection, and he was aware that if he was overtaken and caught, he would be put to a cruel death. But even death, he thought, would not be so hard as the life he now led, and it was possible that he might escape to the sea-coast, and somehow someday get back to Rome and find a kinder master. So he waited till the old moon had waned to a tiny gold thread in the skies, and then one dark night he slipped out of his master's house, and creeping through the deserted forum and along the silent town, he passed out of the city into the vineyards and the cornfields lying outside of the walls. In the cool night air he walked rapidly. From time to time he was startled by the sudden barking of a dog, or the sound of voices coming from some late revelers in the villas which stood beside the road along which he hurried. But as he got further into the country, these sounds ceased, and there was silence and darkness all round him. When the sun rose, he had already gone many miles away from the town in which he had been so miserable. But now a new terror oppressed him, the terror of great loneliness. He had gone into a wild, barren country, and there were no signs of human habitation. A thick growth of low trees and thorny mimosa bushes spread out before him, and as he tried to thread his way through them, he was severely scratched, and his scant garments torn by the long thorns. Besides, the sun was very hot, and the trees were not high enough to afford him any shade. He was worn out with hunger and fatigue, and he longed to lie down and rest. But to lie down in that fierce sun would have meant death, and he struggled on, hoping to find some wild berries to eat, and some water to quench his thirst. But when he came out of the scrub wood, he found he was as badly off as before. A long, low line of rocky cliffs rose before him, but there were no houses, and he saw no hope of finding food. He was so tired that he could not wander further, and seeing a cave which looked cool and dark in the side of the cliffs, he crept into it, and stretching his tired limbs on the sandy floor, fell fast asleep. Suddenly, he was awakened by a noise that made his blood turn cold. The roar of a wild beast sounded in his ears, and as he started trembling and in terror to his feet, he beheld a huge tawny lion with great glistening white teeth standing in the entrance of the cave. It was impossible to fly, for the lion barred the way. Immovable with fear, Androcles stood rooted to the spot, waiting for the lion to spring on him and tear him limb from limb. But the lion did not move. Making a low moan as if in great pain, it stood licking its huge paw, from which Androcles now saw that blood was flowing freely. Seeing the poor animal in such pain, and noticing how gentle it seemed, Androcles forgot his own terror, and slowly approached the lion, who held up its paw as if asking the man to help it. Then Androcles saw that a monster thorn had entered the paw, making a deep cut, and causing great pain and swelling. Swiftly but firmly he drew the thorn out, and pressed the swelling to try to stop the flowing of the blood. Relieved from the pain, the lion quietly lay down at Androcles' feet, slowly moving his great bushy tail from side to side, as a dog does when it feels happy and comfortable. From that moment Androcles and the lion became devoted friends. After lying for a little while at his feet, licking the poor wounded paw, the lion got up and limped out of the cave. A few minutes later it returned with a little dead rabbit in its mouth, which it put down on the floor of the cave beside Androcles. The poor man, who was starving with hunger, cooked the rabbit somehow and ate it. In the evening, led by the lion, he found a place where there was a spring, at which he quenched his dreadful thirst. And so for 3 years Androcles and the lion lived together in the cave, wandering about the woods together by day, sleeping together at night. For in summer the cave was cooler than the woods, and in winter it was warmer. At last the longing in Androcles' heart to live once more with his fellow men became so great that he felt he could remain in the woods no longer, but that he must return to a town and take his chance of being caught and killed as a runaway slave. And so one morning he left the cave and wandered away in the direction where he thought the sea and the large towns lay. But in a few days he was captured by a band of soldiers who were patrolling the country in search of fugitive slaves, and he was put in chains and sent as a prisoner to Rome. Here he was cast into prison and tried for the crime of having run away from his master. He was condemned as a punishment to be torn to pieces by wild beasts on the first public holiday in the great circus at Rome. When the day arrived, Androcles was brought out of his prison, dressed in a simple short tunic, and with a scarf round his right arm. He was given a lance with which to defend himself, a forlorn hope, as he knew that he had to fight with a powerful lion, which had been kept without food for some days to make it more savage and bloodthirsty. As he stepped into the arena of the huge circus, above the sound of the voices of thousands on thousands of spectators, he could hear the savage roar of the wild beasts from their cages below the floor on which he stood. All of a sudden, the silence of expectation fell on the spectators, for a signal had been given, and the cage containing the lion with which Androcles had to fight had been shot up into the arena from the floor below. A moment later, with a fierce spring and a savage roar, the great animal had sprung out of its cage into the arena, and with a bound had rushed at the spot where Androcles stood trembling. But suddenly, as he saw Androcles, the lion stood still, wondering. Then quickly but quietly it approached him and gently moved its tail, and licked the man's hands, and fawned upon him like a great dog. And Androcles patted the lion's head, and gave a sob of recognition, for he knew that it was his own lion, with whom he had lived and lodged all those months and years. And seeing this strange and wonderful meeting between the man and the wild beast, all the people marveled, and the emperor from his high seat above the arena sent for Androcles, and bade him tell his story and explain this mystery. And the emperor was so delighted with the story that he said Androcles was to be released, and to be made a free man from that hour. And he rewarded him with money, and ordered that the lion was to belong to him, and to accompany him wherever he went. And when the people in Rome met Androcles walking, followed by his faithful lion, they used to point at them and say, "That is the lion, the guest of the man, and that is the man, the doctor of the lion." End of section 14. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman.
Section 15 of the Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bishop. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Monsieur Dumas and His Beasts, Chapters 1 through 3, by Mrs. Lang. Chapter 1. Most people have heard of Alexandre Dumas, the great French novelist who wrote The Three Musketeers and many other delightful historical romances. Besides being a great novelist, M. Dumas was a most kind and generous man, kind both to human beings and to animals. He had a great many pets, of which he gives us the history in one of his books. Here are some of the stories about them in his own words. I was living, he says, at Monte Cristo. This was the name of his villa at St. Germain's. I lived there alone, except for the visitors I received. I love solitude, for solitude is necessary to anyone who works much. However, I do not like complete loneliness. What I love is that of the Garden of Eden, a solitude peopled with animals. Therefore, in my wilderness at Monte Cristo, without being quite like Adam in every way, I had a kind of small earthly paradise. This is the list of my animals. I had a number of dogs, of which the chief was Pritchard. I had a vulture named Diogenes, 3 monkeys, of which bore the name of a celebrated translator, another of a famous novelist, and the third, which was a female, that of a charming actress. We will call the writer Potiche, the novelist of the last of the Lady Mignots, and the Lady Mademoiselle de Gassens. I had a great blue and yellow macaw named Bouvard, and a green and yellow parakeet named Papa Everard, a cat named Missouf, a golden pheasant called Lucullus, and finally a cock called Caesar. Let us give honor where honor is due, and begin with the history of Pritchard. I had an acquaintance named M. who, having heard me say I had no dog to take out shooting, said, "Ah, how glad I am to be able to give you something you will really like." A friend of mine who lives in Scotland sent me a pointer of the very best breed. I will give him to you. Bring Pritchard, he added to his 2 little girls. How could I refuse a present offered so cordially? Pritchard was brought in. He was an odd-looking dog to be called a pointer. He was a long-haired, gray and white, with ears nearly erect, mustard-colored eyes, and a beautifully feathered tail. Except for the tail, he could scarcely be called a handsome dog. M. Lerat seemed even more delighted to give the present than I was to receive it, which showed what a good heart he had. The children called the dog Pritchard, he said, but if you don't like the name, call him what you please. I had no objection to the name. My opinion was that if anyone had cause to complain, it was the dog himself. Pritchard therefore continued to be called Pritchard. He was at this time about 9 or 10 months old, and ought to begin his education. So I sent him to a gatekeeper named Vatrin to learn his duties. But 2 hours after I had sent Pritchard to Vatrin, he was back again at my house. He was not made welcome. On the contrary, he received a good beating from Michel, who was my gardener, porter, butler, and confidential servant all in one, and who took Pritchard back to Vatrin. Vatrin was astonished. Pritchard had been shut up with the other dogs in a kennel, and he must have jumped over the enclosure, which was a high one. Early the next morning, when the housemaid had opened my front door, there was Pritchard sitting outside. Michel again beat the dog, and again took him back to Vatrin, who this time put a collar around his neck and chained him up. Michel came back and informed me of the severe but necessary measure. Vatrin sent a message to say that I should not see Pritchard again until his education was finished. The next day, while I was writing in a little summer house in my garden, I heard a furious barking. It was Pritchard fighting with a great Pyrenean sheepdog which another of my friends had just given me. This dog was named Mouton, because of his white woolly hair like a sheep's, not on account of his disposition, which was remarkably savage. Pritchard was rescued by Michel from Mouton's enormous jaws. Once more beaten, and for the 3rd time taken back to Vatrin, Pritchard, it appears, had eaten his collar, though how he managed it Vatrin never knew. He was now shut up in a shed, and unless he ate the walls or the door, he could not possibly get out. He tried both, and, finding the door more digestible, he ate the door, and the next day at dinner-time Pritchard walked into the dining-room wagging his plumy tail, his yellow eyes shining with satisfaction. This time Pritchard was neither beaten nor taken back. We waited till Vatrin should come to hold a council of war as to what should be done with him. The next day Vatrin appeared. "Did you ever see such a rascal?" he began. Vatrin was so excited that he had forgotten to say "Good morning" or "How do you do?" "I tell you," he said, "that rascal Pritchard puts me in such a rage that I have crunched the stem of my pipe 3 times between my teeth and broken it, and my wife has had to tie it up with string. He'll ruin me in pipes. That brute, that vagabond, Pritchard." "Do you hear what is said about you?" said I. Pritchard heard, but perhaps did not think it mattered much about Vatrin's pipes, for he only looked at me affectionately and beat upon the ground with his tail. "I don't know what to do with him," said Vatrin. "If I keep him, he'll eat holes in the house. I suppose, yet I don't like to give him up. He's only a dog. It's humiliating for a man, don't you know?" "I'll tell you what, Vatrin," said I. "We will take him down to Vezenay and go for a walk through your preserves, and then we will see whether it is worth while to take any more trouble with this vagabond, as you call him. I call him by his name. It oughtn't be Pritchard. It should be Bluebeard. It should be Blunderbore. It should be Judas Iscariot." Vatrin enumerated all the greatest villains he could think of at the moment. I called Michel. "Michel, give me my shooting shoes and gaiters. We will go to Vezenay to see what Pritchard can do." "You will see, sir," said Michel, "that you'll be better pleased than you think," for Michel always had a liking for Pritchard. We went down a steep hill to Vezenay. Michel followed with Pritchard on a leash. At the steepest place I turned round. "Look there upon the bridge in front of us, Michel," I said. "There is a dog very like Pritchard." Michel looked behind him. There was nothing but the leather straps in his hand. Pritchard had cut it through with his teeth, and was now standing on the bridge amusing himself by looking at the water through the railing. "He is a vagabond," said Vatrin. "Look, where is he off to now?" "He has gone," said I, "to see what my neighbour Courage has for luncheon." Sure enough, the next moment Pritchard was seen coming out of M. Courage's back door. pursued by a maid servant with her broom. He had a veal cutlet in his mouth, which he had just taken out of the frying pan. "Monsieur Dumas," cried the maid, "Monsieur Dumas, stop your dog." We tried, but Pritchard passed between Michel and me like a flash of lightning. "It seems," said Michel, "that he likes his veal underdone." "My good woman," I said to the cook, who was still pursuing Pritchard, "I fear that you are losing time, and that you will never see your cutlet again." "Well then, let me tell you, sir, that you have no right to keep and feed a thief like that. It is you, my good woman, who are feeding him today, not I." "Me?" said the cook. It's M. Courage. And what will M. Courage say? I should like to know." "He will say, like Michel, that it seems Pritchard likes his veal underdone." "Well, but he'll not be pleased. He will think it's my fault." "Never mind. I will invite your master to luncheon with me. All the same, if your dog goes on like that, he will come to a bad end. That is all I have to say. He will come to a bad end." And she stretched out her broom in an attitude of malediction towards the spot where Pritchard had disappeared. We three stood looking at one another. "Well," said I, "we have lost Pritchard." "We'll soon find him," said Michel. We therefore set off to find Pritchard, whistling and calling to him as we walked on towards Vatron's shooting ground. This search lasted for a good half-hour, Pritchard not taking the slightest notice of our appeals. At last Michel stopped. "Sir," he said, "look there, just come look." "Well, what?" said I, going to him. "Look," said Michel, pointing. I followed the direction of Michel's finger and saw Pritchard in a perfectly immovable attitude, as rigid as if carved in stone. "Vatron," said I, "come here." Vatron came. I showed him Pritchard. "I think he is making a point," said Vatron. Michel thought so too. "But what is he pointing at?" I asked. We cautiously came nearer to Pritchard, who never stirred. "He certainly is pointing," said Vatron. Then, making a sign to me, "Look there," he said. "Do you see anything?" "Nothing." "What? You don't see a rabbit sitting? If only I had my stick, I'd knock it on the head, and it would make a nice stew for your dinner." "Oh," said Michel, "if that's all, I'll cut you a stick." "Well, but Pritchard might leave off pointing." "No fear of him. I'll answer for him, unless, indeed, the rabbit goes away." Vatron proceeded to cut a stick. Pritchard never moved, only from time to time he turned his yellow eyes upon us, which shone like a topaz. "Have patience," said Michel. "Can't you see that M. Vatron is cutting a stick?" And Pritchard seemed to understand as he turned his eye on Vatron. "You have still time to take off the branches," said Michel. When the branches were taken off and the stick was quite finished, Vatron approached cautiously, took a good aim, and struck with all his might into the middle of the tuft of grass where the rabbit was sitting. He had killed it. Pritchard darted in upon the rabbit, but Vatron took it from him, and Michel slipped it into the lining of his coat. This pocket had already held a good many rabbits in its time. Vatron turned to congratulate Pritchard, but he had disappeared. "He's off to find another rabbit," said Michel. And accordingly, after 10 minutes or so, we came upon Pritchard making another point. This time Vatron had a stick ready cut, and after a minute, plunging his hands into a briar bush, he pulled out by the ears a second rabbit. "There, Michel," he said, "put that into your other pocket." "Oh," said Michel, "there's room for 5 more in this one." "Hallo, Michel, people don't say those things before a magistrate." And turning to Vatron, I added, "Let us try once more. Vatron, the number 3 is approved by the gods." "Maybe," said Vatron, "but perhaps it won't be approved by M. Guerin." M. Guerin was the police inspector. Next time we came upon Pritchard pointing, Vatron said, I wonder how long he would stay like that. And he pulled out his watch. Well, Vatrin, said I, you shall try the experiment as it is your own vocation, but I am afraid I have not the time to spare. Michel and I then returned home. Vatrin followed with Pritchard an hour afterwards. 25 minutes, he called out as soon as he was within hearing, and if the rabbit had not gone away, the dog would have been there now. Well, Vatrin, what do you think of him? Why, I say he is a good pointer. He has only to learn to retrieve, and that you can teach him yourself. I need not keep him any longer. Do you hear, Michel? Oh, sir, said Michel, he can do that already. He retrieves like an angel. This failed to convey to me an exact idea of the way in which Pritchard retrieved, but Michel threw a handkerchief, and Pritchard brought it back. He then threw one of the rabbits that Vatrin carried, and Pritchard brought back the rabbit. Michel then fetched an egg and placed it on the ground. Pritchard retrieved the egg as he had done the rabbit and the handkerchief. Well, said Vatrin, the animal knows all that human skill can teach him. He wants nothing now but practice. And when one thinks, he added, that if the rascal would only come in to heel, he would be worth 20 pounds if he was worth a penny. True, I said with a sigh, but you may give up hope. Vatrin, that is a thing he will never consent to. Chapter 2. I think that the time has now come to tell my readers a little bit about Mademoiselle de Gossens, Potiche, and the last of the late memoirs. Mademoiselle de Gossens was a tiny monkey. I do not know the place of her birth, but I brought her from Havre, where I had gone. I don't know why, perhaps to look at the sea, but I thought I must bring something home with me from Havre. I was walking there in the quay when at the door of a bird fancier's shop I saw a green monkey and a blue and yellow macaw. The monkey put its paw through the bars of its cage and caught hold of my coat, while the blue parrot turned its head and looked at me in such an affectionate manner that I stopped. Holding the monkey's paw with one hand and scratching the parrot's head with the other, the little monkey gently drew my hand within reach of her mouth. The parrot half shut its eyes and made a little purring noise to express its pleasure. Monsieur Dumas, said the shopman, coming out with the air of a man who was more delighted to sell than I was to buy. Monsieur Dumas, may I accommodate you with my monkey and my parrot? It would have been more to the purpose if he had said, Monsieur Dumas, may I incommode you with my monkey and my parrot? However, after a little bargaining, I bought both animals, as well as a cage for the monkey and a perch for the parrot. And as soon as I arrived home, I introduced them to Michel. This, said Michel, is the green monkey of Senegal, Cercopithecus sabea. I looked at Michel in the greatest astonishment. Do you know Latin, Michel? I don't know Latin, but I do know my dictionary of natural history. Oh, indeed. And do you know what bird this is? I asked, showing him the parrot. To be sure I know it, said Michel. It is a blue and yellow macaw, Macrocercus arraana. Oh, sir, why did you not bring a female as well as a male? What is the use, Michel, since parrots will not breed in this country? There you make a mistake, sir. The blue macaw will breed in France. In the south, perhaps? It need not be in the south, sir. Where then? At Caen. At Caen? I did not know Caen had a climate which permits parrots to rear their young. Go and fetch my gazetteer. You will soon see, said Michel as he brought it. I read, Caen, capital of the department of Calvados, upon the Orne and the Odin, 223 kilometers west of Paris, 41,806 inhabitants. You will see, said Michel, the parrots are coming. Great trade in plaster, salt, wood, taken by the English in 1346, retaken by the French NC, never mind the date. That is all, Michel. What? Your dictionary never says that the arana, otherwise called the blue macaw, produces young at Cannes. No, Michelle, it does not say that here. What a dictionary! Just wait till I fetch you mine, and you will see. Michel returned in a few minutes with his book of natural history. You will soon see, sir, he said, opening his dictionary in his turn. Parrot, here it is. Parrots are monogamous. As you know Latin, Michel, of course you know what monogamous means. That means they can sing scales, gamut, I suppose. Well, no, Michel, not exactly. It means that they only have one wife. Indeed, sir. That is because they talk like us most likely. Now I have found the place. It was long believed that parrots were incapable of breeding in Europe, but the contrary has been proven on a pair of blue macaws which lived at Cannes. M. Lamoureux furnishes the details of these results. Let us hear the details which M. Lamoureux furnishes. These macaws, from March 1818 until August 1822, including a period of 4 years and a half, laid, in all, 62 eggs. Michel, I never said they did not lay eggs. What I said was, out of this number, continued Michel in a loud voice, 25 young macaws were hatched, of which only 10 died. The others lived and continued perfectly healthy. Michel, I confess to having entertained false ideas on the subject of macaws. They laid at all seasons of the year, continued Michel, and more eggs were hatched in the latter than in the former years. Michel, I have no more to say. The number of eggs in the nest varied. There have been as many as 6 at a time. Michel, I yield, rescue or no rescue. Only, said Michel, shutting the book, you must be careful not to give them bitter almonds or parsley. No bitter almonds, I answered, because they contain prussic acid. But why not parsley? Michel, who had kept his thumb on the page, reopened the book. Parsley and bitter almonds, he read, are a violent poison to parrots. All right, Michel, I shall remember. I remembered so well that some time after, hearing that M. Purcell had died suddenly, Purcell being the French for parsley, I exclaimed, much shocked, Ah, poor man, how unfortunate. He must have been eating parrot. However, the news was afterwards contradicted. The next day I desired Michel to tell the carpenter to make a new cage for Mademoiselle de Gossens, who would certainly die of cramp if left in her small travelling cage. But Michel, with a solemn face, said it was unnecessary. For, he said, I am sorry to tell you, sir, that a misfortune has happened. A weasel has killed the golden pheasant. You will, however, have it for your dinner today. I did not refuse, though the prospect of this repast caused me no great pleasure. I am very fond of game, but somehow prefer pheasants which have been shot to those killed by weasels. Then, said I, if the cage is empty, let us put in a monkey. We brought the little cage close to the big cage, and opened the doors. The monkey sprang into her new abode, bounded from perch to perch, and then came and looked at me through the bars, making grimaces and uttering plaintive cries. She is unhappy without a companion, said Michel. Suppose we give her the parrot. You know that little boy, an Auvergnat, who comes here with his monkey asking for pennies. If I were you, sir, I would buy that monkey. And why that monkey rather than another? He has been so well educated and is so gentle. He has a cap with a feather, and he takes it off when you give him a nut or a bit of sugar. Can he do anything else? He can fight a duel. Is that all? No, he can also catch fleas on his master. But, Michel, do you think that that youth would part with so useful an animal? We can but ask him. And there he is at this moment. And he called to the boy to come in. The monkey was sitting on a box which the little boy carried on his back, and when his master took off his cap, the monkey did the same. It had a nice, gentle little face, and I remarked to Michelle that it was very like a well-known translator of my acquaintance. If I have the happiness to become the owner of this charming animal, I continued, we will call it Potish. And giving Michel 40 francs, I left him to make his bargain with the little Auvergnat. Chapter 3. I had not entered my study since my return from Havre, and there is always a pleasure in coming home again after an absence. I was glad to come back, and looked about me with a pleasured smile, feeling sure that the furniture and ornaments of the room, if they could speak, would say they were glad to see me again. As I glanced from one familiar object to another, I saw upon a seat by the fire a thing like a black and white muff, which I had never seen before. When I came closer, I saw that the muff was a little cat, curled up half asleep and purring loudly. I called the cook, whose name was Madame Lamarque. She came in after a minute or two. So sorry to have kept you waiting, but you see, sir, I was making a white sauce, and you, who can cook yourself, know how quickly those sauces curdle if you are not looking after them. Yes, I know that, Madame Lamarque, but what I do not know is where this new guest of mine comes from, and I pointed to the cat. Ah, sir, said Madame Lamarque in a sentimental tone, that is Antony. An Antony? Madame Lamarque, what is that? In other words, an orphan, a foundling, sir. Poor little beast. I felt sure that would interest you, sir. And where did you find it, Madame Lamarque? In the cellar. I heard a little cry, meow, 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 and I said to myself, that must be a cat. No, did you actually say that? Yes, and I went down myself, sir, and I found the poor little thing behind the sticks. Then I recollected how you had once said, we ought to have a cat in the house. Did I say so? I think you are making a mistake, Madame Lamarque. Indeed, sir, you did say so. Then I said to myself, Providence has sent us the cat which my master wishes for. And now there is one question I must ask you, sir. What shall we call the cat? We will call it Missouf, if you have no objection. And please be careful, Madame Lamarque, that it does not eat my quails and turtle-doves or any of my little foreign birds. If M. Dumas is afraid of that, said Michel, coming in, there is a method of preventing cats from eating birds. And what is the method, my good friend? You have a bird in a cage. Very well. You cover 3 sides of the cage. You make a gridiron red hot. You put it against the uncovered side of the cage. You let out the cat and you leave the room. The cat, when it makes its spring, jumps against the hot gridiron. The hotter the gridiron is, the better the cat is afterwards. Thank you, Michel. And what of the troubadour and his monkey? To be sure, I was coming to tell you about that. It is all right, sir. You are to have Potish for 40 francs. Only you must give the boy 2 white mice and a guinea pig in return. But where am I to find 2 white mice and a guinea pig? If you will leave the commission to me, I will see that they are found. I left the commission to Michel. If you won't think me impertinent, sir, said Madame Lamarque, I should so like to know what Missouf means. Missouf means just Missouf, Madame Lamarque. It's a cat's name, then? Certainly, since Missouf the First was so called. It is true, Madame Lamarque, you never knew Missouf. And I became so thoughtful that Madame Lamarque was kind enough to withdraw quietly, without asking any questions about Missouf the First. That name had taken me back to 15 years ago, when my mother was still living. I had then the great happiness of having a mother to scold me sometimes. At the time I speak of, I had a situation in the service of the Duc d'Orléans, and the salary of 1,500 francs. My work occupied me from 10 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. We had a cat in those days whose name was Missouf. This cat had missed his vocation. He ought to have been a dog. Every morning I started my office at 9:30 and came back every evening at 5:30. Every morning Missouf followed me to the corner of a particular street, and every evening I found him in the same street, at the same corner, waiting for me. Now the curious thing was that on the days when I had found some amusement elsewhere, and was not coming home to dinner, it was no use to open the door for Missouf to go and meet me. Side note: a remarkable instance of telepathy in the cat, A.L. Missouf, in the attitude of the serpent with its tail in its mouth, refused to sit from his cushion. On the other hand, the days I did come, Missouf would scratch at the door until someone opened it for him. My mother was very fond of Missouf. She used to call him her barometer. Missouf marks my good and my bad weather. My dear mother would say, "The days you come in are my days of sunshine. My rainy days are when you stay away." When I came home, I used to see Missouf at the street corner, sitting quite still and gazing into the distance. As soon as he caught sight of me, he began to move his tail. Then, as I drew nearer, he rose and walked backwards and forwards across the pavement with his back arched and his tail in the air. When I reached him, he jumped up upon me as a dog would have done, and bounded and played round me as I walked towards the house. But when I was close to it, he dashed in at full speed. 2 seconds after, I used to see my mother at the door. Never again in this world, but in the next perhaps, I shall see her standing waiting for me at the door. That is what I was thinking of, dear readers, when the name of Missouf brought back all those recollections, so you understand why I did not answer Madame Lamarck's questions. Henceforth, Missouf II enjoyed the same privileges that Missouf I had done, although, as will be seen later, he was not distinguished by similar virtues, but was in fact a very different sort of cat. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bishop. Section 16 of the Animal Storybook, Monsieur Dumas and His Beasts, Chapters 4 through 6, by Mrs. Lang. Chapter 4. The following Sunday, when my son Alexandre and 1 or 2 intimate friends were assembled in my room, a second Avignon boy with a second monkey demanded admittance, and said that a friend having told him that M. Dumas had bought his monkey for 40 francs, 2 white mice, and a guinea pig, he was prepared to offer his for the same price. My friends urged me to buy the second monkey. "Do buy this charming creature," said my artist friend Giroux. "Yes, do buy this ridiculous little beast," said Alexandre. "Buy him, indeed," said I. "Have I 40 francs to give away every day, to say nothing of a guinea pig and 2 white mice?" "Gentlemen," said Alexandre, "I am sorry to tell you that my father is, without exception, the most avaricious man living." My guests exclaimed, but Alexandre said that one day he would prove the truth of his assertion. I was now called upon to admire the monkey, and to remark how like he was to a friend of ours. Giroux, who was painting a portrait of this gentleman, said that if I would let the monkey sit to him, it would help him very much in his work, and Mackay, another of my guests, offered amidst general applause to make me a present of it. Side note: Mackay, the immortal Augustus Macquet. This decided me. "You see," said Alexandre, "he accepts." "Come, young man," I said to the Avignon, "embrace your monkey for the last time, and if you have any tears to shed, shed them without delay." When the full price was paid, the boy made an attempt to do as I told him, but the last of the laid manoirs refused to be embraced by his former master, and as soon as the latter had gone away, he seemed delighted and began to dance, while Mademoiselle de Gossens in her cage, too, danced with all her might. "Look," said Mackay, "they like each other. Let us complete the happiness of these interesting animals." We shut them up in their cage together, to the great delight of Mademoiselle de Gassens, who did not care for Potiche, and much preferred her new admirer. Potiche indeed showed signs of jealousy, but not being armed with the sword which he used to have when he fought duels, he could not wash out his affronts in the blood of his rival, but become a prey to silent melancholy and wounded affection. While we were still looking at the monkeys, a servant came in bringing a tray with wine and seltzer water. "I say," said Alexandre, "let us make Mademoiselle de Gassens open the seltzer water bottle." And he put the bottle inside the cage on the floor. No sooner had he done so than all 3 monkeys surrounded it and looked at it with the greatest curiosity. Mademoiselle de Gassens was the first to understand something would happen if she undid the 4 crossed wires which held down the cork. She accordingly set to work, first with her fingers, and then with her teeth, and it was not long before she undid the first 3. She next attacked the 4th, while the whole company, both men and monkeys, watched her proceedings with breathless attention. Presently a frightful explosion was heard. Mademoiselle de Gassens was knocked over by the cork and drenched with seltzer water, while Potiche and the last of the Lady Manoirs fled to the top of their cages, uttering piercing cries. "Oh!" cried Alexandre, "I'll give my share of seltzer water to see her open another bottle." Mademoiselle de Gassens had got up, shaken herself, and gone to rejoin her companions, who were still howling lamentably. "You don't suppose she'll let herself be caught a second time?" said Giroux. "Do you know," said Mackay, "I should not wonder if she would. I believe her curiosity would still be stronger than her fear." "Monkeys," said Michel, who had come in on hearing their cries, "are more obstinate than mules. The more seltzer water bottles you give them, the more they will uncork. Do you think so, Michel?" "You know, of course. How can they catch them in their own country?" "No, Michel." "What? You don't know that, gentlemen?" said Michel, full of compassion for our ignorance. "You know that monkeys are very fond of Indian corn. Well, you put some Indian corn into a bottle, the neck of which is just large enough to admit a monkey's paw. He sees the Indian corn through the glass. Well, Michel, he puts his hand inside and takes a good handful of Indian corn. At that moment the hunter shows himself. They are so obstinate, the monkeys, I mean, they won't let go of what they have in their hand. But as they can't draw their closed fist through the opening, there they are, you see, caught. Well then, Michel, if ever our monkeys get out, you will know how to catch them again." "Oh, no fear, sir. That is just what I shall do." The seltzer water experiment was successfully repeated, to the triumph of Michel and the delight of Alexandre, who wished to go on doing it, but I forbade it, seeing that poor Mademoiselle de Gassens' nose was bleeding from the blow of the cork. "It is not that," said Alexandre. "It is because you judge your seltzer water. I have already remarked, gentlemen, that my father is, I regret to say, an exceedingly avaricious man." Chapter 5. It is now my painful duty to give my readers some account of the infamous conduct of Missouf II. One morning, on waking rather late, I saw my bedroom door gently opened, and the head of Michel thrust in, wearing such a concerned expression that I knew at once that something was wrong. "What has happened, Michel?" "Why, sir, those villains of monkeys have managed to twist a bar of their cage, I don't know how, until they have made a great hole, and now they have escaped." "Well, but, Michel, we foresaw that this might occur, and now you have only to buy your Indian corn and to procure 3 bottles the right size." "Ah, you are laughing, sir," said Michel, reproachfully. "But you won't laugh when you know all. They opened the door of the aviary." "And so my birds have flown away?" "Sir, your 6 pairs of turtle doves, your 14 quails, and all your little foreign birds are eaten up." Side note: let the reader compare the conduct of Mr. Gully later. But monkeys won't eat birds. No, but Master Missouf will, and he has done it. The deuce he has. I must see for myself. Yes, go for yourself, sir. You will see a sight, a field of battle, a massacre of Saint Bartholomew. As I was coming out, Michel stopped me to point to Potish, who had hung himself by the tail to the branch of a maple, and was swinging gracefully to and fro. Mademoiselle de Gassens was bounding gaily about in the aviary, while the last of the Laidwinoirs was practicing gymnastics on the top of the greenhouse. Well, Michel, we must catch them. I will manage the last of the Laidwinoirs if you will get hold of Mademoiselle de Gassens. As to poor little Potish, he will come of his own accord. I wouldn't trust him, sir. He is a hypocrite. He has made it up with the other one. Just think of that. What? He has made friends with his rival in the affections of Mademoiselle de Gassens? Just so, sir. This is sad indeed, Michel. I thought only human beings could be guilty of so mean an action. You see, sir, these monkeys have frequented the society of human beings. I now advanced upon the last of the Laidwinoirs with so much precaution that I contrived to shut him into the greenhouse, where he retreated into a corner and prepared to defend himself, while Potish, from the outside, encouraged his friend by making horrible faces at me through the glass. At this moment, piercing shrieks were heard from Mademoiselle de Gassens. Michel had just caught her. These cries so enraged the last of the Laidwinoirs that he dashed out upon me, but I parried his attack with the palm of my hand, with which he came in contact so forcibly that he lost breath for a minute, and then I picked him up by the scruff of the neck. "Have you caught Mademoiselle de Gassens?" I shouted to Michel. "Have you caught the last of the Laidwinoirs?" returned he. "Yes," we both replied in turn, and each bearing his prisoner, we returned to the cage, which had in the meantime been mended, and shut them up once more, while Potish, without lamentations, fled to the top of the highest tree in the garden. No sooner, however, did he find that his two companions were unable to get out of their cage, than he came down from his tree, approached Michel in a timid and sidelong manner, and with clasped hands and little plaintive cries, entreated to be shut up again with his friends. "Just see what a hypocrite he is," said Michel. But I was of opinion that the conduct of Potish was prompted by devotion rather than hypocrisy. I compared it to that of Regulus, who returned to Carthage to keep his promised word, or to King John of France, who voluntarily gave himself up to the English for the Countess of Salisbury's sake. Michel continued to think Potish a hypocrite, but on account of his repentance he was forgiven. He was put back into the cage, where Mademoiselle de Gassens took very little notice of him. All this time Missouf had been forgotten, calmly remained in the aviary, and continued to crunch the bones of his victims with the most hardened indifference. It was easy enough to catch him. We shut him into the aviary, and held a council as to what should be his punishment. Michel was of opinion that he should be shot forthwith. I was, however, opposed to this immediate execution, and resolved to wait until the following Sunday, and then to cause Missouf to be formally tried by my assembled friends. The condemnation was therefore postponed. In the meantime, Missouf remained a prisoner in the very spot where his crimes had been committed. He continued, however, to refresh himself with the remains of his victims without apparent remorse, but Michel removed all the bodies and confined him to a diet of bread and water. Next Sunday, having convoked a council of all my friends, the trial was proceeded with. Michel was appointed Chief Justice, and Nogent Saint Laurent was counsel to the prisoner. I may remark that the jury were inclined to find a verdict of guilty, and after the first speech of the judge, the capital sentence seemed almost certain. But the skilful advocate, in a long and eloquent speech, brought clearly before us the innocence of Missouf, the malice of the monkeys, Their quickness and incessant activity compared with the less inventive minds of cats. He showed us that Missouf was incapable of contemplating such a crime. He described him wrapped in peaceful sleep, then suddenly aroused from his innocent slumber by the abandoned creatures who, living as they did opposite the aviary, had doubtless long harbored their diabolical designs. We saw Missouf but half awake, still purring innocently, opening his pink mouth, from which protruded a tongue like that of a hare-licked lion. He shakes his ears, a proof that he rejects the infamous proposal that is being made to him. He listens. At first he refuses. The advocate insists that the prisoner had begun by refusing, then, naturally yielding, hardly more than a kitten, corrupted as he had been by the cook, who insisted on feeding him milk or a little weak broth, as she had been told to do, had recklessly excited his carnivorous appetite by giving him pieces of liver and parings of raw chops. The unfortunate young cat yields little by little, prompted more by good nature and weakness of mind than by cruelty or greed, and only half awake, he does the bidding of the villainous monkeys, the real instigators of the crime. The counsel here took the prisoner in his arms, showed us his paws, and defied any anatomist to say that with paws so made, an animal could possibly open a door that was bolted. Finally, he borrowed Michel's Dictionary of Natural History, opened it at the article cat, domestic cat, wild cat. He proved that Missouf was no wild cat, seeing that nature had robed him in white, the color of innocence. Then, smiting the book with vehemence, "Cat," he exclaimed, "cat! You shall now hear, gentlemen, what the illustrious Buffon, the man with lace sleeves, has to say about the cat." "The cat," says M. de Buffon, "is not to be trusted, but it is kept to rid the house of enemies which cannot otherwise be destroyed. Although the cat, especially when young, is pleasing, nature has given it perverse and untrustworthy qualities which increase with age, and with education may conceal, but will not eradicate." "Well then," exclaimed the orator, after having read this passage, "what more remains to be said? Did poor Missouf come here with a false character seeking a situation? Was it not the cook herself who found him, who took him by force from the heap of sticks behind which he had sought refuge? It was merely to interest and touch the heart of her master that she described him mewing in the cellar. We must reflect also that those unhappy birds, his victims, I allude especially the quails, which are eaten by man, though their death is doubtless much to be deplored, yet they have felt themselves liable to death at any moment, and are now released from their terrors they experienced every time they saw cook approaching their retreat. Finally, gentlemen, I appeal to your justice, and I think you will now admit that the interesting and unfortunate Missouf has but yielded not only to uncontrollable natural instincts, but also to foreign influence. I claim for my client the plea of extenuating circumstances." The counsel's pleading was received with cries of applause, and Missouf, found guilty of the complicity in the murders of the quails, turtle-doves, and other birds of different species, but with extenuating circumstances, was sentenced only to 5 years of monkeys. Chapter 6. The next winter, certain circumstances with which I need not trouble my readers led to my making a journey to Algiers. I seldom make a long journey without bringing home some animal to add to my collection, and accordingly I returned from Africa accompanied by a vulture, which I bought from a little boy who called himself a Beni Mouffetard. I paid 10 francs for the vulture, and made the Beni Mouffetard a present of 2 more, in return for which he warned me that my vulture was excessively savage, and had already bitten off the thumb of an Arab and the tail of a dog. I promised to be very careful, and the next day I became the possessor of a magnificent vulture, whose only fault consisted in a strong desire to tear in pieces everybody who came near him. I bestowed on him the name of his compatriot, Jugatha. He had a chain fastened to his leg, and had for further security been placed in a large cage made of spars. In this cage he travelled quite safely as far as Philippeville, without any other accident than that he nearly bit off the finger of a passenger who had tried to make friends with him. At Philippeville a difficulty arose. It was 3 miles from Stoye, the port where we were to embark, and the diligence did not go on so far. I and several other gentlemen thought that we would like to walk to Stoye, the scenery being beautiful, and the distance not very great. But what was I to do about Jugurtha? I could not ask a porter to carry the cage. Jugurtha would certainly have eaten him through the spars. I thought of a plan. It was to lengthen his chain 8 or 10 feet by means of a cord, and then to drive him in front of me with a long pole. But the first difficulty was to induce Jugurtha to come out of his cage. None of us dared put our hands within reach of his beak. However, I managed to fasten the cord to his chain. Then I made 2 men armed with pickaxes break away the spars. Jugurtha, finding himself free, spread out his wings to fly away. But he could of course only fly as far as his cord would permit. Now Jugurtha was a very intelligent creature. He saw that there was an obstacle in the way of his liberty, and that I was that obstacle. He therefore turned upon me with fury, in the hope of putting me to flight, or devouring me in case of resistance. I, however, was no less sagacious than Jugurtha. I had foreseen the attack, and provided myself with a good switch made of dogwood, as thick as one's forefinger, and 8 feet long. With this switch I parried Jugurtha's attack, which astounded but did not stop him. However, a second blow, given with all my force, made him stop short, and a third caused him to fly in the opposite direction, that is, towards Stoye. Once launched upon this road, I had only to use my switch adroitly to make Jugurtha proceed at about the same pace as we did ourselves, to the great admiration of my fellow travellers, and of all the people whom we met on the road. On our arrival at Stoye, Jugurtha made no difficulty about getting on board the steamer, and when tied to the mast, waited calmly while a new cage was made for him. He went into it of his own accord, received with gratitude the pieces of meat which the ship's cook gave him, and 3 days after his embarkation he became so tame that he used to present me with his head to scratch, as a parrot does. I brought Jugurtha home without further adventure, and committed him to the charge of Michel. It was not until my return from Algiers on this occasion that I went to live at Monte Cristo, the building of which had been finished during my absence. Up to this time I had lived in a smaller house called the Villa Medicis, and while the other was building, Michel made arrangements for the proper lodgings of all my animals, for he was much more occupied about their comfort than he was about mine or even his own. They had all plenty of room, particularly the dogs, who were not confined by any sort of enclosure, and Pritchard, who was naturally generous, kept open house with a truly Scottish hospitality. It was his custom to sit in the middle of the road and salute every dog that passed with a little unfriendly growl, smelling him, and permitting himself to be smelt in a ceremonious manner. When a mutual sympathy had been produced by this means, a conversation something like this would begin. "Have you a good master?" asked the strange dog. "Not bad," Pritchard would reply. "Does your master feed you well?" "Well, one has porridge twice a day, bones at breakfast and dinner, and anything one can pick up in the kitchen besides." The stranger licks his lips. "You are not badly off," said he. "I do not complain," replied Pritchard. Then, seeing the strange dog look pensive, he added, "Would you like to dine with us?" The invitation was accepted at once, for dogs do not wait to be pressed, like some foolish human beings. At dinner time Pritchard came in, followed by the unknown dog, who, like Pritchard, placed himself beside my chair. and scratched my knee with his paw in such a confiding way that I felt sure that Pritchard must have been commending my benevolence. The dog, after spending a pleasant evening, found that it was rather too late to return home, so slept comfortably on the grass after his good supper. Next morning he took 2 or 3 steps as if to go away. Then, changing his mind, he inquired of Pritchard, should I be much in the way if I stayed on here? Pritchard replied, you could quite well, with management, make them believe you are the neighbor's dog, and, after 2 or 3 days, nobody would know you did not belong to the house. You might live here just as well as those idle, useless monkeys, who do nothing but amuse themselves, or that greedy vulture, who eats tripe all day long, or that idiot macaw, who is always screaming about nothing. The dog stayed, keeping in the background at first, but in a day or 2 he jumped up upon me and followed me everywhere, and there was another guest to feed. That was all. Michel asked me one day if I knew how many dogs there were about the place. I answered that I did not. Sir, said Michel, there are 13. That is an unlucky number. Michel, you must see that they do not all dine together, else one of them is sure to die first. It is not that, though, said Michel. It is the expense I am thinking of. Why, they would eat an ox a day, all those dogs, and if you will allow me, sir, I will just take a whip and put the whole pack to the door tomorrow morning. But, Michel, let us do it handsomely. These dogs, after all, do honor the house by staying here. So give them a grand dinner tomorrow. Tell them that it is the farewell banquet, and then, at dessert, put them all to the door. But after all, sir, I cannot put them to the door, because there isn't a door. Michel, said I, there are certain things in this world that one must just put up with, to keep up one's character and position. Since all these dogs have come to me, let them stay with me. I don't think they will ruin me, Michel. Only on their own account. You should be careful that there are not 13. I will drive away one, suggested Michel, and then there will only be 12. On the contrary, let another come, and then there will be 14. Michel sighed. It's a regular kennel, he murmured. It was, in fact, a pack of hounds, though rather a mixed one. There was a Russian wolfhound, there was a poodle, a water spaniel, a Spitz, a dachshund with crooked legs, a mongrel terrier, a mongrel King Charles, and a Turkish dog which had no hair on its body, only a tuft upon its head and a tassel at the end of its tail. Our next recruit was a little Maltese terrier named Lisette, which raised the number to 14. After all, the expense of these 14 amounted to rather over 2 pounds a month. A single dinner given to 5 or 6 of my own species would have cost me 3 times as much, and they would have gone away dissatisfied, for, even if they had liked my wine, they would have certainly found fault in my books. Out of this pack of hounds, one became Pritchard's particular friend and Michel's favourite. This was a dachshund with short, crooked legs, a long body, and, as Michel said, the finest voice in the department of Seine-et-Oise. Portugal, that was his name, had in truth a most magnificent bass voice. I used to hear it sometimes in the night when I was writing, and think how that deep-toned, majestic bark would please St. Hubert if he heard it in his grave. But what was Portugal doing at that hour? And why was he awake while the other dogs slumbered? This mystery was revealed one day, when a stewed rabbit was brought me for dinner. I inquired where the rabbit came from. You thought it good, sir? Michel asked me with a pleased face. Excellent. Well, then you can have one just the same every day, sir, if you like. Every day, Michel? Surely that is almost too much to promise. Besides, I should like, before consuming so many rabbits, to know where they come from. You shall know that this very night, if you don't mind coming out with me. Ah, Michel, I have told you before that you are a poacher. Oh, sir, as to that, I am as innocent as a baby, and, as I was saying, if you will only come out with me tonight. Must I go far, Michel? Not 100 yards, sir. At what o'clock? Just at the moment when you hear Portugal's first bark. Very well, Michel, I will be with you. I had nearly forgotten this promise, and was writing as usual, when Michel came into my study. It was about 11 o'clock, and a fine moonlight night. "Hallo," said I. "Portugal hasn't barked yet, has he?" "No, but I was just thinking that if you waited for that, you would miss seeing something curious." "What should I miss, Michel?" "The council of war which is held between Pritchard and Portugal." I followed Michel, and sure enough, among the 14 dogs, which were mostly sleeping in different attitudes, Portugal and Pritchard were sitting up, and seemed to be gravely debating some important question. When the debate was ended, they separated. Portugal went out at the gate to the high road, turned the corner, and disappeared, while Pritchard began deliberately, as if he had plenty of time before him, to follow the little path which led up to a stone quarry. We followed Pritchard, who took no notice of us, though he evidently knew we were there. He went up to the top of the quarry, examined and smelt about over the ground with great care, and when he had found a scent and assured himself that it was fresh, he lay down flat and waited. Almost at the same moment, Portugal's first bark was heard some 200 yards off. Now the plan the 2 dogs had laid was clear to us. The rabbits came out of their holes in the quarry every evening to go to their feeding ground. Pritchard found the scent of one. Portugal then made a wide circuit, found and chased the rabbit, and as a rabbit or a hare always comes back upon its former track, Pritchard, lying in ambush, awaited its return. Accordingly, as the sound of Portugal's barking came closer, we saw Pritchard's yellow eyes light up and flame like a topaz. Then all of a sudden he made a spring, and we heard a cry of fright and distress. "They've done it," said Michel, and he went to Pritchard, took out of his mouth a nice plump rabbit, gave it a blow behind the ears to finish it, and, opening it on the spot, gave the inside to the 2 dogs, who shared their portion contentedly, although they probably regretted Michel's interference. As Michel told me, I could have eaten a stewed rabbit every day for dinner, if such had been my desire. But after this, events of a different kind were taking place, which obliged me to leave my country pursuits, and I spent about 2 months in Paris. The day before I returned to St. Germain's, I wrote and told Michel to expect me, and found him waiting for me on the road halfway from the station. "I must tell you, sir," he said, as soon as I was within hearing, "that 2 important events have happened at Monte Cristo since you went away." "Well, Michel, let me hear." "In the first place, Pritchard got his hind foot into a snare, and instead of staying where he was as any other dog would have done, he bit off his foot with his teeth, and so he came home upon 3 legs. "But," said I, much shocked, "is the poor beast dead after such an accident?" "Dead, sir? Was not I there to doctor him?" "And what did you do to him then?" "I cut off the foot properly at the joint with a pruning knife. I then sewed the skin neatly over it, and now you would never know it was off. Look there, the rascal has smelt you and is coming to meet you." And at that moment Pritchard appeared, coming at full gallop, so that, as Michel had said, one would hardly have noticed that he had only 3 feet. My meeting with Pritchard was, as may be supposed, full of deep emotion on both sides. I was sorry for the poor animal, When I had recovered a little, I asked Michel what his other piece of news was. The latest news, sir, is that Jugurtha's name is no longer Jugurtha. What is it, then? It is Diogenes. And why? Look, sir. We had now reached the little avenue of ash trees which formed the entrance to the villa. To the left of the avenue, the vulture was seen walking proudly to and fro in an immense tub, which Michel had made into a house for him. Ah, now I understand, said I. Of course, directly he lives in a tub. That's it, said Michel. Directly he lives in a tub. He cannot be Jugurtha any more. He must be Diogenes. I admired Michel's historical learning no less than I did his surgical skill, just as the year before. I had bowed before his superior knowledge of natural history. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bishop. Section 17 of the Animal Storybook, Monsieur Dumas and His Beasts, Chapters 7 through 9, by Mrs. Lang. In order to lead to more incidents in the life of Pritchard, I must now tell my readers that I had a friend called Charpillon, who had a passion for poultry, and kept the finest hens in the whole department of Yon. These hens were chiefly Cochins and Brahmaputras. They laid the most beautiful brown eggs, and Charpillon surrounded them with every luxury and never would allow them to be killed. He had the inside of his hen house painted green, in order that the hens, even when shut up, might fancy themselves in a meadow. In fact, the illusion was so complete that when the hen house was first painted, the hens refused to go in at night, fearing to catch cold. But after a short time, even the least intelligent among them understood that she had the good fortune to belong to a master who knew how to combine the useful with the beautiful. Whenever these hens ventured out upon the road, strangers would exclaim with delight, "Oh, what beautiful hens!" To which someone better acquainted with the wonders of this fortunate village would reply, "I should think so. These are M. Charpillon's hens." Or, if the speaker were of an envious disposition, he might add, "Yes, indeed, hens that nothing is thought too good for." When my friend Charpillon heard that I had returned from Paris, he invited me to come and stay with him to shoot, adding as a further inducement that he would give me the best and freshest eggs I had ever eaten in my life. Though I did not share Charpillon's great love of poultry, I am very fond of fresh eggs, and the Nanking-colored eggs laid by his Brahma hens had an especially delicate flavor. But all earthly pleasures are uncertain. The next morning Charpillon's hens were found to have only laid 3 eggs instead of 8. Such a thing had never happened before, and Charpillon did not know whom to suspect. However, he suspected everyone rather than his hens, and a sort of cloud began to obscure the confidence he had hitherto placed in the security of his enclosures. While these gloomy doubts were occupying us, I observed Michel hovering about as if he had something on his mind, and asked him if he wanted to speak to me. "I should be glad to have a few words with you, sir." "In private? It would be better so, for the honor of Pritchard." "Ah, indeed. What has the rascal been doing now?" "You remember, sir, what your solicitor said to you one day when I was in the room?" "What did he say, Michel? My solicitor is a clever man, and says many sensible things. Still, it is difficult for me to remember them all." "Well, sir, he said, find out whom the crime benefits, and you will find the criminal." "I remember that axiom perfectly, Michel." "Well, well, sir, whom can this crime of stolen eggs benefit more than Pritchard?" "Pritchard? You think it was he who stole the eggs? Pritchard, who brings home eggs without breaking them?" "You mean who used to bring them. Pritchard is an animal who has vicious instincts, sir, and if he does not come to a bad end some day, I shall be surprised, that's all. Does Pritchard eat eggs, then? He does, and it is only right to say, sir, that that is your fault. What? My fault? My fault that Pritchard eats eggs? Michel shook his head sadly, but nothing could shake his opinion. Now, really, Michel, this is too much. Is it not enough that critics tell me that I pervert everybody's mind with my corrupt literature, but you must join my detractors and say that my bad example corrupts Pritchard? I beg pardon, sir, but do you remember how one day at Villa Medicis, while you were eating an egg, M. Rasconi, who was there, said something so ridiculous that you let the egg fall upon the floor? I remember that quite well. And do you remember calling in Pritchard, who was scraping up a bed of fuchsias in the garden, and making him lick up the egg? I do not remember him scraping up a bed of fuchsias, but I do recollect that he licked up my egg. Well, sir, it is that and nothing else that has been his ruin. Oh, he is quick enough to learn what is wrong. There is no need to show him twice. Michel, you are really extremely tedious. How have I shown Pritchard what is wrong? By making him eat an egg. You see, sir, before that he was as innocent as a newborn babe. He didn't know what an egg was. He thought it was a badly made golf ball. But as soon as you make him eat an egg, he learns what it is. 3 days afterwards, M. Alexandre came home and was complaining to me of his dog, that he was rough and tore things with his teeth in carrying them. Ah, look at Pritchard, I said to him. How gentle he is. You shall see the way he carries an egg. So I fetched an egg from the kitchen, placed it on the ground, and said, Fetch Pritchard. Pritchard didn't need to be told twice. But what do you think the cunning rascal did? You remember some days before, Monsieur, the gentleman who had such a bad toothache, you know. You recollect him coming to see you? Yes, of course I remember. Well, Pritchard pretended not to notice, but those yellow eyes of his noticed everything. Well, all of a sudden he pretended to have the same toothache that that gentleman had, and crack goes the egg. Then he pretends to be ashamed of his awkwardness. He swallows it in a hurry, shell and all. I believed him. I thought it was an accident and fetched another egg. Scarcely did he make 3 steps with the egg in his mouth and the toothache comes on again, and crack goes the second egg. I began then to suspect something. I went and got a third, but if I hadn't stopped then he'd have eaten a whole basketful. So then M. Alexandre, who likes his joke, said, Michel, you may possibly make a good musician of Pritchard, or a good astronomer, but he'll never be a good incubator. How is it that you never told me this before, Michel? Because I was ashamed, sir, for this is not the worst. What? Not the worst? Michel shook his head. He has developed an unnatural craving for eggs. He got into M. McCoyer's poultry yard and stole all his. M. McCoyer came to complain to me. How do you suppose he lost his foot? You told me yourself. In somebody's grounds where he had forgotten to read the notice about trespassing. You are joking, sir, but really I believe he can read. Oh, Michel, Pritchard is accused of enough sins without having that vice laid on his charge. But about his foot? I think he caught it in some wire getting out of a poultry yard. But you know it happened at night, and the hens are shut up at night. How could he get into the hen house? He doesn't need to get into the hen house after eggs. He can charm the hens. Pritchard is what one might call a charmer. Michel, you astonish me more and more. Yes, indeed, sir. I knew that he used to charm the hens at the Villa Medicis. Only M. Charbillon has such wonderful hens. I did not think they would have allowed it, but I see now all hens are alike. Then you think it is Pritchard who... I think he charms M. Charbillon's hens, and that is the reason they don't lay. At least, that is, that they only lay for Pritchard. Indeed, Michel, I should much like to know how he does it. If you are awake very early tomorrow, sir, just look out your window. You can see the poultry yard from it, and you will see a sight that you have never seen before. I have seen many things, Michel, including 16 changes of governments, and to see something I have never seen before I would gladly sit up the whole night. There is no need for that. I can wake you at the right time. The next day at early dawn, Michel awoke me. I am ready, Michel, said I, coming to the window. Wait, wait! Let me open it very gently. If Pritchard suspects that he is being watched, he won't stir. You have no idea how deceitful he is. Michel opened the window with every possible precaution. From where I stood, I could distinctly see the poultry yard, and Pritchard lying in his couch, his head innocently resting upon his 2 forepaws. At the slight noise which Michel made in opening the window, Pritchard picked up his ears and half opened his yellow eye, but as the sound was not repeated he did not move. 10 minutes afterwards we heard the newly wakened hens began to cluck. Pritchard immediately opened both eyes, stretched himself and stood upright upon his 3 feet. He then cast a glance all around him, and seeing that all was quiet, disappeared into a shed, and the next moment we saw him coming out of a sort of little window on the other side. From this window Pritchard easily got upon the sloping roof which overhung one side of the poultry yard. He had now only to jump down about 6 feet, and having got onto the enclosure he lay down flat in front of the hen house, giving a little friendly bark. A hen looked out at Pritchard's call, and instead of seeming frightened she went to him at once and received his compliments with apparent complacency. Nor did she seem at all embarrassed, but proceeded to lay her egg, and that within such easy reach of Pritchard that we had not time to see the egg. It was swallowed the same instant. She then retired cackling triumphantly, and her place was taken by another hen. "Well now, sir," said Michel, when Pritchard had swallowed his 4th egg, "you see it is no wonder that Pritchard has such a clear voice. You know great singers always eat raw eggs the first thing in the morning." "I know that, Michel, but what I don't know is how Pritchard proposes to get out of the poultry yard. Just wait and see what the scoundrel will do." Pritchard, having finished his breakfast, or being a little alarmed at some noise in the house, stood up on his hind leg, and slipping one of his forepaws through the bars of the gate, he lifted the latch and went out. "And when one thinks," said Michel, "that if anybody asked him why the yard door was left open, he would say it was because Pierre had forgotten to shut it last night." "You think he would have the wickedness to say that, Michel?" "Perhaps not today, nor yet tomorrow, because he is not come to his full growth, but some day, mind you, I should not be surprised to hear him speak." Chapter 8. Before going out to school that day, I thought it only right to give M. Sharpelon an account of Pritchard's proceedings. He regarded him, therefore, with mingled feelings in which admiration was more prominent than sympathy, and it was agreed that on our return the dog should be shut up in a stable, and that the stable door should be bolted and padlocked. Pritchard, unsuspicious of our designs, ran on in front with a proud step and with his tail in the air. "You know," said Sharpelon, "that neither men nor dogs are allowed to go into the vineyards. I ought as magistrate to set an example, and Gagny's still more, as he is the mayor. So mind you keep in, Pritchard." "All right," said I will keep him in." But Michel, approaching, suggested that I should send Pritchard home with him. "It would be safer," he said. "We are quite near the house, and I have a notion that he might get us into some scrape by hunting in the vineyards." "Don't be afraid, Michel. I have thought of a plan to prevent him." Michel touched his hat. "I know you are clever, sir, very clever. But don't think you are as clever as that. Wait till you see. Indeed, sir, You will have to be quick, for there is Pritchard hunting already." We were just in time to see Pritchard disappear into a vineyard, and a moment afterwards he raised a covey of partridges. "Call in your dog," cried Cagny. I called Pritchard, who, however, turned a deaf ear. "Catch him," I said to Michel. Michel went, and returned a few minutes later with Pritchard in a leash. In the meantime I had found a long stake, which I had hung crosswise round his neck, and let him go loose with this ornament. Pritchard understood that he could no longer go through the vineyards, but the stake did not prevent his hunting, and he only went a good deal further off on the open ground. From this moment there was only one shout all along the line. "Hold in your dog! Confound him! Keep in your Pritchard, can't you? He's sending all the birds out of shot. Look here! Would you mind my putting a few pellets into your brute of a dog? How can anybody shoot if he won't keep in?" "Michel," said I, "catch Pritchard again." "I told you so, sir. Luckily, we are not far from the house. I can still take him back." "Not at all. I have a second idea. Catch Pritchard." "After all," said Michel, "this is nearly as good fun as if we were shooting." And by he came back, dragging Pritchard by his stake. Pritchard had a partridge in his mouth. "Look at him, the thief," said Michel. "He has carried off M. Gagny's partridge. I see him looking for it. Put the partridge in your game bag, Michel. We will give him a surprise." Michel hesitated. "But," said he, "think of the opinion this rascal will have of you." "What, Michel? Do you think Pritchard has a bad opinion of me?" "Oh, sir, a shocking opinion. But what makes you think so?" "Why, sir, do you not think that Pritchard knows in his soul and conscience that he brings you a bird that another gentleman has shot? He is committing a theft." "I think he has an idea of it, certainly, Michel." "Well then, sir, if he knows he is a thief, he must take you for a receiver of stolen goods. Look at the articles of code. It is said there that receivers are equally guilty with thieves, and should be similarly punished." "Michel, you opened my eyes to a whole vista of terrors, but we are going to try to cure Pritchard of hunting. When he is cured of hunting, he will be cured of stealing." "Never, sir. You will never cure Pritchard of his vices." Still I pursued my plan, which was to put Pritchard's foreleg through his collar. By this means, his right forefoot being fastened to his neck, and his left hind foot being cut off, he had only two to run with, the left forefoot and the right hind foot. "Well, indeed," said Michel, "if he can hunt now, the devil is in it." He loosed Pritchard, who stood for a moment as if astonished, but once he had balanced himself, he began to walk, then to trot. Then, as he found his balance better, he succeeded in running quicker on his two hind legs than many dogs would have done on four. "Where are we now, sir?" said Michel. "It's that beast of a stake that balances him," I replied, a little disappointed. "We ought to teach him to dance upon the tightrope. He would make our fortunes as an acrobat." "You are joking again, sir. But listen, do you hear that?" The most terrible imprecations against Pritchard were resounding on all sides. The imprecations were followed by a shot, then by a howl of pain. "That is Pritchard's voice," said Michel. "Well, it is no more than he deserves." Pritchard reappeared the next moment with a hair in his mouth. "Michel, you said that was Pritchard that howled." "I would swear to it, sir. But how could he howl with a hair in his mouth?" Michel scratched his head. "It was he all the same," he said, and he went to look at Pritchard. "Oh, sir," he said, "I was right. The gentleman he took the hair from has shot him. His hind leg is all over blood. Look, there is M. Charpelon running after his hair. You know that I have just put some pellets into your Pritchard. Charpelon called out as soon as he saw me. You did quite right. he carried off my hair. There, you see, said Michel, it is impossible to cure him. But when he carried away your hair, he must have had it in his mouth. Of course, where else would he have it? But how could he howl with a hair in his mouth? He put it down to howl, then he took it up again and made off. There's deceit for you, gentlemen, exclaimed Michel. Pritchard succeeded in bringing the hair to me, but when he reached me he had to lie down. I say, said Chapelain, I hope I haven't hurt him more than I intended. It was a long shot. And forgetting his hair, Chapelain knelt down to examine Pritchard's wound. It was a serious one. Pritchard had received 5 or 6 pellets about the region of his tail, and was bleeding profusely. Oh, poor beast, cried Chapelain. I wouldn't have fired that shot for all the hares in creation if I had known. Bah, said Michel. He won't die of it. And, in fact, Pritchard, after spending 3 weeks in the vet at St. Germain's, returned to Monte Cristo perfectly cured, and with his tail in the air once more. Chapter 9. Soon after the disastrous event which I have just related, the Revolution of 1848 occurred in France, in which King Louis Philippe was dethroned and a republic established. You will ask what the change of government had to do with my beasts? Well, although, happily, they do not trouble their heads about politics, the Revolution did affect them a good deal, for the French public, being excited by these occurrences, would not buy my books, preferring to read the Guillotine, the Red Republic, and such like the corrupt periodicals, so that I became for the time a very much poorer man. I was obliged greatly to reduce my establishment. I sold my 3 horses and my 2 carriages for a quarter of their value, and I presented the last of the Manoirs, Potiche, and Mademoiselle de Gossens to the Jardin des Plantes in Paris. I had to move into a smaller house, but my monkeys were lodged in a palace. This is a sort of thing that sometimes happens after a revolution. Missouf also profited by it, for he regained his liberty on the departure of the monkeys. As to Diogenes, the vulture, I gave him to my worthy neighbor Collinet, who keeps the restaurant Henry IV, and makes such good cutlets at la Milanese. There was no fear of Diogenes dying of hunger under his new master's care. On the contrary, he improved greatly in health and beauty, and, doubtless as a token of gratitude to Collinet, he laid an egg for him every year, a thing he never dreamt of doing for me. Lastly, we requested Pritchard to cease to keep open house, and to discontinue his daily invitations to strange dogs to dine and sleep. I was obliged to give up all thoughts of shooting that year. It is true that Pritchard still remained to me, but then Pritchard, you must recollect, he had only 3 feet. He had been badly hurt when he was shot by Chapelain, and the Revolution of February had occasioned the loss of 1 eye. It happened one day during that exciting period that Michel was so anxious to see what was going on that he forgot to give Pritchard his dinner. Pritchard therefore invited himself to dine with the vulture, but Diogenes, being of a less sociable turn, and not in a humour to be trifled with, dealt poor Pritchard such a blow with his beak as to deprive him of one of his mustard-coloured eyes. Pritchard's courage was unbeatable. He might be compared to that brave field marshal of whom it was said that Mars had left nothing of him whole except his heart. But it was difficult, you see, to make much use of a dog with so many infirmities. If I had wished to sell him, I could not have found a purchaser, nor would he have been considered a handsome present had I desired to give him away. I had no choice but to make this old servant, badly as he had sometimes served me, a pensioner, a companion, in fact, a friend. Some people told me that I might have tied a stone round his neck and flung him into the river. Others, that it was easy to replace him by buying a good retriever from Vatrin. But, although I was not yet poor enough to drown Pritchard, neither was I rich enough to buy another dog. However, later in that very year, I made an unexpected success in literature. and one of my plays brought me in a sufficient sum to take a shooting in the department of Yon. I went to look at this shooting, taking Pritchard with me. In the meantime, my daughter wrote to tell me that she had bought an excellent retriever for £5, named Catina, and that she was keeping him in the stable until my return. As soon as I arrived, my first care was to make Catina's acquaintance. He was a rough, vigorous dog of 3 or 4 years old, thoughtless, violent, and quarrelsome. He jumped upon me till he nearly knocked me down, upset my daughter's work table, and dashed about the room to the great danger of my china vases and ornaments. I therefore called Michel and informed him that the superficial acquaintance which I had made with Catina would suffice for the time, and that I would defer the pleasure of his further intimacy until the shooting season began at Auxerre. Poor Michel! As soon as he saw Catina, he had been seized with a presentiment of evil. "Sir," he said, "that dog will bring some misfortune upon us. I do not know yet what, but something will happen. I know it will. In the meantime, Michel," I said, "you had better take Catina back to the stable." But Catina had already left the room of his own accord and rushed downstairs to the dining room, where I had left Pritchard. Now Pritchard never could endure Catina from the first moment he saw him. The two dogs instantly flew at one another with so much fury that Michel was obliged to call me to his assistance before he could separate them. Catina was once more shut up in the stable, and Pritchard conducted to his kennel in the stable yard, which, in the absence of the carriages and horses, was now a poultry yard, inhabited by my 11 hens and my cock Caesar. Pritchard's friendship with the hens continued to be strong as ever, and the household suffered from a scarcity of eggs in consequence. That evening, while my daughter and I were walking in the garden, Michel came to meet us, twisting his straw hat between his fingers, a sure sign that he had something important to say. "Well, what is it, Michel?" I asked. "It came into my mind, sir," he answered, "while I was taking Pritchard to his kennel, that we never had any eggs because Pritchard eats them, and he eats them because he is in direct communication with the hens. It is evident, Michel, that if Pritchard never went into the poultry yard, he would not eat the eggs." "Then, do you not think, sir," continued Michel, "that if we shut up Pritchard in the stable and put Catina into the poultry yard, it would be better? Catina is an animal without education, so far as I know, but he is not such a thief as Pritchard." "Do you know what will happen if you do that, Michel?" I said. "Catina will not eat the eggs, perhaps, but he will eat the hens. If a misfortune like that were to occur, I know a method of curing him of eating hens." "Well, but in the meantime the hens would be eaten." Scarcely had I uttered these words when a frightful noise was heard in the stable yard, as loud as that of a pack of hounds in full cry, but mingled with howls of rage and pain which indicated a deadly combat. "Michel," I cried, "do you hear that?" "Oh yes, I hear it," he answered, "but those must be the neighbors' dogs fighting. Michel, those are Catina and Pritchard killing each other." "Impossible, sir. I have separated them." "Well, then, they have met again." "It is true," said Michel. "That scoundrel Pritchard can open the stable door as well as anyone. Then you see, Pritchard is a dog of courage. He'll have opened the stable door for Catina on purpose to fight him. Be quick, Michel. I am really afraid one of them will be killed." Michel darted into the passage which led to the stable, and no sooner had he disappeared than I knew from the lamentations which I had heard that some misfortune had happened. In a minute or two Michel reappeared, sobbing bitterly and carrying Pritchard in his arms. "Look, sir, just look," he said. "This is the last we will see of Pritchard. Look what your fine sporting dog has done to him. Catina, indeed. It is Catalina he should be called." I ran up to Pritchard, full of concern. I had a great love for him. Though he had often made me angry, He was a dog of much originality, and the unexpected things he did were only a proof of genius. "What do you think is the matter?" I asked Michel. "The matter? The matter is that he is dead." "Oh no, surely not. Anyhow, he'll never be good for anything again." And he laid him on the ground at my feet. "Pritchard, my poor Pritchard," I cried. At the sound of my voice, Pritchard opened his yellow eye and looked sorrowfully at me, then stretched out his 4 legs, gave one sigh, and died. Catina had bitten his throat quite through, so that his death was almost immediate. "Well, Michel," said I, "it is not a good servant. It is a good friend that we have lost. You must wash him carefully. You shall have a towel to wrap him in. You shall dig his grave in this garden, and we will have a tombstone made for him on which shall be engraved this epitaph: Like conquering Retzow, of courage undaunted, Pritchard, to thee Mars honor has granted. On each field of fight of a limb he bereft thee, till naught but thy gallant heart scatheless was left thee." As my habit was, I sought consolation for my grief in literary labors. Michel endeavored to assuage his with the help of 2 bottles of red wine, with which, mingled with his tears, he watered the grave of the departed. I know this because when I came out early next morning to see if my wishes with regard to Pritchard's burial had been carried out, I found Michel stretched upon the ground, still in tears, and the 2 bottles empty by his side. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eddie Kigozi. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Adventures of Pyramus by Andrew Lang and H.J. Ford. Pyramus was a large brown dog, born of a good family, who had been given when a mere pup to Alexandre Dumas, the great French novelist, when quite a young man. Now, the keeper to whom Pyramus first belonged had also a tiny little fox cub without any relations about the place. So, both fox cub and dog pup were handed over to the same mother, who brought them up side by side until they were able to do for themselves. So, when the keeper made young Dumas a present of Pyramus, he thought he had better bestow Cartouche on him as well. Of course, it is hardly necessary to say that these fine names were not invented by the keeper, who had never heard of either Pyramus or Cartouche, but were given to his pets by Dumas, after he had spent a little time in observing their characters. Certainly, it was a very curious study. Here were 2 animals who had never been apart since they were born, and were now living together in 2 kennels side by side in the courtyard of the house. And yet, after the first 3 or 4 months, when they were mere babies, every day showed some difference, and soon they ceased to be friends at all and became open enemies. The earliest fight known to have taken place between them happened in this way. One day, some bones were thrown by accident within the bounds of Cartouche's territory, and though if they belonged to anybody, it was clearly Cartouche, Pyramus resolved most unfairly to get hold of them. The first time Pyramus tried secretly to commit this act of piracy, Cartouche growled. The second time, he showed his teeth. The third time, he bit. It must be owned that Cartouche had shown some excuse for his violent behavior, because he always remained chained up, whereas Pyramus was allowed certain hours of liberty. And it was during one of these that he made up his mind to steal the bones from Cartouche, whose chain, he thought, would prevent any attempt at reprisals. Indeed, He even tried to make out to his conscience that probably the bones were not dainty enough for Cartouche, who loved delicate food, whereas anything was good enough for him, Pyramus. However, whether he wanted to eat the bones or not, Cartouche had no intention of letting them be stolen from him, and having managed to drive off Pyramus on the first occasion, he determined to get safely hold of the bones before his enemy was unchained again. Now the chains of each were the same length, 4 feet, and in addition to that, Pyramus had a bigger head and longer nose than Cartouche, who was much smaller altogether. So it follows that when they were both chained up, Pyramus could stretch farther towards any object that lay at an equal distance between their kennels. Pyramus knew this, and so he counted on always getting the better of Cartouche. But Cartouche had not been born a fox for nothing. He watched with scornful expression the great Pyramus straining at his chain with his eyes nearly jumping out of his head with greed and rage. "Really," said Cartouche to himself, "if he goes on like that much longer, I shall have a mad dog for a neighbor before the day is out. Let me see if I can't manage better." But as we know, being a much smaller animal than Pyramus, his nose did not come nearly so close to the bones. And after 1 or 2 efforts to reaching the tempting morsel, which was lying about 6 feet from each kennel, he gave it up and retired to his warm bed, hoping that he might somehow hit upon some idea which would enable him to reach the bones of contention. All at once he jumped up, for after hard thought he had got what he wanted. He trotted merrily to the length of his chain, and now it was Pyramus's turn to look on and to think with satisfaction, "Well, if I can't get them, you can't either," which is a comfort. But gradually his grin of delight changed into a savage snarl as Cartouche turned himself round when he got to the end of his chain, and stretching out his paw, hooked the bone which he gradually drew within reach. And before Pyramus had recovered from his astonishment, Cartouche had got possession of all the bones and was cracking them with enjoyment inside his kennel. It may seem very unjust that Cartouche was always kept chained up, but Pyramus was allowed to roam about freely. But the fact that Pyramus only ate or stole when he was really hungry, while Cartouche was by nature the murderer of everything he came across. One day he broke his chain and ran off to the fowl yard of Monsieur Mauprivet, who lived next door. In less than 10 minutes he had strangled 17 hens and 2 cocks, 19 corpses in all. It was impossible to find any extenuating circumstances in his favor. He was condemned to death and promptly executed. Henceforth, Pyramus reigned alone, and it is sad to think that he seemed to enjoy it, and even that his appetite grew bigger. It is bad enough for any dog to have an appetite like Pyramus when he was at home, but when he was out shooting and should have been doing his duty as a retriever, this fault became a positive vice. Whatever might be the first bird shot by his master, whether it happened to be a partridge or pheasant, quail or snipe, down it would go into Pyramus's wide throat. It was seldom, indeed, that his master arrived in time to see even the last feathers. A smart blow from a whip kept him in order all the rest of the day, and it was very rarely that he sinned twice in this way while on the same expedition. But unluckily, before the day's shooting came round, he had entirely forgotten all about his previous caning, and justice had to be done again. On 2 separate occasions, however, Pyramus's greediness brought his own punishment. One day, his master was shooting with a friend in a place where a small wood had been cut down early in the year, and after the low shrubs had been sawn in pieces and bound in bundles, the grass was left to grow into hay, and this hay was now in process of cutting. The shooting party reached the spot just at the time that the reapers were having their dinner and taking their midday rest. One of the reapers had laid his scythe against a little stack of wood about 3 feet high. At this moment, a snipe got up, and Monsieur Dumas fired and killed it. It fell on the other side of the stack of wood against which the scythe was leaning. As it was the first bird he had killed that day, he knew, of course, that it would become the prey of Pyramus, so he did not hurry himself to go after it, but watched with amusement Pyramus tearing along, even jumping over the stack in his haste. But when, after giving the dog the usual time to swallow his fat morsel, Monsieur did not see Pyramus coming back to him as usual in leaps and bounds, he began to wonder what could have happened, and made hastily for the stack of wood behind which he had disappeared. There he found the unlucky Pyramus lying on the ground, with the point of the scythe right through his neck. The blood was pouring from the wound, and he lay motionless, with the snipe dead on the ground about 6 inches from his nose. The 2 men raised him up as gently as possible and carried him to the river, and here they bathed the wound with water. They then folded a pocket handkerchief into a band and tied it tightly round his neck to staunch the blood. And when this was done, and they were wondering how to get him home, a peasant fortunately passed driving a donkey with 2 panniers, and he was laid in one of the panniers and taken to the nearest village, where he was put safely into a carriage. For 8 days, Pyramus lay between life and death. For a whole month, his head hung on one side, and it was only after 6 weeks, which seems like 6 years to a dog, that he was able to run about as usual, and appeared to have forgotten his accident. Only whenever he saw a scythe, he made a long round to avoid coming in contact with it. Some time afterwards, he returned to the house with his body as full of holes as a sieve. On this occasion, he was taking a walk through the forest, and seeing a goat feeding, jumped at its throat. The goat screamed loudly, and the keeper, who was smoking at a little distance off, ran to his help. But before he could come up, the goat was half dead. On hearing the steps of the keeper, and on listening to his strong language, Pyramus understood very well that this stout man, dressed in blue, would have something very serious to say to him. So he stretched his legs to their fullest extent and started off like an arrow from a bow. But as Man Friday long ago remarked, "My little ball of lead can run faster than thou." The keeper's little ball of lead ran faster than Pyramus, and that is how he came home with all the holes in his body. There is no denying that Pyramus was a very bad dog, and as his master was fond of him, it is impossible to believe that he can always have been hungry, as for instance when he jumped up in a butcher's shop to steal a piece of meat and got the hook on which it was hung through his own jaws, so that someone had to come and unhook him. But hungry or not, Monsieur Dumas had no time to be perpetually getting him out of scrapes. And when a few months later, an Englishman who wanted a sporting dog took a fancy to Pyramus, his master was not altogether sorry to say goodbye. End of section 18. Recorded by Eddie Kigozi.
Section 19 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Schelp. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Story of a Weasel by William Bingley. Weasels are so sharp and clever and untiring that their activity has been made into a proverb, and, like many other sharp and clever creatures, they are very mischievous, and fond of killing rabbits and chickens, and even of sucking their eggs, which they do so carefully that they hardly ever break one. A French lady, called Mademoiselle de Leicester, a friend of the great naturalist, Monsieur de Buffon, once found a weasel when he was very young indeed, and, as she was fond of pets, she thought she would bring him up. Now, a weasel is a little creature, and very pretty. It has short legs and a long tail, and its skin is reddish-brown above and white below. Its eyes are black, and its ears are small, and its body is about 7 inches in length. But this weasel was much smaller than that when it went to live with Mademoiselle de Leicester. Of course it had to be taught. All young things have, and this weasel knew nothing. The good lady first began with pouring some milk into the hollow of her hand and letting it drink from it. Very soon, being a weasel of polite instincts, it would not take milk in any other way. After its dinner, when a little fresh meat was added to the milk, it would run to a soft quilt that was spread in its mistress's bedroom, and, having soon discovered that it could get inside the quilt at a place where the stitches had given way, it proceeded to tuck itself up comfortably for an hour or 2. This was all very well in the day, but Mademoiselle de Leicester did not feel at all safe in leaving such a mischievous creature loose during the night, so whenever she went to bed she shut the weasel up in a little cage that stood close by. If she happened to wake up early, she would unfasten the cage, and then the weasel would come into her bed, and, nestling up to her, go to sleep again. If she was already dressed when he was let out, he would jump all about her, and would never once miss alighting on her hands, even when they were held out 3 feet from him. All his ways were pretty and gentle. He would sit on his mistress's shoulder and give little soft pats to her chin, or would run over a whole room full of people at the mere sound of her voice. He was very fond of the sun, too, and would tumble about and murmur with delight whenever it shone on him. The little weasel was rather a thirsty animal, but he would not drink much at a time, and, when he had once tasted milk, could not be persuaded to touch rain-water. Baths were quite new to him, too, and he could not make up his mind to them, even in the heat, from which he suffered a good deal. His nearest approach to bathing was a wet cloth wrapped round him, and this evidently gave him great pleasure. Cats and dogs about the place condescended to make friends with him, and they never quarrelled nor hurt each other. Indeed, in many of their instincts and ways, weasels are not very unlike cats, and one quality they have in common is their curiosity. Nothing was dull or uninteresting to this little weasel. It was impossible to open a drawer or take out a paper without his little sharp nose being thrust round the corner, and he would even jump on his mistress's hands, the better to read her letters. He was also very fond of attracting attention, and in the midst of his play would always stop to see if anyone was watching. If he found that no one was troubling about him, he would at once leave off, and, curling himself up, go off into a sleep so sound that he might be taken up by the head and swung backwards and forwards quite a long time before he would wake up and be himself again. End of section 19. Recording by Campbell Schelp.
Section 20 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 20. Stories about Wolves, by Mrs. Lang. Wolves are found in the colder and more northern parts of Asia and North America, and over the whole of Europe except the British Isles, where they were exterminated long ago. Some say Lochiel killed the last wolf in Scotland. Some say a gamekeeper was the hero. The wolf very much resembles the dog in appearance, except that his eyes are set in obliquely and nearer his nose. His coat is commonly of a tawny gray color, but sometimes black or white, and he varies in size according to the climate. Some wolves only measure 2.5 feet in length, not counting the tail. Others are much larger. They have remarkably keen sight, hearing, and sense of smell, and such a stealthy gait that their way of slinking along has passed into a proverb in countries where wolves are common. They live in rocky caverns in the forest, sleep by day like other beasts of prey, and go out at night to forage for food. They eat small birds, reptiles, the smaller animals such as rats and mice, some fruits, grapes among others, and rotten apples. They do not disdain even dead bodies, nor garbage of any sort. But in times of famine or prolonged snow, when all these provisions fail them, and they feel the pinch of hunger, then woe betide the flocks of sheep or the human beings they may encounter. In 1450, wolves actually came into Paris and attacked the citizens. Even so lately as the long and severe winter of 1894 and 5, the wolves came into the plains of Piedmont in the lower Alps Maritimes in such numbers that the soldiery had to be called out to destroy them. In such times a wolf in broad daylight will steal up to a flock of sheep peacefully feeding, seize on a fine fat one, and make away with it, unseen and unsuspected, even by the watchful sheepdog. Should a first attempt prove successful, he will return again and again, till, finding he can no longer rob that flock unmolested, he will look out for another one still unsuspicious. If he once gets inside a sheepfold at night, he massacres and mangles right and left. When he is slain to his heart's content, he goes off with a victim and devours it, then comes back for a second, a third, and a fourth carcass, which he carries away to hide under a heap of branches or dead leaves. When dawn breaks, he returns gorged with food to his lair, leaving the ground strewn with the bodies of the slain. The wolf even contrives to get the better of his natural enemy, the dog, using stratagem and cleverness in the place of strength. If he spies a gawky long-legged puppy swaggering about his own farmyard, he will come closer and entice him out to play by means of every sort of caper and gambol. When the young simpleton has been induced to come out beyond the farmyard, the wolf, throwing off his disguise of amiable playfulness, falls upon the dog and carries him away to make a meal of. And in the case of a dog stronger and more capable of making resistance, the stratagem requires 2 wolves. One appears to the dog in its true character of wolf, and then disappears into an ambush, where the other lies hidden. The dog, following its natural instinct, pursues the wolf into the ambush, where the 2 conspirators soon make an end of it. So numerous have wolves always been in the rural districts of France, that from the earliest times there has been an institution called the Loudon for their extermination. Since the French Revolution this has been very much modified, but there is still a reward of so much per head for every wolf killed. Under ordinary circumstances, the wolf will not only not attack man, but will flee from him, for he is as cowardly as he is crafty. But if driven by hunger, he will pursue, or rather he will follow a solitary traveler for miles, dodging his footsteps and always keeping near, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, till the man, harassed and worn out by fatigue and fright, is compelled to halt. Then the wolf, who has been waiting for this opportunity, springs on him and devours him. Audubon, in his Quadrupeds of America, tells a story of 2 young Negroes who lived on a plantation on the banks of the Ohio in the state of Kentucky about the year 1820. They each had a sweetheart, whom they used to go to visit every evening after their work was done. These negresses lived on another plantation about 4 miles away, but a short cut led across a large canebrake. When winter set in with its long dark nights, no ray of light illuminated this dismal swamp. But the Negroes continued their nightly expeditions notwithstanding, arming themselves by way of precaution with their axes. One dark night they set off over a thin crust of snow, the reflection from which afforded all the light they had to guide them on their way. Hardly a star appeared through the dense masses of cloud that nearly covered the sky and menaced more snow. About halfway to their destination, the Negroes' blood froze at the sound of a long and fearful howl that rent the air. They knew it could only come from a pack of hungry and perhaps desperate wolves. They paused to listen, and only a dismal silence succeeded. In the impenetrable darkness, nothing was visible, a few feet beyond them. Grasping their axes, they went on their way, though with quaking hearts. Suddenly, in single file, out of the darkness sprang several wolves, who seized on the first man, inflicting terrible wounds with their fangs on his legs and arms. Others as ravenous leapt on his companion, and dragged him to the ground. Both negroes fought manfully, but soon one had ceased to move, and the other, despairing of aiding his companion, threw down his axe and sprang onto the branch of a tree, where he found safety and shelter for the rest of that miserable night. When day broke, only the bones of his friend lay scattered on the blood-stained, trampled snow. 3 dead wolves lay near, but the rest of the pack had betaken themselves to their lair, to sleep away the effects of their night's gorge. A sledge journey through the plains of Siberia in winter is a perilous undertaking. If a pack of hungry wolves gets on the track of a sledge, the travelers know as soon as they hear the horrid howls, and they see the gray forms stealing swiftly across the snow, that their chances of escape are small. If the sledge stops one instant, men and horses are lost. The only safety is in flight at utmost speed. It is indeed a race for life. The horses, mad with terror, seem to have wings. The wolves, no less swift, pursue them, their cruel eyes gleaming with the lust for blood. From time to time, a shot is fired, and a wolf falls dead in the snow. Bolder than the others, he has tried to climb onto the sledge and has met his reward. This incident gives a momentary respite to the pursued, for the murderous pack will pause to tear in pieces and devour their dead comrade. Then, further inflamed with the taste of blood, they will continue the headlong pursuit with redoubled vigor. Should the travelers be able to reach a village or friendly farmhouse before the horses are completely exhausted, the wolves, frightened by the lights, will slink away into the forest, balked this time of their prey. On the other hand, should no refuge be near, the wolves will keep up with the horses till the poor beasts stumble and fall from fatigue, when the whole pack will instantly spring upon men and horses, and in a few moments the blood-stained snow alone tells the tale. There have been instances, but fortunately few, of wolves with a perfect craving for human flesh. Such was the notorious Bête du Gévaudan, that from the year 1764 and onwards ravaged the district of that name, in Auvergne, to the south of the center of France. This wolf was of enormous size, measuring 6 feet, from the point of its nose to the tip of its tail. It devoured 83 persons, principally women and children, and seriously wounded 25 or 30 others. It was attacked from first to last by between 200,000 and 300,000 hunters, probably not all at once. With half a dozen wolves, each equal to 200,000 men, a country could afford to do without an army. But the wolf of Gévaudan was no common wolf. He never married, having no leisure, fortunately, for the human race. The whole of France was in a state of alarm on its account. The peasants dared no longer to go to their work in the fields alone and unarmed. Every day brought tidings of some fresh trouble. In the morning he would spread terror and confusion in some village in the plains, and in the evening he would carry off some hapless victim from some mountain hamlet 15 or 20 leagues away. 5 little shepherd boys, feeding their flocks on the mountainside, were attacked suddenly by the ferocious beast, who made off with the youngest of them. The others, armed only with sticks, pursued the wolf and attacked it so valiantly that they compelled it to drop its prey and slink off into the wood. A poor woman was sitting at her cottage door with her 3 children, when the wolf came down on them and attempted to carry off each of the children in turn. The mother fought so courageously in defense of her little ones that she succeeded in putting the wolf to flight, but in doing so was terribly bitten herself, and the youngest child died of his wounds. Some 20 or 30 parishes joined forces to attack the beast, led by the most experienced huntsmen and the chief louvetier of the kingdom. On one occasion, 20,000 hunters surrounded the forest Prunières, where it lay concealed. But on this, as well as every other occasion, the wolf escaped in the most surprising, one might say miraculous, manner. disappearing as if he had been turned into smoke. Some hunters declared that their bullets had rebounded off him, flattened and harmless. Others alleged when he had been shot, like the great Dundee, with his silver bullet, a well-known charm against sorcery, at such close quarters that it appeared to be impossible he should not be mortally wounded. In a day or two some fresh horror would announce the creature was still uninjured. The very dogs refused at length to go after him, and fled howling in the opposite direction. The belief became general that it was no ordinary wolf of flesh and blood, but the fiend himself in beast shape. Prayers were put up in the churches, processions took place, and the host remained exhibited as in times of plague and public calamity. The state offered a reward of 2,000 francs to whoever should slay the monster. The syndics of 2 neighboring towns added 500 francs, making a total of 100 English money, a large sum in those days. The young Countess de mlcui, an orphan, and chatelaine of one of the finest estates in the district, offered her hand and fortune in marriage to whoever would rid the country of the scourge. This inspired the young Count Leconte de Valinas, who, though no sportsman by nature, was so deeply in love with the Countess that he determined to gain the reward or perish in the attempt. Assisted by a small band of well-trained hunters and by 2 formidable dogs, a bloodhound and a mastiff, he began a systematic attack on the wolf. After many fruitless attempts, they succeeded one day in driving the creature into an abandoned quarry of vast size, the sides of which were 20 or 30 feet high, and quite precipitous, and the only entrance a narrow cart track blasted out of the rock. The young Count, determined to do or die alone, sternly refused to allow his men to accompany him into the quarry, and left them posted at the entrance, with orders only to fire on the beast should it attempt to force its way out. Taking only the dogs with him, and having carefully seen to the state of his weapons, he went bravely to the encounter. The narrow defile was so completely hemmed in on every side that, to the vanquished, there was no escape, nor alternative, but death. Here and there on patches of half-melted snow were footprints, evidently recent, of the huge beast, but the creature remained invisible, and for nearly 10 minutes the Count had wandered among the rocks and bushes before the dogs began to give sign of the enemy's presence. About 100 yards from where he stood was a frozen pool, on the edge of which grew a clump of bulrushes. Among their dry and yellow stalks, Leonce suddenly caught a glimpse of a pair of fiery eyes. Nothing more, but it was enough to let him know that the longed-for moment at length had arrived. Leonce advanced cautiously, his gun cocked and ready to fire, and the dogs close at his heels, growling with rage and fear. Still the wolf did not stir, and Leonce, determining to try other tactics, stopped, raised his gun to his shoulder, and aimed between the gleaming eyes, nothing more being visible. Before he could fire, the beast dashed from among the crackling reeds and sprang straight at him. Leonce, nothing daunted, waited till it was within 10 paces, and then fired. With a howl of anguish, the wolf fell as if dead. Before Leonce had time to utter a shout of joy, it was on its feet again. Streaming with blood and terrible in its rage, it fell on the young man. He attempted to defend himself with his bayonet, which, though of tempered steel, was broken, as if it had been glass. His gun, too, was bent, and he himself was hurled to the ground. But for his faithful dogs, it would soon have been all over with him. They flew at the wolf's throat, who quickly made an end to the bloodhound. One crunch broke his back, while one stroke of the ruthless paw disemboweled him. Castor the mastiff had, however, the wolf by the throat, and a fearful struggle ensued over the prostrate body of Leonce. They bit, they tore, they worried, they rolled over and over each other, the wolf, in spite of its wounds, always having the advantage. Half stunned by the fall, suffocated by the weight of the combatants, and blinded by the dust and snow, they scattered in the fray. Leonce had just sufficient strength to make one last effort in self-defense. Drawing his hunting knife, he plunged it to the hilt in the shaggy mass above him. From a distance he seemed to hear shouts of, "Courage, monsieur! Courage, Castor! We are coming!" Then, conscious only of an overwhelming weight above him, and of iron claws tearing at his chest, he fainted away. When he came to himself, he was lying on the ground, surrounded by his men. Starting up, he exclaimed, "The beast! Where is the beast?" Dead, monsieur, stone dead, answered the head keeper, showing him the horrid creature, all torn and bloody, stretched out on the snow beside the dead bloodhound. Castor, a little way off, lay panting and bruised, licking his wound. The Count's knife was firmly embedded in the beast's ribs. It had gone straight to the heart, and death had been instantaneous. A procession was formed to carry the carcass of the wolf in triumph to the castle of the Countess. The news had flown in advance, and she was waiting on the steps to welcome the conquering hero. It was not long before the Countess and the gallant champion were married, and as the wolf left no family, the country was at peace. Are you not rather sorry for the poor wolf? End of section 20. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman.
Section 21 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tania K. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. 2 Highland Dogs by Miss Goodrich Freer. Part 1. Rhi and Spirag were 2 Highland dogs who lived in a beautiful valley not far from the west coast of Scotland, where high hills slope down to the shores of a blue loch, and the people talk a strange language quite different from English, or even from French, or German, or Latin, which is called Gaelic. The name Rhi means a king, and Spirag means a sparrowhawk, but they are words no one except a Highlander can pronounce properly. However, the dogs had a great many friends who could not talk Gaelic, and when English-speaking people called them Rhi and Spira, they would always answer. Rhi was a great tawny deerhound, tall and slender, very stately as a king should be, and as gentle as he was strong. He had a rough coat and soft brown eyes, set rather near together, and very bright and watchful. His chief business in life was to watch the faces of his friends and to obey their wishes quickly, to take his long limbs away from the drawing-room hearthrug when the butler came in to put on the coals, not to get in the way more than so big a dog could help, and not to get too much excited when anything in a conversation suggested the likelihood of a walk. But his father and all his ancestors had led very different lives. They had been trained to go out on the mountains with men who hunted the wild deer and to help them in the chase, for the deerhounds run with long bounds and are as fleet as the stag himself. Then, when the beautiful creature had been killed, it was their duty to guard the body and to see that carrion crows and eagles and other wild birds should not molest it. But Rhi's master was a bishop, who, though he lived quite near to a great deer forest and often took his dogs over the hills to where the deer lived, never killed anything, but loved to see all his fellow creatures happy among the things they liked best. Spirag was a very little dog, of the kind that is called a Skye Terrier, though the island of Skye is one of the few places in which a long-haired terrier is very rare. He was quite small, what his Highland friends called a wee bit doggy. He was very full of life and courage, wonderfully plucky for his size, like the fierce little bird whose name he bore. Like a good many little people, he lacked the dignity and repose of his big companion, and though very good-tempered among his friends, was quite ready to bite if beaten, and did not take a scolding with half the gentleness and humility with which Rhi would submit to punishment, perhaps because he needed it oftener, for he was so busy and active that he sometimes got into scrapes. He was only 3 years old at the time of this story, and Rhi was 7, so it was perhaps natural that Rhi should be the wiser of the two. They lived in a beautiful house quite near the loch, and they had a large garden to play in, and they could go in and out of the house and do just as they liked, so long as they came when they were cold, and did as they were bid, and did not climb on the sofa cushions when their feet were muddy. There were very few houses on their side the water, and as their friends went about in boats as often as other people go out in carriages, the dogs were used to the water and could swim as easily as walk, and what is more, knew how to sit still in the boat, so that they were allowed to go anywhere with their friends because they gave no trouble. They had a very happy life, for there was always something going on, which is what dogs like, and plenty of people to go walks with. Their young masters sometimes went out with guns, and the dog, a country dog, loves a gun better than anything in the world, because he knows it means business in which he can help. Sometimes their mistress took them for a walk, and then they knew that they must be on their best behavior, and not wander too far from the road, and have to be whistled back, and not fight with the collies at the cottage doors, nor chase cats, nor be tiresome in any way. They generally kept close beside her, Ree walking very slowly, so as to accommodate his big strides to the progress of a poor human thing with only 2 legs, and Sperag trotting along with tiny little footsteps that seemed to make a great fuss and to be in a great hurry about nothing at all. There was nothing, however, so delightful as going for walks with their own master, the bishop. For one thing, they generally knew he really meant to do something worthwhile. Pottering about with a gun or escorting a lady is pleasant enough, but it generally means coming home to lunch or tea, and the real joy of a dog's walk is to feel that you are getting farther and farther away from home, and that there are miles of heather and pine wood behind you, and yet you are still going on and on, with chances of more hares and more squirrels to run after. Sometimes the bishop would stop at a shepherd's hut or a lonely cottage under the lee of a hill, and sometimes he would sit down to examine a flower he had gathered in the wood. But they forgave him very good-temperedly, and could always find something to interest them while they waited. Ree generally sat down beside his master and stretched out his great limbs on the heather, for he liked to think he was taking care of somebody or something. Sperag would lie down for a minute, panting, with his little red tongue hanging out, and his hairy little paws all wet and muddy, but he never rested for long, but would dart off, pretending to have found a rat or a squirrel, even if none really existed. It was in December 1887. The weather was raw and cold. There was ice floating about on the loch, and the seagulls used to come up to the garden terrace to be fed. The young masters were away, and mistress could only take walks along the road. There was nothing to tempt her to a mountain scramble or a saunter in the woods. The bishop was very busy, and day after day the dogs would start up from the rug at the sound of the opening of his study door upstairs, and after a minute's anxious listening, with ears cocked and heads erect, they would lie down again with a sigh of disappointment, for there was no sound of approach to the hat stand, nor a whistled invitation for a walk. Finally came a sad day when the bishop went away, and dog life threatened to become monotonous. Then, one Saturday, hope revived, for a visitor came to the house, an old friend whom they loved and trusted as a good dog always loves what is trustworthy. He was a frequent visitor, and had in fact left the house but 3 weeks before. He was there for a holiday rest, and had leisure to bestow on dogs and on long walks, which they always shared. He was very thoughtful for them, not the sort of a man who would set off on a whole afternoon's ramble and say, when half a mile on his way, "I wish I'd remembered Ree and Sperag." He always remembered them, and thought for them, and when he fed them after dinner, would always give big bits of biscuit to the big dog and little bits to the little dog, and it is not every one who has the sense for that. Every day, and often twice a day, he took them out, down to the church or the pier, or across the lake and up to the pass of Glencoe, where stern grey hills and hovering eagles and the deep silent valley still seemed to whisper together of a sad true story that happened there in just such weather as this 200 years ago. These were very happy days for dogs, for they did not mind the cold. It was only an excuse for wild scampering and racing, and they were very grateful for their friend's return. He had been ill, but was able to enjoy his walks, and though about 60 years of age, he had all those qualities of youth which endear a man to a dog or a child. He was brave and unselfish, and strong to love and to endure, and they loved him without knowing why, without knowing that he had lost his health from overwork in the service of the poor and suffering, and among the outcasts so low as to be beyond the sympathy of any heart less loving than that of a dog or of a very good man. Father Moconnachie, he was always called, and though he had never had wife or children of his own, many a fatherless child and many a lonely grown-up man or a woman felt that it was quite easy and natural to call him by a name so sacred. On the Wednesday after he came, he took Ree and Sperag for a glorious walk through the shrubberies and out through a gate onto the road at the foot of the hill behind, a road that winds on and on for many miles, the mountains rising steeply above, the lake being cold and grey below, the bank that slopes away from the road to the water, in places covered with gorse and low bushes and heather, where an enterprising dog may hunt for rats and rabbits, or rush headlong after a peewit or a moorfowl as it rises with a scream at his approach and flutters off high into the air, and then descending to within a few feet of him, skims low before him, hopelessly far, yet tantalizingly near. The way was familiar to them, by land or by water. Often had they sailed up the loch in the same direction, farther and farther into the heart of the mountains, the valley becoming more and more narrow, the shores of the lake nearer and nearer to each other, till had they gone far enough, they would have reached the Dog's Ferry, a spot where the water is so narrow that a dog may easily swim across. Ree, strong swimmer that he was, had often crossed the loch near his master's house, where the ferry boats ply, and needed no dog's ferry, but few dogs made such powerful strokes in the water as he. This day, however, they did not reach the dog's ferry. The afternoon was closing in. There were streaks of gold in the dull grey sky, and it was, the good father thought, time to return. "Never mind, little man," he said, as Sperag looked reproachfully at him with wistful brown eyes gleaming through overhanging silvery locks. "We'll do it tomorrow, only we must set off earlier." This was good news, and the little dog started home gaily, running as little dogs will, 10 miles at least to every one of the road, and tired enough when home was reached at last. Dinner was a welcome feast, and Ree and Sperag slept sound till it was time for evening service. They always attended chapel night and morning, and took their places at the foot of the steps, halfway, when both were present, between mistress in her seat and master at the place of his sacred office. Tonight, as usual, they remained perfectly quiet and apparently indifferent to what was going on till, at the words, "Lighten our darkness," bedtime came into immediate prospect, and they started into expectant attitudes, awaiting the final Amen. Part 2. The next morning, though cold, was fine and fairly bright, and the dogs watched eagerly for signs of the promised walk. The service in chapel was rather long this morning, for as it was Advent, the Benedicite was read, and though Rhi and Spirag noticed only that they had time for a longer nap than usual, there were some present who will never forget, as the season comes round again each year, the special significance of part of that song of praise. O ye frost and cold, O ye ice and snow, O ye nights and days, O ye light and darkness, O ye mountains and hills, O ye beasts and cattle, O ye holy and humble men of heart, bless ye the Lord, praise him and magnify him forever. But at last the service was over, and the dogs trotted out into the hall and followed mistress and their friend to the front door to see what the weather was like. It was not a specially pleasant morning, but it would do for a walk, and after waiting a few minutes to have some sandwiches cut, the only detention that could be endured with patience, the three set out. After about 6 miles they were on new ground, but on they went, the lake to the right of the road getting narrower, on past the Dog's Ferry, and still on, till the loch had become a river, and could be crossed by a bridge. Rhi and Spirag knew, by a more certain method than looking at clocks, that it was lunch-time, 1:30 at least, and they never thought of doubting that they would cross the bridge and turn homewards along the other side the loch, and so get in about tea-time, or, for their friend was enterprising, by a longer way also on the farther side, either of which would involve a delightful long walk, but with just that hint of a homeward turn which even to dogs is acceptable when breakfast has become a mere memory. They accordingly followed the road onto the bridge, but as Father McConaughey did not overtake them, Rhi, ever watchful of his friends, turned to look back and saw him speaking to a girl, after which, to their surprise, he whistled them back, and instead of continuing along the road as it turned off to the right, kept straight on, though there was now only a rough track leading through a gate into the wood beyond. When they had advanced a few paces into the wood, he sat down under a tree and took out his packet of sandwiches. Rhi and Spirag, sitting close beside him, had their share, or perhaps more, for their wistful brown eyes hungrily reminded him that they had multiplied the distance many times over, and that an unexpected luncheon out of doors is a joy in a dog's day of a kind for which a man may well sacrifice a part of his minor pleasure. Starting off again was a fresh delight. On they went, farther and farther, always climbing higher and getting deeper into the wood. To the left, the steep mountainside rose abruptly above them. To the right, below the path, the river tore its way between steep banks down to its home in the lake. Now and then the trees parted and made way for a wild mountain torrent, leaping from rock to rock down the hillside, and rushing across their path to join the river below. As they climbed farther, these became more frequent. Their friend could stride across, setting an occasional foot upon a stepping stone, and Rhi, too, could cross safely enough, long-limbed as he was, though now and then he had to swim, and the streams were so rapid that it needed all his strength to cross the current. Sometimes he helped Spirag, for the brave little dog would always try to follow his big companion, and sometimes, with an anxious bark, would give warning that help was needed, and then the kind father would turn back to pick up the little dog and carry him till they were in safety. It was very hard work. They were always climbing, and in many places the road was polished with a thin coating of ice, but the dogs feared nothing and kept on bravely. The path dwindled to a mere track, and the climbing became steeper still. The streams crossed their road still oftener, and the stones were slippery with ice. The wood became thinner, and as they had less shelter from the trees, great flakes of half-frozen snow were driven against their faces. There was no thought now of hares or stags. Ree and Spirag had no energies left for anything but patient following. Poor little Spirag's long coat was very wet, and as it dried a little, it became hard and crisp with frost. The long hair falling over his eyes was matted together and tangled with briars, and his little feet were sore and heavy with mud that had caked in the long tassels of silky hair. Even Ree was very weary, and he followed soberly now instead of bounding along in front. His ears and tail drooped, and each time he crossed the ice-cold water, he seemed more and more dejected. As they left the wood behind them, the snow fell thick and blinding, but just at first, as they came out into the open, it seemed not quite so dark as under the trees. There was nothing to be seen but grey sky and grey moor. Even the river had been left behind, and only blackened patches remained to show where, in summer, the ground was spread with a gay carpet of purple heather and sweet bog myrtle. They got deeper at each step into half-frozen marsh. There was no sound or sign of life. The dogs felt hungry and weary as they ached with the cold and wet, but they were following a friend, and they trusted him wholly. Well, they knew that each step was taking them farther from home and farther into the cold and darkness. But dog wisdom never asserts itself, and in trustful humility they followed still, and the snow came down closer and closer around them, and even the grey sky and the grey moor were blotted out, and the darkness fell. Part 3. It was a disappointing homecoming for the bishop that Thursday evening. There was no hearty handshake from waiting friend, no rejoicing bay of big dog, or extravagant excitement of little dog to welcome him. The three had been out the whole day, he was told, and had not yet reappeared. A long walk had been projected, but they had been expected home long before this. When dinner time came and they did not appear, 2 servants had been sent out with lanterns to meet them, as the road, though not one to be missed, was dark, and some small accident might have happened. The men were not back yet, but doubtless the missing party would soon return. The night was dark and stormy, and Father McConaughey had been for some time somewhat invalided, and as time passed, the bishop became increasingly anxious. At length he ordered a carriage, and with the gardener set off towards Kinloch, the head of the loch, thinking that accident or weariness might have detained his friend, and the carriage might be useful. On the way they met the first messengers returning with the news that nothing could be heard at Kinloch of the missing 3, except that they had passed there between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The bishop and his men sought along the road and inquired for tidings at the very few houses within reach, but in vain. The night was dark and little could be done, and there was always the hope that on their return they might find that some tidings had been heard, that the lost friends might have come back by the other side of the lake. So at last they turned back, reaching home about 4 o'clock in the morning. No news had been heard, and all felt anxious and perplexed, but most believed that some place of shelter had been reached, as the dogs had not come home. They could find their way home from anywhere, and there seemed little doubt that, overtaken by darkness, all 3 had found shelter in a shepherd's or gamekeeper's hut, perhaps on the other side of the lake, as they had almost certainly crossed the bridge, no one having met them on the road by which they had started. Nevertheless, all that was possible must be done in case of the worst, and as soon as daylight returned, 4 parties of men were dispatched in different directions, the bishop himself choosing that which his friend and the dogs were known to have taken the day before. A whole day of search over miles and miles of the desolate wintry mountains revealed but one fact, that the party had eaten their luncheon under a tree in the wood beyond the bridge. The squirrels had left the sandwich paper there to tell the tale, and for the first time it seemed likely that they had not turned homewards on reaching the head of the lake, either by the same road they had come or by that on the other side of the water and through Glencoe. One by one the search parties came home with no tidings. No trace of the wanderers had been seen. No bark of dogs had been heard. No help had been found towards the discovery of the sad secret. Weary and heartsick, as all felt, no time was to be lost. Every hour made the anxiety greater, and all were ready in a very short time to start afresh. Again, for the second time, all through the long night, they wandered over the mountains, through the wood, and across the deer forest beyond. It was an awful night. Again and again were their lights blown out. The snow lay deep in all the hollows. Where the streams had overflowed their banks, the path was a sheet of solid ice. The rocks, polished and slippery, were climbed with utmost difficulty. At every opening in the hills, an ice-cold wind whirled down glen and corrie. Sleet and hailstones beat against their faces. The frozen pools in the marshes gave way beneath their feet. The night was absolutely dark. Not a star shone out to give them courage. The silence and the sounds were alike awful. Sometimes they could hear each other's labored breathing as they tottered on the ice or waded through the snow. Sometimes all other sounds were lost in the shrieking of the whirlwinds, the crackling of the ice, and the roaring of the swollen, angry streams. What could have happened? Even if accident had occurred, either or both of the dogs would surely have returned, and how could even a Highland dog, hungry and shelterless, live through such a night as this? Morning came again, and returning to the point near the bridge at which the carriage had been left, two of the parties met and drove home for food and dry clothing, and to learn what others might have to tell. There was no news, and again the same earnest friends, with many more kind helpers, set out on their almost hopeless journey. The trackless wilds of the deer forest seemed most likely field for search, and all now in various groups set off in this direction. Hour after hour passed without any gleam of hope, and even the bishop began to feel that everything possible had been done, and was turning sadly homewards. A second party, a few hundred yards behind, had almost come to the same resolve. Many of the men had been without rest since Thursday, and even the dog, who was one of the keepers of the deer forest, had joined the party, was limping wearily, and was exhausted by the cold and the rough walking. Suddenly he stopped, and with ears pricked and head erect listened. No one knows better than a Highlander the worth of a collie's opinion, and more than one stopped to listen too. Not far away, and yet faint, came the bark of a dog. Among the men was Sandy, one of the bishop's stablemen, who knew and loved Ree and Sperag, and his heart leapt as he recognized the deerhound's bay. Away to their left, the mountains were cleft by a narrow glen. The sound came from the bank on the hither side. The bishop and his party had climbed to the farther side, but a shout reached them, alert and watchful as they were. They turned back wondering, scarcely daring to hope. The man who had called them were hastening to a given point, the dog nose to ground, preceding them. There is no mistaking the air of a dog on business. The collie's intentness was as different from his late dejection as was the present haste of the men from the anxious watchful plodding of their long search. In another moment they came in sight of something which made them hold back the dog, and which arrested their own footsteps. The bishop himself must be the first to tread on what all felt was holy ground. There, on the desolate hillside, lay the body of Father Mulcahy, wreathed about with the spotless snow, a peaceful expression on his face. One on either side sat the dogs, watching still, as they had watched through the 2 long nights of storm and darkness. Even the approach of friends did not tempt them to forsake their duty. With hungry, weary faces they looked towards the group which first came near them, but not till their own master knelt down beside all that remained of his old friend did they yield up their trust and rise, numbed and stiff, from the posts they had taken up who knows how long before. To say a few words of prayer and thanksgiving was the bishop's first thought, his second to take from his pocket the sandwiches he carried, and to give all to Ri and Sperag. A bier was contrived of sticks from a rough fence that marked the boundary of the deer forest, and the body was lifted from the frozen ground on which it lay. The return to Kinloch, where the carriage waited, was very difficult, and the bearers had to change places very often. Slow as was their progress, it was as rapid as Ri could manage, numbed with cold and exhausted with hunger. The little dog was easily carried, and for once little Sperag was content to rest. No one will ever know what those faithful dogs felt and endured during those 2 days and nights of storm and loneliness. Those who sought them in the darkness of that second awful night must have passed very near the spot where they lay, sleeping perhaps, or deafened by the storm, or even possibly listening anxiously with beating hearts to the footsteps which came so near, and yet turned away, leaving them faithful to their post in the night. They, in their degree, like the man whose last sleep they guarded, were true and faithful servants. It is pleasant to know that Ri and Sperag did not suffer permanently for all they had undergone. They lived for 5 years and a half after, and had many and many a happy ramble when the sun was bright and the woods were green and squirrels and hares were merry. They could not be better cared for than they had always been, but if possible, they were more indulged. If they contrived to get a dinner in the kitchen as well as in the dining room, their friends remembered the days when they had none and nobody told tales. If they lay in the sun quite across the front door, or took up the whole of the rug before the winter fire, everyone felt that there were arrears of warmth to be made up to them. Their portraits were painted, and in the sculpture which in his own church commemorates Father Maconachie's death, the dogs have not been forgotten. Ri was the elder of the two, and towards the end of his 13 years showed signs of old age and became rheumatic and feeble, but Sperag, though 3 years younger, did not long survive him. They rest now under a cairn in the beautiful garden they loved so well. Dark green fir trees shelter their grave. A gentle stream goes merrily by on its way to the lake below, and in the crannies of the stones of which the cairn is built, foxgloves and primroses and little ferns grow fresh and green. On the cairn is this inscription: in memory of 15th December 1887. Ri died 19th January 1893. Sperag died 28th August 1893. End of section 21. Recording by Tania K.
Section 22 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunil Goswami. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Monkey Tricks and Sally at the Zoo. Naturalist's Notebook. Some monkeys are cleverer and more civilized than others, and the chiefs have their followers well in hand. Every monkey having his own special duties, which he is very careful to fulfill. When the stores of food which have been collected are getting low, the elders of the tribe, greybeards with long manes, meet together and decide where they shall go to lay in fresh supplies. This important point being settled, the whole body of monkeys, even down to the very little ones, leave the woods or mountain ravine where they live and form into regular order. First scouts are posted, some being sent on to places in advance, others being left to guard the rear, while the main body, made up of the young and helpless monkeys, follow the chiefs, who march solemnly in front and carefully survey every precipice or doubtful place before they suffer anyone to pass over it. It is not at all easy, even for an elderly and experienced monkey, to keep order among the host of lively chattering creatures for whose safety he is responsible, and indeed it would often be an impossible task if it were not for the help of the rear guard. These much tried animals have to make up quarrels which often break out by the way, to prevent the greedy ones from stopping to eat every scrap of fruit or berry that hangs from the trees as they pass, and to scold the mothers who try to linger behind in order to dress their children's hair and to make them smart for the day. Under these conditions, it takes a long time even for monkeys to reach their destination, which is generally a cornfield. But once there, scouts are sent out to every rock or rising ground so as to guard against any surprise. Then the whole tribe fall to, and after filling their cheek pouches with ears of corn, they make up bundles to tuck under their arms. After the long march and the hasty picking, they begin to get thirsty as well as hungry, and the next thing is to find some water. This is very soon done, as they seem able to detect it under the sand, however deep down it may be, and by dint of taking regular turns at digging, it does not take long before they have laid bare a well that is large enough for everybody. Monkeys love by nature to imitate what they see, and have been known to smoke a pipe and to pretend to read a book that they have seen other people reading. But sometimes they can do a great deal more than this and show that they can calculate and reason better than many men. A large Abyssinian monkey was one day being taken round Khartoum by its master and made to perform all sorts of tricks for the amusement of the bystanders. Among these was a date seller who was squatting on the ground beside his fruit. Now the monkey was passionately fond of dates, but being very cunning was careful not to let this appear, and went on performing his tricks as usual, drawing little by little nearer to the date basket as he did so. When he thought he was near enough for his purpose, he first pretended to die slowly and naturally, and then, after lying for a moment on the sand as stiff as a corpse, suddenly bounded up with a scream straight in front of the date seller's face and stared at him with his wild eyes. The men looked back at him spellbound, quite unaware that one of the monkey's hind feet was in the date basket, plowing up as much fruit as its long toes could hold. By some such trick as this, the monkey managed to steal enough food daily to keep him fat and comfortable. No cleverer monkey ever lived than the ugly old Sally, who died at the Zoological Gardens of London only a few years ago. Her keeper had spent an immense deal of time and patience in training her up, and it was astonishing what she was able to do. "Sally," he would say, putting a tin cup full of milk into her hands with a spoon hanging from it, "show us how you used to drink when you were in the woods." Upon which Sally stuck all her fingers into the milk and sucked them greedily. "Now," he continued, "show us how you drink since you became a lady." And then Sally took the spoon and drank her milk in dainty little sips. Next he picked up a handful of straw from the bottom of the cage and remarked carelessly, "Here, just tear those into six, will you? All the same length." Sally took the straws, and in half a minute the thing was done. But she had not come to the end of her surprises yet. "You're very fond of pear, I know," said the keeper, producing one out of his pocket and cutting it with his knife. "Well, I'm going to put some on my hand, but you are not to touch it until I have cut 2 short pieces and 3 long ones. And then you may take the second long one, but you aren't to touch any of the rest." The man went on cutting his slices without stopping, and was quite ready to begin upon a 6th when Sally stretched out her hand and took the 4th lying along the row which she had been told she might have. Very likely she might have accomplished even more wonderful things than this, but one cold day she caught a chill and died in a few hours of bronchitis. End of section 22. Recording by Sunil Goswami.
Section 23 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. How the Cayman was killed. From Waterton's Wanderings in South America. In the year 1782, there was born in the old house of Walton, near Pontefract in Yorkshire, a boy named Charles Waterton. who afterwards became very famous as a traveler and a naturalist. As soon as he could walk, he was always to be found poking about among trees or playing with animals, and both at home and at school he got into many a scrape through his love of adventure. He was only about 10 when some other boys dared him to ride on a cow, and of course he was not going to be beaten. So up he got while the cow was only thinking about how good the grass tasted. But the moment she felt a strange weight on her back, she flung her heels straight into the air, and off flew Master Waterton over her head. Many years after this, Waterton was traveling in South America, seeing and doing many curious things. For a long time he had set his heart on catching a caiman, a kind of alligator that is found in the rivers of Guyana. For this purpose he took some Indians with him to the Essequibo, which falls into the sea not far from Demerara, and was known to be a famous place for caimans. It was no good attempting to go after them during the long bright day. They were safely in hiding, and never thought of coming out till the sun was below the horizon. So Waterton and his Indians waited in patience till the moon rose, and everything was still, except that now and then a huge fish would leap into the air and plunge again under water. Suddenly there broke forth a fearful noise, unlike the cry of any other creature. As one came and called, another answered, and although caimans are not very common anywhere, that night you would have thought that the world was full of them. The 3 men stopped eating their supper of turtle and turned and looked over the river. Waterton could see nothing, but the Indian silently pointed to a black log that lay in the stream, just over the place where they had baited a hook with a large fish and bound it on a board. At the end of the board a rope was fastened, and this was also made fast to a tree on the bank. By and by the black log began to move, and in the bright moonlight he was clearly seen to open his long jaws and to take the bait inside them. But the watchers on shore had pulled the rope too soon, and the caiman dropped the bait at once. Then for an hour he lay quite still, thinking what he should do next, but feeling cross at having lost his supper, he made up his mind to try once more, and cautiously took the bait in his mouth. Again the rope was pulled, and again the bait was dropped into the river. But in the end the caiman proved more cunning than the Indians, for after he played this trick for 3 or 4 times, he managed to get the fish without the hook. And when the sun rose again, Waterton knew that caiman hunting was over for that day. For 2 or 3 nights they watched and waited, but did not ever get so near success as before. Let them conceal the hook and the bait ever so cleverly, the caiman was sure to be cleverer than they, and when morning came, the bait was always gone and the hook always left. The Indians, however, had no intention of allowing the caiman to beat them in the long run, and one of them invented a new hook, which this time was destined to better luck. He took 4 or 5 pieces of wood about a foot long, barbed them at each end, and tied them firmly to the end of a rope 30 yards long. Above the barb was baited the flesh of an mlcui, a creature the size of a rabbit. The whole was then fastened to a post driven into the sand, and the attention of the caiman aroused to what was going on by some sharp blows on an empty tortoise shell, which served as a drum. About 5:30 the Indian got up and stole out to look, and then he called triumphantly to the rest to come up at once, for on the hook was a caiman, 10 feet and a half long. But hard as it had been to secure him, it was nothing to the difficulty of getting him out alive and with his scales uninjured, especially as the 4 Indians absolutely refused to help, and that left only 2 white men and a Negro to grapple with the huge monster. Of these 2, the Negro showed himself very timid, and it was not easy to persuade him to be of any use. The position was certainly puzzling. If the Indians refused to help, the caiman could not be taken alive at all, and if they gave it, it was only at the price of injuring the animal and spoiling its skin. At length a compromise occurred to Waterton. He would take the mast of the canoe, which was about 8 feet long, and would thrust it down the caiman's throat if it showed any signs of attacking him. On this condition the Indians agreed to give their aid. Matters being thus arranged, Waterton then placed his men, about 7 in all, at the end of the rope, and told them to pull till the cayman rose to the surface, while he himself knelt down with a pole about 4 yards from the bank, ready for the cayman, should he appear, roaring. Then he gave the signal, and slowly the men began to pull. But the cayman was not to be caught without a struggle. He snorted and plunged violently till the rope was slackened, when he instantly dived below. Then the men braced all their strength for another effort, and this time out he came and made straight for Waterton. The naturalist was so excited by his capture that he lost all sense of the danger of his position. He waited till the cayman was within a few feet of him, when he flung away his pole, and with a flying leap landed on the cayman's back, twisting up the creature's feet and holding tightly on to them. The cayman, very naturally, could not in the least understand what had happened, but he began to plunge and struggle, and to lash out behind with his thick scaly tail, while the Indians looked on from afar, and shouted in triumph. To Waterton the only fear was lest the rope proved too weak for the strain, in which case he and the cayman would promptly disappear into the depths of the Essequibo. But happily the rope was strong, and after being dragged by the Indians for 40 yards along the sand, the cayman gave in, and Waterton contrived to tie his jaws together and to lash his feet onto his back. Then he was put to death, and so ended the chase of the cayman. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 24, The Story of Fido, by Miss A. M. Alene. Fido's master had to go a long journey across the country to a certain town, and he was carrying with him a large bag of gold to deposit at the bank there. This bag he carried on his saddle, for he was riding, as in those days there were no trains, and he had to travel as quickly as he could. Fido scampered cheerfully along at the horse's heels, and every now and then the man would call out to her, and Fido would wag her tail and bark back an answer. The sun was hot, and the road dusty, and poor Fido's little legs grew more and more tired. At last they came to a cool, shady wood, and the master stopped, dismounted, and tied his horse to a tree, and took his heavy saddlebags from the saddle. He laid them down very carefully, and pointing to them, said to Fido, "Watch them." Then he drew his cloak about him, lay down with his head on the bags, and soon was fast asleep. Little Fido curled herself up close to her master's head, with her nose over one end of the bags, and went to sleep too. But she did not sleep very soundly, for her master had told her to watch, and every few moments she would open her eyes and prick up her ears in case anyone were coming. The wounding of Fido. Her master was tired and slept soundly and long, much longer than he had intended. At last he was awakened by Fido's licking his face. The dog saw that the sun was nearly setting, and knew that it was time for her master to go on his journey. The man patted Fido and then jumped up, much troubled to find he had slept so long. He snatched up his cloak, threw it over his horse, untied the bridle, sprang into the saddle, and calling Fido, started off in great haste. But Fido did not seem ready to follow him. She ran after the horse and bit at his heels, and then ran back again to the woods, all the time barking furiously. This she did several times. But her master had no time to heed her, and galloped away, thinking she would follow him. At last the little dog sat down by the roadside and looked sorrowfully after her master, until he had turned a bend in the road. When he was no longer in sight, she sprang up with a wild bark and ran after him again. She overtook him just as he had stopped to water his horse at a brook that flowed across the road. She stood beside the brook and barked so savagely that her master rode back and called her to him. But instead of coming, she darted off down the road, still barking. Her master did not know what to think, and began to fear that his dog was going mad. Mad dogs are afraid of water, and act in a strange way when they see it. While the man was thinking of this, Fido came running back again and dashed at him furiously. She leapt at the legs of his horse and even jumped up and bit the toe of her master's boot. Then she ran down the road again, barking with all her might. Her master was now sure that she was mad, and, taking out his pistol, he shot her. He rode away quickly, for he loved her dearly, and could not bear to see her die. He had not ridden very far when he stopped suddenly. He felt under his coat for his saddle-bags. They were not there. Could he have dropped them, or had he left them behind in the wood where he had rested? He felt sure they must be in the wood, for he could not remember having picked them up or fastening them to his saddle. He turned his horse and rode back again as hard as he could. When he came to the brook, he sighed and said, "Poor Fido." But though he looked about, he could see nothing of her. When he crossed the brook, he saw some drops of blood on the ground, and all along the road he still saw drops of blood. Tears came into his eyes, and he felt very sad and guilty, for now he understood why little Fido had acted so strangely. She knew that her master had left behind his precious bags of gold, and so she had tried to tell him in the only way she could. All the way to the wood lay the drops of blood. At last he reached the wood, and there, all safe, lay the bags of gold. And beside them, with her little nose lying over one end of them, lay faithful Fido, who, you will be pleased to hear, recovered from her wound and lived to a great age. End of chapter 24.
Section 25 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunil Goswami. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Beasts Besieged. Adapted from Théophile Gautier. 25 years ago, in the winter of 1870-1871, Paris was closely besieged by the Germans, who had beaten one French army after another on the frontier and had now advanced into the very heart of the country. The cold was frightful and no wood could be got, and as if this was not enough, food began to give out, and the people inside the city soon learned to know the tortures of hunger. There was no hay or corn for the horses. After sheep and oxen, they are the first animals to be eaten. And then whispers were heard about elephants and camels and other beasts in the Jardin des Plantes, which is the French name for the zoological gardens. Now it is quite bad enough to be taken from the forests and deserts where you never did anything but just what you chose, and to be shut up in a small cage behind bars. But it is still worse not to have enough food to eat, and worst of all, to be made into food for other people. Luckily, the animals did not know what was being talked about in the world outside, or they would have been more uncomfortable than they were already. Any visitor to the Jardin des Plantes about Christmas time in 1870 and for many weeks later would have seen a strange sight. Some parts of the gardens were set aside for hospitals, and rows of beds occupied every sheltered building. Passing through these, the visitor found himself in the kingdom of the beasts, who were often much more gentle than their jailers. After coming from the streets where nothing was the same as it had been 6 months before and everything was topsy-turvy, it was almost soothing to watch the animals going on in their usual way, quite regardless of what men might be doing outside. There was the white bear swinging himself from side to side and rubbing his nose against the bars, just as he had done on the day that he had first taken up his abode here. There was a camel still asking for cakes, and an elephant trumpeting with fury because it didn't get any. Nobody had cakes for themselves, and it would have been far easier to place a gold piece in the twirling proboscis. An elephant who is badly fed is not a pretty spectacle. Its skin is so large that it seems as if it would take in at least 3 or 4 extra bodies, and having only one shrunken skeleton to cover, it shrivels up into huge wrinkles and looks like the earth after a dry summer. On the whole, certain kinds of bears come off best, for they can sleep all the winter through, and when they wake up, the world will seem the same as when they last shut their eyes. And unless their friend the white bear tells them in bear language all that has happened, they will never be any the wiser. Still, it is not all the bears who are lucky enough to have the gift of sleep. Some remained broad awake and stood idly about in the corners of their dens, not knowing how to get rid of the time that hung so heavily on their paws. What was the use for the big brown marten to go up to the top of his tree when there was no one to tickle his nose with a piece of bread at the end of a string? Why should his brother take the trouble to stand up on his hind legs when there was nobody to laugh and clap him? Only one very young bear indeed, with bright eyes and a yellow skin, went on his own way regardless of spectators, and he was busily engaged in looking at himself in a pail of water and putting on all sorts of little airs and graces from sheer admiration of his own beauty. Perhaps the most to be pitied of all were the lions, for they do not know how to play, and could only lie about and remember the days when towards sunset they crept towards the cool hill and waited till the antelopes came down for their evening drink, and then, but that is only a memory. While stretched out close by is the poor lioness in the last stage of consumption, and looking more like those half-starved fighting lions you see on royal coats of arms than a real beast. At such times, most children would give anything to catch up the zoological gardens and carry them right away into the center of Africa and let out the beasts and make them happy and comfortable once more. But that was not the feeling of the little boy who had been taken by his mother to see the beasts as a treat for his birthday. At each cage they passed, he came to a standstill, and gazing at the animal with greedy eyes, he said, "Mother, would you like to eat that?" Every time his mother answered him, "No one eats these beasts, my boy. They are brought from countries a long way off and cost a great deal of money." The child was silent for a moment, but at the sight of the zebra, the elk, or the little hyena, his face brightened again, and his voice might be heard peeping forth its old question, "Mother, would you like to eat that?" It's a comfort to think that the horrid, greedy boy was disappointed in his hopes. Whatever else he may have eaten, the taste of lions and of bears is still strange to him, for the siege of Paris came to an end at last, and the animals were made happy as of old with their daily portions. End of section 25. Recording by Sunil Goswami.
Section 26 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susie White. Mr. Gully by Miss Elspeth Campbell. He was a herring gull, and one of the largest I have ever seen. He was beautiful to look at with his soft gray plumage, never a feather of which was out of place. Of his character I will say nothing. That can be best judged by reading the following truthful biography of my Dove of the Waters. I cannot begin at the beginning. Of his youth, which doubtless in every sense of the word was a stormy one, I know nothing. He had already acquired the wisdom, or perhaps in his case slyness is a better word, of years by the time that he came to us. Gully was found one day in a field near our house in a very much exhausted condition. He had probably come a long distance, which he must have accomplished on foot, as he was unable to fly owing to his wing having been pinioned. He was very hungry, and greedily bolted a small fish that we offered him, and screamed for more. We then turned him into the garden, where he soon found a sheltered corner by our dining room window, and went to sleep standing on one leg. The other one he always kept tucked away, so that was quite invisible. Next morning I came out to look for Gully and feed him. He had vanished. I thought of the pond where I kept my goldfish, 40 beautiful goldfish. There, sure enough, was Mr. Gully swimming about contentedly. But where were the goldfish? Instead of the crystal-clear pond was a pool of muddy water. Instead of 40 goldfish, all that I could make out, when Mr. Gully had been chased away and the water given time to settle, was one miserable little half-dead fish, the only survivor of the 40. This was the first of Gully's misdeeds. To look at Gully, no one could believe him to be capable of hurting a fly. He had the most lovely, gentle brown eyes you ever saw, and seemed more like a benevolent old professor than anything else. He generally appeared to be half asleep, or else sunning himself with a contented smile on his thoughtful countenance. Gully next took to killing the sparrows. He was very clever at this. When he had finished eating, the sparrows were in the habit of appropriating the remnants of the feast. This Gully strongly disapproved of. So when he had eaten as much as he wanted, he retired behind a chair and waited till the sparrows were busy feasting. Then he would make a rush and seize the nearest offender. He sometimes used to kill as many as from 2 to 4 sparrows a day in this manner. The pigeons then took to coming too near his reach. At first he was afraid of them and left them alone. But the day came when a young fantail was foolish enough to take his airing on the terrace, close to Mr. Gully's nose. This was too much for Mr. Gully, who pounced upon the unfortunate squeaker and slew him. La petite vie de Méjean. And after this, Mr. Gully took the greatest delight in hunting these unfortunate birds and murdering them. No pigeon was too large for him to attack. I only just succeeded in saving the cock-powder, a giant among pigeons, from an untimely death by coming up in time to drive Mr. Gully away from his victim. After this, we decided to shut Mr. Gully up. We thought he would make a charming companion for the guinea pigs. At that time, I used to keep about 50 of various species in a hen run. So to the guinea pigs, Gully was banished. At first, the arrangement answered admirably. Gully behaved as nicely as possible for about a month, and we were all congratulating ourselves on having found such a good way out of our difficulty, when all at once his thirst for blood was roused afresh. One day he murdered 4 guinea pigs, and the next day 3 more of these unfortunate little beasts. We then let him join the hens and ducks. He at once constituted himself the leader of the latter. Every morning he would lead them down to a pond at the bottom of the fields, a distance of about 1/4 of a mile, and every evening he would summon them round him and lead them home. At his cry, the ducks and drakes would come waddling up to him with loud quacks. He used always to march in the most stately manner about 2 yards ahead of them. Of the cocks and hens, Gully deigned to take no notice. On 2 occasions he made an exception to this rule of conduct. On the first, he and a hen had a dispute over the possession of a worm. This dispute led to a fight, of which Gully was getting the best, when the combatants were separated. On the second occasion, Gully was accused of decapitating a hen. No one saw him do it, but it looked only too like his work. He had a neat, clean style. One day he led his ducks to the pond as usual, but in the evening they returned by themselves. We came to the conclusion that the poor old bird must be dead. We quite gave him up for lost and had mourned him for 2 or 3 weeks, when what should we see one day but Mr. Gully leading his ducks as usual to his favorite pond, as if he had never been away. Where he had spent all the time he was absent remains a mystery to this day. After this he remained with us some time, during which he performed no new feat of valor with the exception of one fight which he had with a cat. In this fight he had some feathers pulled out, but ultimately succeeded in driving her off after giving her legs such a bite that she was lame for many a long day. Since then he has again disappeared. Will he ever return? Mysterious was his coming, and mysterious his going. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Stories from Pliny. How Dogs Love. Now there was living at Rome, under the emperors Vespasian and Titus, AD 69 to 81, a man called Pliny, who gave up his life to the study of animals and plants. He not only watched their habits for himself, but he listened eagerly to all that travelers would tell him, and sometimes happened to believe too much, and wrote in his book things that were not true. Still, there were a great many facts which he had found out for himself, and the stories he tells about animals are of interest to everyone, partly because it seems strange to think that dogs and horses and other creatures were just the same then as they are now. The dogs that Pliny writes about lived in all parts of the Roman Empire and were as faithful and devoted to their masters as our dogs are to us. One dog, called Hyrcanus, belonging to King Lysimachus, one of the successors of Alexander the Great, jumped onto the funeral pyre on which lay burning the dead body of his master. And so did another dog at the burial of Hero of Syracuse. But during the lifetime of Pliny himself, a dog's devotion in the heart of Rome had touched even the Roman citizens, ashamed though they generally were of showing their feelings. It had happened that a plot against the life of Nero had been discovered, and the chief conspirator, Titus Sabinus by name, was put to death, together with some of his servants. One of these men had a dog, of which he was very fond, and from the moment the man was thrown into prison, the dog could not be persuaded to move away from the door. At last there came a day when the man suffered the cruel death common in Rome for such offences, and was thrown down a steep flight of stairs, where he broke his neck. A crowd of Romans had gathered round the place of execution in order to see the sight, and in the midst of them all the dog managed to reach his master's side and lay there, howling piteously. Then one of the crowd, moved with pity, threw the dog a piece of meat, but he only took it and laid it across his master's mouth. By and by, the men came for the body in order to throw it into the river Tiber, and even then the dog followed and swam after it, and held it up and tried to bring it to land, till the people came out in multitudes from the houses round about to see what it was to be faithful unto death, and beyond it. End of section 27. Recording by mlcui.
Section 28 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Kenyot Menagerie en Theme. In the early part of this century, a little boy of 3 years old, Villefi Gautier, travelled with his parents from Tarbes in the south of France to Paris. He was so small that he could not speak any proper French, but talked like the country people, and he divided the world into those who spoke like him and were his friends, and those who did not and were strangers. But though he was only 3 and a great baby in many ways, he loved his home dearly and everything about it, and it nearly broke his heart to come away. His parents tried to comfort him by giving him the most beautiful chocolates and little cakes, and when that failed, they tried what drums and trumpets would do. But drums and trumpets succeeded no better than cakes and chocolates, for the greater part of poor Théophile's tears were shed for the dog he had left behind him, called Cagnotte, which his father had given away to a friend, as he did not think that any dog who had been accustomed to run along the hills and valleys above Tarbes could ever make himself happy in Paris. Théophile, however, did not understand this, but cried for Cagnotte all day long, and one morning he could bear it no longer. His nurse had put out all his tin soldiers neatly on the table, with a little German village surrounded by stiff green trees just in front of them, hoping Théophile might play at a battle or a siege, and she had also placed his fiddle, which was painted bright scarlet, quite handy, so that he might play the triumphal march of the victor. Nothing was of any use. As soon as Josephine's back was turned, Théophile threw soldiers and village and fiddle out of the window, and then prepared to jump after them, so that he might take the shortest way back to Tarbes and Cagnotte. Luckily, just as his foot was on the sill, Josephine came back from the next room and saw what he was about. She rushed after him and caught him by the jacket, and then took him on her knee and asked him why he was going to do anything so naughty and dangerous. When Théophile explained that it was Cagnotte whom he wanted and must have, and that nobody else mattered at all, Josephine was so afraid he would try to run away again that she told him that if he would only have patience and wait a little, Cagnotte would come to him. All day long Théophile gave Josephine no peace. Every few minutes he came running to his nurse to know if Cagnotte had arrived, and he was only quieted when Josephine went out and returned, carrying a little dog, which in some ways was very like his beloved Cagnotte. Théophile was not quite satisfied at first, till he remembered that Cagnotte had travelled a long way, and it was not to be expected that he should look the same dog as when he started. So he put aside his doubts and knelt down to give Cagnotte a great hug of welcome. The new Cagnotte, like the old, was a lovely black poodle, and had excellent manners, besides being full of fun. He licked Théophile on both cheeks, and was altogether so friendly that he was ready to eat bread and butter off the same plate as his little master. The two got on beautifully, and were perfectly happy for some time, and then gradually Cagnotte began to lose his spirits, and instead of jumping and running about the world, he moved slowly, as if he was in pain. He breathed slowly and heavily, and refused to eat anything, and even Théophile could see he was feeling ill. One day Cagnotte was lying stretched out on his master's lap, and Théophile was softly stroking his skin, when suddenly his hand caught in what seemed to be string or strong thread. In great surprise, Josephine was at once called to explain the strange matter. She stooped down and peered closely at the dog's skin, then took her scissors and cut the thread. Cagnotte stretched herself, gave a shake, and jumped down from Théophile's lap, leaving a sort of black sheepskin behind him. Some wicked men had sewn him up in this coat, so that they might get more money for him, and without it he was not a poodle at all, but just an ugly little street dog, without beauty of any kind. After helping to eat Théophile's bread and butter and soup for some weeks, Cagnotte began to grow fatter, and his outside skin became too tight for him, and he was nearly suffocated. Once delivered from it, he shook his ears for joy and danced a waltz of his own round the room, not caring a straw how ugly he might be as long as he was comfortable. A very few weeks spent in the society of Cagnotte made the memory of Tarbes and its mountains grow dim in the mind of Théophile. He learnt French and forgot the way the country people talked, and soon he had become, thanks to Cagnotte, such a thorough little Parisian that he would not have understood what his old friends said if one of them had spoken to him. End of section 28. Recording by Chad Horner, Ballyclare.
Section 29 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Still Waters Run Deep, or The Dancing Dog by Théophile Gautier. Menagerie Intime. When little Théophile became big Théophile, he was as fond as ever of dogs and cats, and he knew more about them than anybody else. After the death of a large white spaniel called Luther, he filled a vacant place on his rug by another of the same breed, to whom he gave the name of Zamore. Zamore was a little dog, as black as ink, except for 2 yellow patches over his eyes and a stray patch on his chest. He was not in the least handsome, and no stranger would ever have given him a second thought. But when you came to know him, you found Zamore was not a common dog at all. He despised all women, and absolutely refused to obey them or to follow them, and neither Théophile's mother nor his sisters could get the smallest sign of friendship from him. If they offered him cakes or sugar, he would accept them in a dignified manner, but never dreamed of saying thank you, still less of wagging his tail on the floor, or giving little yaps of delight and gratitude, as well-brought-up dogs should do. Even to Théophile's father, whom he liked better than anyone else, he was cold and respectful, though he followed him everywhere, and never left his master's heels when they took a walk. And when they were fishing together, Zamore would sit silent on the bank for hours together, and only allowed himself one bark when the fish was safely hooked. Now no one could possibly have guessed that a dog of such very quiet and reserved manners was at heart as gay and cheerful as the silliest kitten that ever was born. But so he was, and this was how his family found it out. One day he was walking as seriously as usual through a broad square in the outskirts of Paris, when he was surprised at meeting a large grey donkey, with 2 panniers on its back, and in the panniers a troop of dogs, some dressed as Swiss shepherdesses, some as Turks, some in full court costume. The owner of the animals stopped the donkey close to where Zamore was standing, and bade the dogs jump down. Then he cracked his whip, the fife and drum struck up a merry tune, the dogs steadied themselves on their hind legs, and the dance began. Zamore looked on as if he had been turned into stone. The sight of these dogs, dressed in bright colors, this one with his head covered by a feathered hat, and that one by a turban, but all moving about in time to the music, and making pirouettes and little bows. Were they really dogs he was watching, or some new kind of men? Anyway, he had never seen anything so enchanting or so beautiful, and if it was true that they were only dogs, well, he was a dog too. With that thought, all that had lain hidden in Zamore's soul burst forth, and when the dancers filed gracefully before him, he raised himself on his hind legs, and in spite of staggering a little, prepared to join the ring, to the great amusement of the spectators. The dog-owner, however, whose name was Monsieur Corey, did not see matters in the same light. He raised his whip a second time, and brought it down with a crack on the sides of Zamore, who ran out of the ring, and with his tail between his legs and an air of deep thought, he returned home. All that day Zamore was more serious and more gloomy than ever. Nothing would tempt him out, hardly even his favorite dinner, and it was quite plain that he was turning over something in his mind. But during the night his 2 young mistresses were awakened by a strange noise that seemed to come from an empty room next theirs, where Zamore usually slept. They both lay awake and listened, and thought it was like a measured stamping, and that the mice might be giving a ball. But could little mice feet tread so heavily as that? supposing a thief had got in. So the bravest of the two girls got up, and stealing to the door softly, opened it, and looked into the room. And what do you think she saw? Why, Zamore on his hind legs, his paws in the air, practicing carefully the steps that he had been watching that morning. This was not, as one might have expected, a mere fancy of the moment, which would be quite forgotten the next day. Zamore was too serious a dog for that, and by dint of hard study he became in time a beautiful dancer. As often as the fife and drum were heard in the streets, Zamore rushed out of the house, glided softly between the spectators, and watched with absorbed attention the dancing dogs who were doing their steps. But remembering the blow he had had from the whip, he took care not to join them. He noted their positions, the figures, the way they held their bodies, and in the night he copied them, though by day he was just as solemn as ever. Soon he was not contented with merely copying what he saw. He invented for himself, and it is only just to say that, in stateliness of step, few dogs could come up to him. Often his dances were witnessed, unknown to himself, by Theophile and his sisters, who watched him through the crack of the door, and so earnest was he that at length, worn out by dancing, he would drink up the whole of a large basin of water which stood in the corner of the room. When Zamore felt himself the equal of the best of the dancing dogs, he began to wish that, like them, he might have an audience. Now in France, the houses are not always built in a row as they are in England, but sometimes have a square courtyard in front, and in the house where Zamore lived, this court was shut in on one side by an iron railing, which was wide enough to let dogs of a slim figure squeeze through. One fine morning there met in this courtyard 15 or 20 dogs, friends of Zamore, to whom the night before he had sent letters of invitation. The object of the party was to see Zamore make his debut in dancing, and the ballroom was to be the courtyard, which Zamore had carefully swept with his tail. The dance began, and the spectators were so delighted that they could not wait for the end to applaud, as people ought always to do, but uttered loud cries of "wow!" that reminded you of the noises you hear at a theatre, except one old water spaniel who was filled with envy at Zamore's talents, and declared that no decent dog would ever make an exhibition of himself like that. They all vowed that Zamore was the king of dancers, and that nothing had ever been seen to equal his minuet, jig, and waltz for grace and beauty. It was only during his dancing moments that Zamore unbent. At all other times he was as gloomy as ever, and never cared to stir from the rug unless he saw his old master take up his hat and stick for a walk. Of course, if he had chosen, he might have joined Monsieur Corey's troupe, of which he would have made the brightest ornament. But the love of his master proved greater than his love of his art, and he remained unknown, except of his family. In the end, he fell a victim to his passion for dancing, and he died of brain fever, which is supposed to have been caused by the fatigue of learning the schottische, the fashionable dance of the day. Reader, Paula Messina. Section 29 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Section 30 of The Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Jarrow. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Theo and His Horses, Jane, Betsy, and Blanche, by Théophile Gautier. From Menagerie Intime. After Théophile grew to be a man, he wrote a great many books, which are all delightful to read, and everybody bought them. And Théophile got rich and thought he might give himself a little carriage with 2 horses to draw it. And first he fell in love with 2 dear little Shetland ponies, who were so shaggy and hairy that they seemed all mane and tail, and whose eyes looked so affectionately at him that he felt as if he should like to bring them into the drawing-room instead of sending them to the stable. They were charming little creatures, not a bit shy, and they would come and poke their noses into Théophile's pockets in search for sugar, which was always there. Indeed, their only fault was that they were so very, very small, and that, after all, was not their fault. Still, they looked more suited to an English child of 8 years old, or to Tom Thumb, than to a French gentleman of 40, not so thin as he once was. And as they all passed through the streets, everybody laughed, and drew pictures of them, and declared that Théophile could easily have carried a pony on each arm and the carriage on his back. Now Théophile did not mind being laughed at, but still, he did not always want to be stared at all through the streets whenever he went out. So he sold his ponies and began to look out for something nearer his own size. After a short search, he found 2 of a dapple gray color, stout and strong, and as like each other as 2 peas, and he called them Jane and Betsy. But although to look at, no one could ever tell one from the other, their characters were totally different, as Jane was very bold and spirited, and Betsy was terribly lazy. While Jane did all the pulling, Betsy was quite contented to just run by her side without troubling herself in the least, and, as was only natural, Jane did not think this at all fair, and took a great dislike to Betsy, which Betsy heartily returned. At last matters became so bad that in their efforts to get at each other, they half kicked the stable to pieces, and would even rear themselves upon their hind legs in order to bite each other's faces. Théophile did all he could to make them friends, but nothing was of any use, and at last he was forced to sell Betsy. The horse he found to replace her was a shade lighter in color, and therefore not quite so good a match, but luckily Jane took to her at once, and lost no time in doing the honors of the stable. Every day the affection between the 2 became greater. Jane would lay her head on Blanche's shoulder. She had been called Blanche because of her fair skin, and when they were turned out into the stable yard, after being rubbed down, they played together like 2 kittens. If one was taken out alone, the other became sad and gloomy, till the well-known tread of its friend's hoofs was heard from afar, when it would give a joyful neigh, which was instantly answered. Never once was it necessary for the coachman to complain of any difficulty in harnessing them. They walked themselves into their proper places, and behaved in all ways as if they were well brought up, and ready to be friendly with everybody. They had all kinds of pretty little ways, and if they thought there was a chance of getting bread, or sugar, or melon rind, which they both loved, they would make themselves as caressing as a dog. Jane is surrounded by imaginary ghosts and monsters. Blanche telling ghost stories to Jane in the stable. Nobody who has lived much with animals can doubt that they talk together in a language that man is too stupid to understand. Or, if anyone had doubted it, they would soon have been convinced of the fact by the conduct of Jane and Blanche when in harness. When Jane first made Blanche's acquaintance, she was afraid of nothing. But after they had been together a few months, her character gradually changed, and she had sudden panics and nervous fits, which puzzled her master greatly. The reason of this was that Blanche, who was very timid and easily frightened, passed most of the night in telling Jane ghost stories, till poor Jane learnt to tremble at every sound. Often, when they were driving in the lonely alleys of the Bois de Boulogne after dark, Blanche would come to a dead stop, or shy to one side, as if a ghost, which no one else could see, stood before her. She breathed loudly, trembled all over with fear, and broke out into a cold perspiration. No efforts of Jane, strong though she was, could drag her along. The only way to move her was for the coachman to dismount and to lead her, with his hand over her eyes for a few steps, till the vision seemed to have melted into air. In the end, these terrors affected Jane, just as if Blanche, on reaching the stable, had told her some terrible story of what she had seen, and even her master had been known to confess that, when driving by moonlight down some dark road, where the trees cast strange shadows, Blanche would suddenly come to a dead halt and begin to tremble. He did not half like it himself. With this one drawback, never were animals so charming to drive. If Théophile held the reins, it was really only for the look of the thing, and not in the least because it was necessary. The smallest click of the tongue was enough to direct them, to quicken them, to make them go to the right or to the left, or even to stop them. They were so clever that in a very short time they had learned all their master's habits, and knew his daily haunts as well as he did himself. They would go of their own accord to the newspaper office, to the printing office, to the publishers, to the Bois de Boulogne, to certain houses where he dined on certain days in the week, so very punctually that it was quite provoking. And if it ever happened that Théophile spent longer than usual at any particular place, they never failed to call his attention by loud neighs, or by pawing the ground, sounds of which he quite well knew the meaning. But alas, the time came when a revolution broke out in Paris. People had no time to buy books or to read them. They were far too busy in building barricades across the streets, or in tearing up the paving stones to throw at each other. The newspaper in which Théophile wrote, and which paid him enough money to keep his horses, did not appear any more. And sad though he was at parting, the poor man thought he was lucky to find someone to buy horses, carriage, and harness for a fourth part of their worth. Tears stood in his eyes as they were led away to their new stable, but he never forgot them, and they never forgot him. Sometimes, as he sat writing at his table, he would hear from afar a light, quick step, and then a sudden stop under the windows. And their old master would look up and sigh, and say to himself, "Poor Jane, poor Blanche, I hope they are happy." End of chapter 30. Recording by Lynn Jarrow.
Section 31 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tania K. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Madame Théophile and the Parrot. After the death of Cagnotte, whose story you may have read, Théophile was so unhappy that he would not have another dog, but instead determined to fill the empty place in his heart with cats. One of those that he loved the best was a big yellowy red puss with a white chest, a pink nose, and blue eyes, that went by the name of Madame Théophile, because when he was in the house, it never left his side for a single instant. It slept on his bed, dreamed while sitting on the arm of Théophile's chair while he was writing, for Théophile was by this time almost a grown-up man, walked after him when he went into the garden, sat by his side while he had his dinner, and sometimes took, gently and politely, the food he was conveying to his own mouth. One day a friend of Théophile's, who was leaving Paris for a few days, brought a parrot, which he begged Théophile to take care of while he was away. The bird, not feeling at home in this strange place, climbed up to the top of his cage and looked around him with his funny eyes that reminded you of the nails in the sofa. Now, Madame Théophile had never seen a parrot, and it was plain that this curious creature gave her a shock. She sat quite still, staring quietly at the parrot, and trying to think if she had ever seen anything like it among the gardens and roofs of the houses where she got all her ideas of the world. At last she seemed to make up her mind. Of course it must be a kind of green chicken. Having set the question at rest, Madame Théophile jumped down from the table where she had been seated while she made her observations, and walked quickly to the corner of the room, where she laid herself flat down, with her head bent and her paws stretched out like a panther watching his prey. The parrot followed all her movements with his round eyes, and felt that they meant no good to him. He ruffled his feathers, pulled at his chain, lifted one of his paws in a nervous way, and rubbed his beak up and down his food tin. All the while the cat's blue eyes were talking in a language the parrot clearly understood, and they said, "Although it is green, that fowl would make a nice dinner." But Madame Théophile had not lain still all this while. Slowly, without even appearing to move, she had drawn closer and closer. Her pink nostrils trembled, her eyes were half shut, her claws were pushed out and pulled into their sheaths, and little shivers ran down her back. Suddenly her back rounded itself like a bow, and with one bound she leapt on the cage. The parrot knew his danger and was too frightened to move. Then, calling up all his courage, he looked his enemy full in the face, and in a low and deep voice he put the question, "Jockey, did you have a good breakfast?" This simple phrase struck terror into the heart of the cat, who made a spring backwards. If a cannon had been fired close to her ear, or a shop full of glass had been broken, she could not have been more alarmed. Never had she dreamed of anything like this. "And what did you have? Some of the king's roast beef?" continued the parrot. "It is not a chicken, it is a man that is speaking," thought the cat with amazement, and looking at her master, who was standing by, she retired under the bed. Madame Théophile knew when she was beaten. End of section 31. Recording by Tania K.
Section 32 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Schelp. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 32, The Battle of the Mullets and the Dolphins, by Mrs. Lang. Many singular stories may be found in Pliny, but the most interesting is how men and dolphins combined together on the coast of France, near Narbonne, to catch the swarms of mullet that come into those waters at certain seasons of the year. In Languedoc, within the province of Narbonne, there is a standing pool or dead water called La Terra, wherein men and dolphins together used to fish. For at one certain time of the year an infinite number of fishes called mullets, taking the vantage of the tide when the water doth ebb, at certain narrow weirs and passages, with great force break forth of the said pool into the sea. And by reason of that violence, no nets can be set and pitched against them strong enough to abide and bear their huge weight and the stream of the water together, if so be men were not cunning and crafty to wait and espy their time, and lay for them and to entrap them. In like manner, the mullets for their part immediately make speed to recover the deep, which they do very soon by reason that the channel is near at hand, and their only haste is for this, to escape and pass that narrow place which affordeth opportunities to the fishers to stretch out and spread their nets. The fishermen being ware thereof, and all the people besides, for the multitude knowing when fishing time is come, run thither, and the rather for to see the pleasant sport, cry as loud as ever they can to the dolphins for aid, and call, Simo, Simo, to help to make an end of this their game and pastime of fishing. The dolphins soon get the ear of their cry, and know what they would have, and the better if the north winds blow and carry the sound unto them. For if it be a southern wind, it is later ere the voice be heard, because it is against them. Howbeit, be the wind in what quarter soever, the dolphins resort thither flock-meal, sooner than a man would think, for to assist them in their fishing. And a wondrous pleasant sight it is to behold the squadrons, as it were, of those dolphins, how quickly they take their places and be arranged in battle array, even against the very mouth of the said pool, where the mullets are to shoot into the sea, to see, I say, how from the sea they oppose themselves and fight against them and drive the mullets, once affrighted and scared, from the deep on the shelves. Then come the fishers and beset them with net and toil, which they bear up and fortify with strong forks. Howbeit, for all that, the mullets are so quick and nimble that a number of them whip over, get away, and escape the nets. But the dolphins are ready to receive them, who, contenting themselves for the present to kill only, make foul work and havoc among them, and put off the time of preying and feeding upon, until they have ended the battle and achieved the victory. And now the skirmish is hot, for the dolphins, perceiving also the men at work, are the more eager and courageous in fight, taking pleasure to be enclosed within the nets, and so most valiantly charging upon the mullets, but for fear lest the same should give an occasion unto the enemies, and provoke them to retire and fly back between the boats, the nets, and the men there swimming, they glide by so gently and easily that it cannot be seen where they get out, and albeit they take great delight in leaping, and have the cast of it, yet none essayeth to get forth but where the nets lie under them. But no sooner are they out, but presently a man shall see brave pastime between them as they scuffle and skirmish as it were under the ramparts. And so the conflict being ended and all the fishing sport done, the dolphins fall to spoil and eat those which they killed in the first shock and encounter. But after this service performed, the dolphins retire not presently into the deep again, from whence they were called, but stay until tomorrow, as if they knew very well they had so carried themselves as that they deserved a better reward than one day's refection and victuals, and therefore contented they are not and satisfied unless to their fish they have some sops and crumbs of bread given them soaked in wine, and had their bellies full. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Rakes. The Animal Storybook. edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 33, Monkey Stories, by Mrs. Lang. Monkey Stories. Before telling you more stories about monkeys, we must tell you some dry facts about them, in order that you may understand the stories. There are 3 different kinds of monkeys: apes, baboons, and monkeys proper. The difference is principally in their tails, so that when you see them at the zoo, for there are none wild in Europe except at Gibraltar, you will know them by the apes having no tails and walking upright, baboons have short tails and go on all fours, and monkeys have tails sometime larger than their whole bodies, by which they can swing themselves from tree to tree. Apes and monkeys are so ready to imitate everything which men do, that the negroes believe that they are a lazy race of men, who will not be at the trouble to work. Baboons, on the contrary, can be taught almost nothing. There are 2 kinds of apes, called orang-utans and chimpanzees. They are both very wild and fierce, and difficult to catch, but when caught, become not only tame, but very affectionate, and can be taught anything. Nearly 200 years ago, in 1698, one was brought to London that had been caught in Angola. On board ship he became very fond of the people who took care of him, and was very gentle and affectionate, but would have nothing to do with some monkeys who were on the same ship. He had had a suit of clothes made for him, probably to keep him warm. As the ship got into colder regions, he took great pleasure in dressing himself in them, and anything he could not put on for himself he used to bring in his paw to one of the sailors, and seemed to ask him to dress him. He had a bed to sleep in, and at night used to put his head on the pillow and tuck himself in like a human being. His story is unfortunately a short one, for he died soon after coming to London. He could not long survive the change from his native forest to the cage of a menagerie. 2 orang-utans. Another, a female, was brought to Holland nearly 100 years later, in 1776, but she too pined and died after 7 months' captivity. She was very gentle and affectionate, and became so fond of her keeper that when they left her alone she used to throw herself on the ground screaming, and tearing in pieces anything in her reach, just like a naughty child. She could behave as well as any lady in the land when she liked. When asked out to tea, she used to bring a cup and saucer, put sugar in the cup, pour out the tea, and leave it to cool. And at dinner her manners were just as good. She used her knife and fork, table napkin, and even toothpick, as if she had been accustomed to them all her life, which, of course, in her native forest was far from being the case. She learned all her nice habits either from watching people at table or from her keeper's orders. She was fond of strawberries, which she ate very daintily on a fork, holding the plate in the other hand. She was particularly fond of wine, and drank it like a human being, holding the glass in her hand. She was better behaved than 2 other orang-utans, who, though they could behave as well at table as any lady, and could use their knives and forks and glasses, and could make the cabin boy, for it was on board ship, understand what they wanted, yet, if he did not attend to them at once, they used to throw him down, seize him by the arm, and bite him. A French priest had an orang-utan that he had brought up from a baby, and who was so fond of his master that he used to follow him about like a dog. When the priest went to church, he used to lock the orang-utan up in a room, but one day he got out, and as sometimes happens with dogs who cannot get reconciled to Sunday, he followed his master to church. He managed, without the priest seeing him, to climb on the sounding board above the pulpit, where he lay quite still till the sermon began. He then crept forward till he could see his master in the pulpit below, and imitated every one of his movements, till the congregation could not keep from laughing. The priest thought they were making fun of him, and was naturally very angry. The more angry he became, the more gestures he used, every one of which the ape overhead repeated. At last a friend of the priest stood up in the congregation and pointed out the real culprit. When the priest looked up and saw the imitation of himself, he could not keep from laughing either, and the service could not go on till the disturber had been taken down and locked up again at home. Another kind is called the Barbary ape, because they are found in such numbers in Barbary that the trees in places seem nearly covered with them, though there are quantities as well in India and Arabia. They are very mischievous and great fighters. In India, the natives sometimes amuse themselves by getting up a fight among them. They put down at a little distance from each other baskets of rice, with stout sticks by each basket, and then they go off and hide themselves among the trees to watch the fun. The apes come down from the trees in great numbers, and make as though they were going to attack the baskets, but lose courage and draw back, grinning at each other. The females are generally the boldest, and the first to seize on the food, but as soon as they put their heads down to eat, some of the males set to drive them off. Others attack them in their turn. They all seize on the sticks, and soon a free fight begins, which ends in the weakest being driven off into the woods, and the conquerors enjoying the spoil. They are not only fierce, but revengeful, and will punish severely any person who kills one of them. Some English people who were driving through a country full of these apes in the East Indies wished, out of sheer wantonness, to have one shot. The native servants, knowing what the consequences would be, were afraid, but as their masters insisted, they had to obey, and shot a female whose little ones were clinging to her neck. She fell dead from the branches, and the little ones, falling with her, were killed too. Immediately all the other apes, to the number of about 60, came down and attacked the carriage. They would certainly have killed the travelers if the servants, of whom there was fortunately a number, had not driven the apes off, and though the carriage set off as fast as the horses could lay legs to the ground, the apes followed for 3 miles. The baboons who stole the poor man's dinner. Baboons are as ugly, revolting creatures as you could wish to see, and very fierce, so they can seldom be tamed, nor even caught. There are, of course, few stories about them. When people try to catch them, they let their pursuers come so near that they think they have them, and then they bound away 10 paces at once and look down defiantly from the treetop, as much as to say, "Don't you wish you may get me?" One baboon had so wearied his pursuers by his antics that they pointed a gun at him, though with no intention of firing. He had evidently seen a gun before and knew its consequences, and was so frightened at the bare idea that he fell down senseless and was easily captured. When he came to himself again, he struggled so fiercely that they had to tie his paws together, and then he bit so that they had to tie his jaws up. Baboons are great thieves, and come down from the mountains in great bodies to plunder gardens. They cram as much fruit as they possibly can into their cheek pouches to take away and eat afterwards at their leisure. They always set a sentinel to give the alarm. When he sees anyone coming, he gives a yell that lasts a minute, and then the whole troop sets off helter-skelter. They will rob anyone they come upon alone in the most impudent way. They come softly up behind, snatch away anything they can lay their hands on, and then run off a little way and sit down. Very often it is the poor man's dinner that they devour before his eyes. Sometimes they will hold it out in their hands and pretend they are going to give it back, in such a comic way that I would defy you not to laugh, though it were your own dinner that had been snatched away and then offered to you. Monkeys live in the tree-tops of the forests of India and South Africa, where they keep up a constant chattering and gambolling, all night as well as all day, playing games and swinging by their tails from tree to tree. One kind, the 4-fingered monkey, can pass from one high tree-top to another, too far even for a monkey to jump, by making themselves into a chain joined to each other by their tails. They can even cross rivers in this way. There are any number of different kinds of monkeys, as you can see any day in the monkey house at the zoo. One kind is well named the howling monkey, because they howl in chorus every morning 2 hours before daylight and again at nightfall. The noise they make is so fearful that if you did not know, you would think it was a forest full of ferocious beasts quite near, thirsting for their prey, instead of harmless monkeys a mile or 2 away. There is always a leader of the chorus who sits on a high branch above the others. He first howls a solo, and then gives a signal for the others to join in. Then they all howl together, till he gives another signal to stop. The egret monkeys are great thieves. When they set to work to rob a field of millet, they put as many stalks as they can carry in their mouths, in each paw and under each arm, and then go off home on their hind legs. If pursued and obliged for greater speed to go on all their 4 legs, they drop what they carry in their paws, but never let go what they have in their mouths. The Chinese monkey is also a great thief, and even cleverer about carrying away his booty. They always set a sentinel on a high tree. When he sees anyone coming, he screams, "Whoop, whoop, whoop." The others then seize as much as they can carry in their right arm and set off on 3 legs. They are called Chinese, not because they come from China, but because the way the hair grows on their heads is like a Chinese cap. It is long and parts in the middle, spreading out all around. In many parts of India, monkeys are worshipped by the natives, and temples are erected for them. But monkeys of one tribe are never allowed to come into any of these sanctuaries when another tribe is already in possession. A large, strong monkey was once seen by some travelers to steal into one of these temples. As soon as the inhabitants saw that he did not belong to their tribe, they set on him to drive him out. As he was only one against many, though bigger and stronger than the others, he saw that he had no chance, and bounded up to the top, 11 stories high. As the temple ended in a little round dome just big enough for himself, he was master of the situation, and every monkey that ventured to climb up he flung down to the bottom. When this had happened 3 or 4 times, his enemies thought it best to let him alone, and he stayed there in peace till it was dark and he could slip away unseen. End of chapter 33.
Section 34 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Eccentric Bird Builders by Mr. Jonas. Eccentric Bird Builders, from Jones's Glimpses of Animal Life. Everybody knows how fond birds are of building their nests in church, and if we come to think of it, it is a very reasonable and sensible proceeding. Churches are so quiet, and have so many dark, out-of-the-way corners, where no one would dream of poking, certainly not the woman whose business it is to keep the church clean. So the birds have the satisfaction of feeling that their young are kept safe and warm while they are collecting food for them, and there is always some open door or window to enable the parents to fly in or out. But all birds have not the wisdom of the robins and swallows and sparrows, that they have selected the church for a home. And some of them have chosen very odd places indeed, wherein to build their nests and lay their eggs. Hinges of doors, turning lathes, even the body of a dead owl hung to a ring, have all been used as nurseries. But perhaps the oddest spot of all to fix upon for a nest is the outside of a railway carriage, especially when we remember how often railway stations are the abode of cats, who move safely about the big wheels, and even travel by train when they think it necessary. Yet in spite of all the drawbacks, railway carriages remain a favorite place for nesting birds, and there is a curious story of a pair of water wagtails which built a snug home underneath a third-class carriage attached to a train that ran 4 times daily between Cosham and Havant. The father does not seem to have cared about railway travelling, which, to be sure, must appear a wretched way of getting about to anything that has wings, for he never went with the family himself, but spent the time of their absence fluttering restlessly about the platform to which the train would return. He was so plainly anxious and unhappy about them that one would have expected that he would have insisted on some quieter and safer place the following year when nesting time came round again. But the mother apparently felt that the situation had some very distinct advantages, for she deliberately passed over every other spot that her mate pointed out, and went back to her third-class carriage. Yet a railway carriage seems safety itself in comparison with a London street lamp, where a fly-catcher's nest was found a few years ago. Composed as it was of moss, hair, and dried grass, it is astonishing that it never caught fire, but no doubt the great heat of the gas was an immense help in hatching the 5 eggs which the birds had laid. Those fly-catchers had built in a hollow iron ornament on the top of the lamp, but some tomtits are actually known to have chosen such a dangerous place as the spot close to the burner of a paraffin street lamp. And even when the paraffin was exchanged for gas, the birds did not seem to mind, and would sit calmly on the nest while the lamplighter thrust his long stick past them to put out the light. Birds reason in a different way from human beings, for a letter-box would not commend itself to us as being a very good place to bring up a family, with letters and packages tumbling onto their heads every instant. A pair of Scotch tomtits, however, thought otherwise, and they made a comfortable little nest at the back of a private letter-box, nailed on to the trunk of a tree in Dumfriesshire. The postman soon found out what was going on, but he took great pains not to disturb them, for he was fond of birds, and was very curious to see what the tomtits would do. What the tomtits did was to go peacefully on with their nest, minding their own business, and by 8 little eggs lay in the nest. By this time the mother had got so used to the postman that she never even moved when he unlocked the door, only giving his hand a friendly peck when he put it in to take out the letters, and occasionally accepting some crumbs which he held out to it. But no sooner did the little birds break through their shells than the parents became more difficult to deal with. They did not mind knocks from letters for themselves, but they grew furiously angry if the young ones ever were touched by so much as a corner, and one day, when a letter happened to fall plump on top of the nest, they tore it right to pieces. In fact, it was in such a condition that when the postman came as usual to make his collection, he was obliged to take the letter back to the people who had written it, for no post office would have sent it off in such a state. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. The Ship of the Desert, from Burckhardt's Travels in Nubia. Of all animals under the sun, perhaps the very ugliest is the camel. But life in the deserts of Africa and Arabia could not go on at all without the constant presence of this clumsy-looking creature. Some African tribes keep camels entirely for the use of their milk and flesh, and it is noticeable that these animals are much shyer and more timid than their brothers in Syria and Arabia, who will instantly come trotting up to any fresh camel that appears on the scene, or obey the call of any Bedouin, even if he is a stranger. In general, the camel is merely employed as a beast of burden, and from this he gets his name of the Ship of the Desert. Like other ships, he sways from side to side, and his awkward motion is apt to make his rider feel very sick till he gets accustomed to this way of traveling. Camels are wonderfully strong and enduring animals, and can stow up water within them for several days, besides having an extraordinary power of smelling any water or spring that is far beyond the reach of man's eyes. These qualities are naturally very valuable in the burning deserts which stretch unbroken for hundreds of miles, where everything looks alike, and the sun, as he passes across the heaven, is the traveler's only guide. Partly from fear of warlike tribes which wander through the deserts of Arabia and Nubia, and partly from the help and protection which a large body can give, the one to the other, it is the custom for merchants and travelers to band together and travel in great caravans of men and camels. They try, if possible, to find some well by which they can encamp, and every man fills his own skins with water before starting afresh on his journey. More quarrels arise about water than people who live in countries with plenty of streams and rivers can have any idea of. One man will sell his skinful to another at a very high price, while if a traveler thinks he will be very prudent and lay in a large store, the rest are certain to take it from him directly their own supply runs short. Foods they can do without on those burning plains, but not water. Some of these misfortunes befell a traveler of the name of Burckhardt, who left Switzerland in the opening years of this century, to pass several years in Africa and the East. After going through Syria, he began to make his way up the Nile, and even penetrated as far as Nubia, joining for that purpose a caravan of traders under the leadership of a Abade, an Arab race who from the earliest days have been acknowledged to be the best guides across the desert. Owing to the intense heat which prevails in those countries, the marches always take place in the small hours of the morning, and midnight seems to have been the usual hour for the start. Very commonly the march would continue for 11 hours, during which time the men were only allowed to drink twice, while the asses, who with the camels form part of the caravan, were put on half their allowance. Sometimes a detachment was sent on to wells that were known to lie along the route, to get everything ready for the rest when they came up, but it often happened that the springs were so choked up by drifting sand that no amount of digging would free them. Then there was nothing for it but to go on again. It's in the month of March that Burckhardt and his companions had their hardest experience of the dreadful desert thirst. The year had been drier than was common even in Nubia, and even in the little oases or fertile spots, most of the trees and acacias were withered and dead. Hour after hour the travelers toiled on, and soon the asses gave out, and their riders were forced to walk over the scorching sand. Burckhardt had been a little more careful of his stock of water than the other members of the caravan, and for some days had cooked no food or eaten anything but biscuits, so that he had been able to spare a draught every now and then for his own ass, and still had enough to last both of them for another day. However, it was quite clear that unless water was quickly found, they must all die together. And a council was held as to what was best to be done. The Abade chief's advice was, and always had been, to send out a company of 10 or 12 of the strongest camels to try to make their way secretly to the Nile, through the ranks of unfriendly Arab tribes encamped all along its eastern shore. This was agreed upon, and about 4 in the afternoon the little band set out, loaded with all the skins in the caravan. The river was a ride of 5 or 6 hours distant, so that many hours of dreadful suspense must pass before the watchers left behind could know what was to be their fate. Soon after sunset a few stragglers came in, who had strayed from the principal band, but they had not reached the river, and could give no news of the rest. As the night wore on, several of the traders came to Burckhardt to beg for a taste of the water he was believed to have stored up, but he had carefully hidden what remained, and only showed them his skins, which were empty. Then the camp gradually grew silent, and all sat and waited under the stars for the verdict of life or death. It was 3 in the morning when shouts were heard, and the camels, refreshed by deep draughts of the Nile water, came along at their utmost speed, bearing skins full enough for many days' journey. Only one man was missing, but traders are a cruel race, and these cared nothing about his fate, giving themselves up to feasting and song, and joy at their deliverance. Yet only a year later, the fate that had almost overtaken them befell a small party of merchants who set out with their camels from Berber to Daro. The direct road, which led past the wells of Najim, was known to be haunted at that date by the celebrated robber Niam, who waylaid every caravan from Berber. So the merchants hired an Abadi guide to take them by a longer and more easternly road, where there was another well at which they could water. Unluckily, the guide knew nothing of the country that lay beyond, and the whole party soon lost themselves in the mountains. For 5 days they wandered about, not seeing a creature who could give them help, or even direct them to the right path. Then, their water being quite exhausted, they turned steadily westwards, hoping by this means soon to reach the Nile. But the river at this point takes a wide bend, and was, if they had known it, further from them than before. And after 2 days of dreadful agony, 15 slaves and 1 merchant died. In desperation, another merchant, who was an Abadi and owner of 10 camels, had himself lashed firmly onto the back of the strongest beast, lest in his weakness he should fall off, and then ordered the whole herd to be turned loose, thinking that perhaps the instinct of the animals would succeed where the knowledge of man had failed. But neither the Abade nor his camels were ever seen again. The merchant struggled forwards, and 8 days after leaving the well of Owarek, they arrived in sight of some mountains which they knew. But it was too late, and camels and merchants sank down helpless where they lay. They had just strength to gasp out orders for 2 of their servants to make their way on camels to the mountains where water would be found. But long before the mountains were reached, one of the men dropped off his camel, and, unable to speak, waved his hands in farewell to his comrade. The other mechanically rode on, but his eyes grew dim and his head dizzy, and well though he knew the road, he suffered his camel to wander from it. After straying aimlessly for some time, he dismounted and lay down in the shade of a tree to rest, first tying his camel to one of the branches. But a sudden puff of wind brought the smell of water to the camel's nostrils, and with a furious bound he broke the noose and galloped violently forward, and in half an hour was sucking in deep draughts from a clear spring. The man, understanding the meaning of the camel's rush, rode up and staggered a few steps after him, but fell to the ground from sheer weakness. Just at that moment a wandering Bedouin from a neighboring camp happened to pass that way, and seeing that the man still breathed, dashed water in his face, and soon revived him. Then, laden with skins of water, the 2 men set out for those left behind, and hopeless though their search seemed to be, they found they had arrived in time, and were able to save them from a frightful death. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Animal Story Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Animal Story Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Hame, 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 or I fain wad be, by Mrs. Lang. Hame, 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 where I fain wad be. Nothing in nature is more curious or more difficult of explanation than the stories recorded of animals conveyed to one place, finding their way back to their old home, often many hundreds of miles away. Not very long ago, a lady at St. Andrew's promised to make a present to a friend who lived somewhere north of Perth, of a fine cat which she wished to part with. When the day arrived, the cat was tied safely up in a hamper, put in charge of the guard, and sent on its way. It was met at the station by its new mistress, who drove it home, and gave it an excellent supper and a comfortable bed. This was on Friday. All Saturday it poked about, examining everything as cats will, but apparently quite happy and content with its quarters. About 7 on Sunday morning, as the lady drew up her blind to let in the sunshine, she saw the new puss trotting down the avenue. She did not pay much attention to the fact till the day went on, and the cat, who generally had a good appetite, did not come in to its meals. When Monday came, but the puss did not, the lady wrote to her friend at St. Andrew's, saying she feared that the cat had wandered away, but she would make inquiries to all the houses round, and she hoped to find it. On Tuesday evening, loud mews were heard outside the kitchen door of the St. Andrew's house, and when it was opened, in walked the cat, rather dirty and very hungry, but otherwise not at all the worse for wear. Now, as anybody can see if he looks at the map, it is a long way from St. Andrew's to Perth, even as the crow flies. There are also 2 big rivers which must be crossed, the Tay and the Eden, or if the cat preferred coming by train, at least 2 changes have to be made. So you have to consider whether, granting it an instinct of direction, which is remarkable enough in itself, the animal was sufficiently strong to swim such large streams, or whether it was so clever that it managed to find out the proper trains for it to take, and the places where it must get out. Anyway, home it came, and was only 2 days on the journey, and there it is still in St. Andrew's, for its mistress had not the heart to give it away a second time. Trains seem to have a special fascination for cats, and they are often to be seen about stations. For a long while one was regularly to be seen travelling on the Metropolitan line between St. James's Park and Charing Cross, and a whole family of half-wild kittens are at this moment making a playground of the lines and platforms at Paddington. One will curl up quite comfortably on the line right under the wheel of a carriage that is just going to start, and on being disturbed, bolts away and hides itself in some recess underneath the platform. Occasionally you see one with part of its tail cut off, but as a rule they take wonderfully good care of themselves. The porters are very kind to them, and they somehow contrive to get along, for they all look fat and well-looking and quite happy in their strange quarters. Of course cats are not the only animals who have what is called the homing instinct. Sheep have been known to find their way back from Yorkshire to the moors, north of the Cheviot, where they were born and bred, although sheep are not clever beasts, and they had come a roundabout journey by train. But there are many such stories of dogs, and one of the most curious is told by an English officer who was in Paris in the year 1815. One day, as the officer was walking hastily over the bridge, he was annoyed by a muddy poodle dog rubbing up against him, and dirtying his beautifully polished boots. Now dirty boots were his abhorrence, so he hastily looked around for a shoeblack, and seeing one at a little distance off, at once went up to him to have his boots reblacked. A few days later the officer was again crossing the bridge, when a second time the poodle brushed against him and spoilt his boots. Without thinking he made for the nearest shoeblack, just as he had done before, and went on his way. But when the same thing happened a third time, his suspicions were aroused, and he resolved to watch. In a few minutes he saw the dog run down to the river side and roll himself in the mud, and then come back to the bridge and keep a sharp lookout for the first well-dressed man who would be likely to repay his trouble. The officer was so delighted with the poodle's cleverness that he went at once to the shoeblack, who confessed that the dog was his, and that he had taught him this trick for the good of trade. The officer then proposed to buy the dog, and offered the shoeblack such a large sum that he agreed to part with his breadwinner. So the officer, who was returning at once to England, carried the dog, by coach and steamer, to London, where he tied him up for some time, in order that he should forget all about his old life, and be ready to make himself happy in the new one. When he was set free, however, the poodle seemed restless and ill at ease, and after 2 or 3 days he disappeared entirely. What he did then nobody knows, but a fortnight after he had left the London house, he was found, steadily plying his old trade, on the Pont Henri IV. A Northumbrian pointer showed a still more wonderful instance of the same sagacity. He was the property of one Mr. Edward Cook, who, after paying a visit to his brother, the owner of a large property in Northumberland, set sail for America, taking the dog with him. They traveled south together as far as Baltimore, where excellent shooting was to be got. But after 1 or 2 days' sport, the dog disappeared, and was supposed to have lost itself in the woods. Months went by without anything being known of the dog, when one night a dog was heard howling violently outside the quiet Northumberland house. It was admitted by the owner, Mr. Cook, who to his astonishment recognized it as the pointer which his brother had taken to America. They took care of him till his master came back, and then they tried to trace out his journey. But it was of no use. How the pointer made its way through the forest, from what port it started, and where it landed, remain a mystery to this day. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of the Animal Storybook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Animal Storybook, edited by Andrew Lang. Nests for Dinner by Mrs. Lang. However wonderful and beautiful nests may be, very few English people would like to eat them. Yet in China, the nest of a particular variety of swallow is prized as a great delicacy. These nests are chiefly gathered from Java, Sumatra, and other islands of the Malay archipelago, and are carried thence to China, where they fetch a large price. Although, within certain limits, they are very plentiful, they are very difficult and dangerous to get, for the swallows build in the depths of large and deep caverns, mostly on the seashore, and the men have to be let down from above by ropes or descend on ladders of bamboo. In Java, so many men have lost their lives in nest gathering that in some parts a regular religious ceremony is held, twice or 3 times a year, before the expedition is undertaken. Prayers are said, and a bull is sacrificed. It is not easy to know what the nests are really made of, because from the time that Europeans first noticed the trade, about 200 years ago, they have differed among themselves in their accounts of the jelly-like substance used by the swallows. Some naturalists have thought it is the spawn of the fish, which floats thickly on the surface of these seas. Others, that it is a kind of deposit of dried sea foam gathered by the birds from the beach, while others again think that the substance is formed of sea plants chewed by the birds into a jelly. But, whatever it may be, the Chinese infinitely prefer nests to oysters or anything else, and are willing to pay highly for them. The nests, which take about 2 months to build, are always found to be of 2 sorts, an oblong one just fitted to the body of the male bird, and a rounder one for the mother and her eggs. The most valuable nests are those which are whitest, and these generally belong to the male. They are very thin and finely worked. The birds are small and feed chiefly on insects, which are abundant on these islands. Their color is gray, and they are wonderfully quick in their movements, like the hummingbirds, which are about their own size. They are sociable, and build in swarms, but they seldom lay more than 2 eggs, which take about a fortnight to hatch. End of section 37. Recording by Narrator J.